All rise, veuillez vous lever. The International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience de la Cour pénale internationale est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to once again welcome everyone here in the courtroom. And Madam Court Officer, if you could please call the case.
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call upon parties and participants to confirm that the people here in the courtroom are the same as the ones present yesterday. Mr. Prosecutor?
Madame la Présidente.
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. There are a few changes in the composition of the OTP team today. I'm here representing the office, as was the case yesterday. Beside me is Julian Nichols, senior trial lawyer. He was here yesterday. I also have Edward Jeremy with me, trial lawyer. Robin Croft, trial lawyer. Ai Do Young, associate trial lawyer. Sylvie Wakam, associate trial lawyer. Loria. And finally, James Meriti, our case manager. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. Legal representatives of victims. Good morning, Madam President. Only one change on our team. We have one change, a defection actually. One of our team members could not be with us actually.
Composition today, and we are once again ably assisted and supported by our Filipino colleagues in the gallery.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, you may now address the court regarding submissions on the merits. It is Mr. Jeremy who will be giving this presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours, dear colleagues, my name is Edward Jeremy, and over the next 45 minutes or so, I will focus on some of the evidence that demonstrates Mr. Duterte's responsibility for the crimes charged in counts 2 and 3. My presentation will comprise two parts. Part 1 will focus on the crimes charged in count 2, and as you know, this count relates to the murders of 14 so-called high-value targets. And part 2 will focus on examples of crimes charged in count 3, and this count relates to murders and attempted murders of 45 victims in the course of barangay or neighbourhood clearance operations. First, Your Honours, a brief introduction. As Mr. Nichols made clear yesterday, Mr. Duterte campaigned for the presidency that, on the basis that, if elected, he would implement his Deval model of killing on a national scale. And once sworn in as President of the Philippines on the 30th of June 2016, this is exactly what he did. One insider witness explained what applying the Deval model nationwide meant in practice, and this is tab 49. As we see on our screens, evidence channel 2, This witness stated, quote, "It means that he wants to apply how Davao addresses the drug problem in a national scope, the whole country. It means that zero tolerance on drugs. And what I understood is that we have to eliminate, neutralize drug pushers just as in Davao." And as we've heard, this Davao model also included the payments of rewards for such killings. And as president, Mr. Duterte expanded and replicated this Davao model across the Philippines, working together with many of the same people, his co-perpetrators, following the same plan, and using the same methods. On becoming president, Mr. Duterte appointed his co-perpetrators from Davao, a number of whom Mr. Nichols introduced yesterday, to senior positions in the police and the government. And in these high-level positions, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators had authority over thousands of state personnel, including those that formed the national network that the co-perpetrators used to carry out the charged crimes, as Ms. Croft will shortly describe in more detail. And, Your Honours, central to this plan to carry out the charged crimes was the formal national anti-illegal drugs campaign in the Philippines. And this campaign was launched through a document titled Command Memorandum Circular number 16, 2016. This was issued by newly appointed PNP Chief Ronald De La Rosa on the 1st of July 2016, the first full day of Mr. Duterte's presidency. On our screens, we see the first and last page of this document, and this is tab 112 of our binder. We see that the subject is, quote, PNP Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign Plan, Project Double Barrel. And we see it is dated the 1st of July 2016. On the first page, there are a series of supporting references for this memorandum. And the first foundational reference is the, quote, pronouncement of President Rodrigo R. Duterte to get rid of illegal drugs during the first 6 months of his term. And yesterday we heard multiple examples of the violent nature of those pronouncements and speeches. If we focus on the last page of this document, page 18, we see that the distribution list comprised the highest levels of law enforcement in the Philippines. And on the right side, we see it signed by Ronald M. De La Rosa, Philippine National Police, the PNP. And Your Honours, we'll look now at some parts of this document which essentially sets out general guidelines for the implementation of this Project Double Barrel. Focusing first on the execution of this Project Double Barrel, we see on in paragraph 5, now on our screens, as follows. The PNP intends to equally address illegal drug problems in the barangays and at the same time pursue the neutralization of illegal drug personalities, as well as the backbone of illegal drugs network operating in the country. And Your Honours will note the use of this word neutralization. While on its face, this word may be open to interpretation, insider witnesses provide evidence that within law enforcement within the Netherlands, within the Philippines, to neutralize meant to kill. And notably, one insider witness explained the significance of the use of this word neutralize in this command memorandum, and that's tab 54. And the witness stated as follows, quote, they used the word neutralize to emphasize the kill order of President Duterte, because that is the promise of President Duterte even before the campaign. And, Your Honours, the sprinkling of references to human rights in this document should be viewed in this context. Moving on to the concept of operations, this is set out on page 3 of this memorandum as follows, quote, "The PMP anti-illegal drugs campaign plan, Project Double Barrel, will be conducted in a two-pronged approach, namely Project Tokang and Project HVT. The first prong or barrel, Project Tokang, focused on the clearance of the drug-affected barangays. And this relates to count 3, which I'll discuss shortly in the second part of my presentation. The second barrel, which relates to count 2, was Project HVT, or High Value Target, which I will focus on now. Turning to page 6 of this document, we read as follows. Project HVT is a massive and reinvigorated conduct of anti-illegal drugs operations, targeting illegal drugs personalities and drug syndicates. And as your honours are aware, it was in the course of this project HVT that the prosecution alleges the 14 victims of count 2 were murdered. And many of the high-value target victims of count 2 incidents were included in charts and lists that Mr. Duterte showed during public, often televised appearances and speeches. And just as he did in Davao, as president, Mr. Duterte publicly named persons he alleged were involved in drugs, and many of those would end up as victims in his so-called war on drugs. For example, on the 7th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte held a televised press conference in Davao City, during which he named 150 public officials who he claimed were involved in the drug trade. These included Albrera Mayor Rolando Espinosa and Osamis Mayor Reynaldo Parahinog, as well as various members of the Parahinog family. This speech is at tab 31, and we'll play 2 clips of that now.
Reynaldo Parahinog, alias Andong, the mayor of Osamis City. Nova Princess Parahinog Chavez used to be the wife of, I think, Colangco. Yung poster boy doon sa blandi-blandi pambuhok. Hindi naman, tisoy. Alam mo, baskin saya magpunta, abangan ko kayo. Kasi wala na ako sa presidency, habang may baril ako.
Wherever you go, I will be waiting for you, even if I'm no longer president, as long as I have a gun. And indeed, as your honours are aware, Mr. Duterte did not need to wait long. On the 5th of November 2016, Mayor Espinosa was murdered. That's charged incident 13. Then, on the 30th of July 2017, Mayor Parahinog, together with a number of others, was also murdered. That's charged incident 14. And during the same speech that we just saw, Mr. Duterte emphasized his direct involvement in the preparation of this list as follows.
The validation. I'm the one reading it, and I am the sole person responsible for this all.
And this list was subsequently published by the media who referred to it as the narco list, or as we see from the article on our screens, simply the Duterte list. And Your Honours, Mr. Duterte continued to flaunt his list of so-called high-value targets. Perhaps the most significant of these lists was the President Rodrigo Roa Duterte list, or the PRRD list for short, and that's at tab 48 of our list of materials. Your Honours, this was basically an Excel-style spreadsheet that listed persons alleged to be high-value targets. The slide now on our screen shows the first page of the PRRD list, which includes photos of various persons designated alleged to be high-value targets. And at the bottom of this list are a series of different tabs, some of which have been enlarged on our screens. And as we see, they include different regions of the Philippines, and within these tabs are lists of names and identifying information of persons alleged to be high-value targets. And the persons included in this PRRD list were also assigned different levels, as set out in our PCB, in our brief, paragraph 99. As we see from the slide now on our screens, these levels range from 1 to 5. At the lowest level 1, this included lower-level government and police, as well as street-level pushers. And at the highest level 5, this represented the highest value targets, drug wholesalers, financiers, and high-ranking police officers. And consistent with the Davao model of killing, rewards were also paid when a high-value target was neutralized, meaning killed. And this evidence is set out at paragraphs 52 and 99 of our brief. And these rewards were not part of the regular PNP budget, but were provided by Mr. Duterte, who also publicly offered perpetrators rewards for killing. Your Honours, to sum up the significance of the PRRD list, I turn to the words of another insider witness, and this is tab 54. Quote, "This list was used by the police in their operations. And if you are in the list, you will be the subject for police operations. And most of the time, the people on the list are killed. So basically, the PRRD list is a dead list." And Mr. Duterte publicly paraded this PRRD list on multiple occasions. For example, during another televised speech on the 2nd of February 2017, tab 111, he stated the following.
This is the drug industry of the Philippines.
And in this same speech, we'll shortly see Mr. Duterte holding another page of this PRRD list. And Your Honours, on this issue of human rights, as Mr. Nichols explained yesterday, during his speeches in Davao, Mr. Duterte, well versed in the law, would occasionally seek to legitimize his encouragement of state violence by references to human rights and self-defense, and he continued to do so as president. For example, as we will see in the next clip, during a speech on the 20th of September 2016, which is at tab 130, he stated the following.
Pagka bumunot, patayin mo. Pag hindi bumunot, patayin mo rin. Oh, tangina. Para matapos na. Kasi mawala pa bro. Ako na ang bahala sa inyo. Itaga ninyo ito sa puso ninyo. For as long as I am the President. nobody but nobody, no military man or policeman will go to prison because they perform their duties well. Ako ang mapakulong sila. Sabihin mo lang, utos ni Mayor yun.
So that was Mr. Duterte's message to the military and to the police. Kill, whether or not your target pulls a gun, and I will protect you. And Your Honours, as we will now hear, during the same speech, in case there was any doubt, Mr. Duterte made it very clear that this promise of protection related not only to lawful killings.
For as long as there is that power to pardon sa Constitution, yan ang weapon ko against crime. Magmasakir kayo ng 100, di ba? 100 din kayo, edi pardon lahat eh. Restored to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to both.
And Your Honours, as was so often the case, Mr. Duterte's message was repeated and amplified in the media, as we see in the next slide, which is tab 88, which reads as follows, quote, Duterte to troops, massacre criminals, I'll promote you. With the byline, in the same speech, Duterte tells soldiers he will never order them to do anything illegal. And this was the pattern, Your Honours. Out of one side of his mouth, quietly, occasionally, he would speak about self-defense. This was Mr. Duterte, the lawyer, keenly aware of his own legal jeopardy, especially once he was no longer president. And out of the other side of his mouth, loudly, frequently, he would say, kill, and I will protect you, I will pardon you, and I will promote you. And this was Mr. Duterte, the strong man president who orders the murders of drug lords and alleged criminals. And as the charged incidents demonstrate, Mr. Duterte's co-perpetrators, as well as the police on the streets, understood his message to kill loud and clear. As an example, Your Honours, I'll focus briefly now on incident number 13. You'll recall that on assuming his presidency, Mr. Duterte publicly expressed his frustration with mayors who he alleged were involved in the drug trade, including Mayor Espinosa. On the 1st of August 2016, he gave Mayor Espinosa, then Mayor of Albuera, 24 hours to surrender to the police. And the following day, Mayor Espinosa did surrender to PMP Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa. In a public speech on the 5th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte stated the following in reference to Mayor Espinosa's surrender, and this can be found at tab 129.
Problema niya ay yung mayor ng Albuera. Mabuti, nakaabot siya doon kay Bato na pinahanap ko, shot on sight, parang aso. Eh, ang tingin ko talaga sa inyo, kayo, parang aso.
And on around the 5th of November 2016, a few months after Mr. Duterte had him tracked down like a dog, Rolando Espinosa was murdered while in detention in Leyte Provincial Jail, together with another man, Raul Yap. According to the PMP's official narrative of this incident, there was a shootout between Espinosa and Yap and officers who attempted to serve search warrants on them while in prison. By contrast, the evidence demonstrates, as set out in paragraphs 107 to 110 of our brief, that these men were murdered in their prison cells in a coordinated operation involving various state agents. CCTV was disabled, guns were planted in their cells, rewards were paid. And as we see on the slide now on our screens, tab 48 of our list of materials, both Mr. Espinosa and Mr. Yap were included in the PRRD list, amongst other individuals whose names have been blurred by the prosecution. Rolando Espinosa in the upper row is recorded as a mayor and alleged to be a drug lord, indicated as level 4. And Raul Yap in the lower row is also alleged to be a drug lord, listed as level 3. The arrest of both men is noted, and this is shown on the right side. Then separately, it is noted that they were neutralized. And in a further indication that to neutralize meant to kill, as we see here, it is only on the date of their death, the 5th of November 2016, that they were noted as neutralized. Additionally, in the tab of the PRRD spreadsheet labeled high-value targets, now visible on our screens, there is a photo of Mayor Espinosa. He's the person in the yellow T-shirt in the second row on the far right side. As you can see from the enlarged photo, he's been crossed out in red, which, as a witness confirmed, indicates that he had been killed. And if your honours look closely at this list, you'll see it appears to be the same list that Mr. Duterte held during a speech on the 2nd of February 2017. And for reference, these are tabs 48 and 111. And your honours, following these murders, Mr. Duterte continued his public threats. For example, on the 9th of February 2017, he stated publicly that mayors involved in illegal drugs should resign or face death. We'll play an extract of this speech, which is at tab 132 now.
Tatawagin ko yung mga mayors, ilak ko, no, kami-kami lang. Sabihin ko talaga sa kanila. Ayun, ganun kakapal yung pinakita ko sa inyo. Hanapin mo yung pangalan mo dyan, mayor. Tangina, pag nandyan yung pangalan mo, may problema ka. Talagang papatayin kita.
Mr. Duterte's message to the mayors could not be clearer. If your name is in my list, then I'll kill you. And in case anyone watching this speech has any doubt about his intentions, Mr. Duterte goes on to comment on extrajudicial killings. And as he does so, your honours will note the nonchalant, casual manner in which he draws his finger across his throat. Let's play the video.
Wala akong ako talaga ang wala akong maipagyabang. Kaya ginadaan ko na lang sa extrajudicial killing.
And in this opulent, gilded presentation room, the officials laugh along with their president while he boasts about his skills in extrajudicial killing. And outside, on the streets of the Philippines, the bodies pile up. The evidence from one data set shows that as at the date of this speech, 9th of January 2017, almost 1,500 people had been killed in Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. And that's paragraph 73 of our brief. A few months later, in an April 2017 speech, which I won't play, but is a tab 134.2, Mr. Duterte called the deceased Espinosa a, quote, son of a bitch, and after citing multiple allegations of murders by the police, he said he would pardon and reinstate any convicted police officer with a, quote, promotion to ranks higher, end quote. Your Honours, I move now to the second part of my presentation, the murders and attempted murders committed during the Barangay clearance operations. And these operations were covered by the first barrel of Project Tokang, which we looked at earlier. We'll briefly return to this document, CMC 16/2016, and the overview of the two barrels. As the slide on our screen shows, the stated aim of Project Tokang, just focusing on the first sentence, was, quote, accelerating the drive against illegal drugs in affected barangays, end quote. And in practice, Your Honours, this meant murdering some of the most vulnerable members of Filipino society. As witnesses that we had to do the Tokang operation on had to be poor. Those who do not have the means to file a complaint or to complain. And similarly, another witness stated the following. Based on what we've seen here in the Philippines, the people that were killed or could be killed were the poor, people with no means, simple people who were not able to file charges against them. Your Honours, Project Tokang operations were implemented across the Philippines in a number of ways, as set out in paragraph 75 of our brief. And these operations frequently followed the same modus operandi as we also set out in paragraphs 33 and 114 of our brief, which was as follows. A target was identified, often through the use of lists, such as barangay lists or police station watch lists. The target was then murdered in a police operation. Weapons, drugs, and money, or a combination thereof, were then planted at the crime scene. And then the police reports were repeatedly falsified to legitimate the operations as acts of self-defense. And in this context, as witnesses explain, the police often used the term nanlaban, which translates to fighting back, to describe incidents in which they supposedly shot a victim in self-defense. And these reports were often almost identical. In essence, copy-paste reports in which victims were frequently blamed for their own deaths. And finally, unofficial rewards were paid. Your Honours, I'll briefly focus on a few of the Count 3 incidents to illustrate this pattern. On the day of his inauguration, the 30th of June 2016, then President Duterte held a speech in Tondo, Manila, and he directly addressed the public present, including, as we will see, women and children. For reference, this is tab 127. Let's please play the clip.
Ako po'y galit. Pati yung mga pulis dito sa Maynila nakasabit sa droga. Ako po'y nakikiusap, wag ho kayong pumasok dyan kasi papatayin ko talaga kayo.
As we see, Mr. Duterte's message was clear. Stay away from drugs, or I will kill you. And the killing in Tondo began almost immediately following this speech, as we set out in our brief, paragraphs 100 to 101. I'll focus now on, and Tondo is visible on our screens, I'll focus now on incident 23, which also took place in Tondo, on or about the night of the 4th to the 5th of October 2016. As your Honours are aware, the alleged victim of this incident 23 was Benjamin Vizda. And we'll shortly see a video which shows Mr. Vizda just before midnight in a vest, in handcuffs, forced onto a motorbike between two police officers and driven away. And this is tab 76, and we'll play the video now. And we see now Mr. Vizda being forced onto the motorbike between the two police officers. And as he's been driven away, we see women and children chasing after him, no doubt terrified about what would happen next. And around 20 minutes later, Your Honours, Mr. Visder was dead, shot multiple times in the head by police officers. A witness described the scene, and Your Honours, the next slide will be a graphic image. And for reference, this is tab 77. The witness stated, quote, "The victim was lying on the street in handcuffs and was dead. He'd been shot in the head 7 or 8 times," end quote. The official account of this incident was recorded in a police report known as a spot report, dated the 5th of October 2016. This is tab 65. And this report, an extract of which is on the screen, stated that Mr. Visder was killed by the police in self-defense after he snatched the firearm of a police officer while he was on a motorbike, while wearing handcuffs, and he shot at the police but missed. Your Honours, as demonstrated by the evidence in paragraph 126 of our brief, this narrative is false. Benjamin Visder did not fight back. He was murdered. Your Honours, Project Tokang was also carried out through one-time, big-time, or OTBT operations. And these were large-scale, high-intensity police operations that often resulted in multiple murders. And one such operation took place in Bulacan, shown on our screens, between the 15th and the 16th of August 2017. In August 2017, the police made a press release regarding their recent operations, which noted that 32 people were killed by the police in simultaneous one-time, big-time operations from the 15th to the 16th of August 2017. This press release, which can be found at tab 108, is visible on our screens. In the headline, we read, quote, 32 killed, 107 arrested, as firearms, grenades, and numerous illegal drugs were seized in Bulacan, PMP, simultaneous big-time operations. And focusing, Your Honours, on the paragraph at the bottom of the screen, we see that the deaths of these 32 people were recorded as, quote, significant results, end quote, of the, quote, intensified campaign against illegal drugs, otherwise known as Project Double Barrel Reloaded, end quote. And this was essentially a reinvigorated version of Project Double Barrel, as set out in our brief footnote 37. And the press release goes on to name the 32 victims of this operation, which included 3 victims who are victims of charged incidents 28 and 29 in this case, who were murdered, consistent with the pattern of the other incidents in count 3, as set out in paragraphs 131 to 132 of our brief. Your Honours, 32 individuals killed by the police in Bulacan in a 24-hour period. You would imagine this would be a major national incident. So how did Mr. Duterte react to this shocking news? Let's hear what he said, and for reference, this is tab 147.
Yung namatay daw kanina sa Bulacan, 32, yun yung massive raid. Ganda yun. Makapatay lang tayo ng another 32 every day, then maybe we can reduce what ails this country.
So that was the President's message in response to the death of 32 Filipinos in a single day. He essentially said to the police, well done, keep going, let's kill another 32 every day. And, Your Honours, in this context, as you would expect, the killings went on and on. This phase of one-time, big-time operations continued until around the 18th of August 2017, resulting in many more deaths. As one witness stated, quote, it was hunting season, a killing spree, end quote. And that's at tab 77. And on the evening of the 16th of August, in the midst of this killing spree, perhaps at the same time as Mr. Duterte's speech in Bulacan, a 17-year-old child named Kian de los Santos was murdered in Caloocan, the location of which is marked on our screens. And this is charged incident 30. As usual, the police claimed that Kian de los Santos shot at them and they were forced to shoot him dead in self-defense. Another victim blamed for his death. As set out in our brief, paragraph 133, this account is contradicted by CCTV footage showing police dragging the child across the ground, and other evidence shows that after pleading for his life, he was shot twice in the head. And the next slide is a graphic image, Your Honours, and that's tab 151. On our screens, we see the tragic image of the body of the 17-year-old child, Kian de los Santos. And as noted in our brief, paragraph 56, this brutal murder led to a massive public outcry across the Philippines. And in these circumstances, exceptionally, the direct perpetrators of these murders were prosecuted and they were imprisoned. And in the face of this public outcry, Mr. Duterte was forced to temporarily withdraw police from drug operations from the 10th of October to the 4th of December 2017. And this led to a reduction in the frequency of killings. In announcing this temporary withdrawal, Mr. Duterte sarcastically stated that he hoped that this would satisfy, quote, bleeding hearts and the media, end quote. And in this way, he publicly communicated that this was not a genuine effort to prevent crime, but rather a temporary attempt to placate public criticism. And less than 2 months later, Mr. Duterte decided to once again scale up operations. He ordered the PNP back into the campaign, and the killings once again intensified. And, Your Honours, regrettably, children continued to be the victims of these killings. Your Honours will recall that at the very start of his presidency, Mr. Duterte gave a speech in Tondo, and we saw a part of it earlier. This is tab 127 on our list of materials, and we'll watch another portion of that speech now.
Yung mga adik ho dyan, kayo na lang ho ang pumatay. Kung anak niya, ikaw ang pumatay. Kung anak niyang adik, kayo ang pumatay para hindi masyado masakit.
If it's someone's child, be the killer yourself. If someone's child is the addict, then you be the one to kill. Your Honours, it's worth pausing here, taking a step back and reflecting on what we are seeing and what we are hearing. This is the President of the Philippines, the Commander-in-Chief, the most powerful man in the Philippines. He's pointing directly at the crowd, and he is telling them to kill someone else's child. Kill them, not because they are an alleged drug lord, not even an alleged criminal, but simply because they may have an addiction to drugs. And this is an example, perhaps, of what the defense described yesterday as Mr. Duterte speaking, quote, openly from the heart, sincerely and truthfully, end quote. And that's transcript 4, page 37, lines 15 to 16. And during an earlier part of the same speech, Mr. Duterte also boasted that during his presidency, funeral homes would make a lot of money. Let's play that clip.
Sabihin ko sa inyo, itong mga panahon nitong mga araw na dadating, kung may punerarya ho kayo, kikita kayo ng husto. Tayo ko yung mga small time na punerarya dito, doon. At sigurado hindi kayo malugi. At pag humihina na ang negosyo ninyo, sabihin ko lang sa mga pulis, bilis-bilisan ninyo ng konti para kumita yung tao. sa negosyo nila. Ayan, sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Hindi ako nagbibiro.
So again, here's the president assuring funeral homes that if their business declines, he will, quote, tell the police, hurry up a little so people can make money from their business, end quote. And he stressed very clearly he was, quote, not joking. And as my friend said yesterday, transcript 4, page 30, lines 18 to 19, quote, for President Roddy, his word was his word, and the people knew it, end quote. In this context, to conclude, I'll focus briefly on incidents 38 and 45. As your honours know, in the course of these incidents, which occurred during 2018, on 2 separate occasions, the police detained a child aged around 14 or 15 years old. On each occasion, the police wrapped the child's head in packing tape so no one could hear them scream, and then strangled the child to death with wire. It's difficult to imagine a more terrifying end to 2 lives that had barely even begun. And these murdered children were then sold to funeral homes who profited from their bodies, as explained in paragraphs 142 and 150 of our brief. Your Honours, dead children, police ensuring that funeral homes made money. Mr. Duterte indeed was not joking. Thank you, Your Honours. This concludes my presentation. I now hand over to Ms. Croft.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Judge Motors, thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor, for your presentation. I think we are going to observe a break of 40 minutes up to 11:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
At si Julian Nichols ganun rin pala, ang galing. Kaya naman pala may pambato. May pambato. Diba, Andrew?
Ayan. Oo din. Okay, so ngayon makakasama na po natin si Attorney Jess Falsis. Nasa kabilang linya na po siya. Hi, Attorney.
Alam mo si Jess. Ayan, si Jess. Kamusta, Jess?
Ayan.
Riveted ka ba, Jess?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Clear, very clear, Jess. At ang linaw-linaw mo pa sa ating YouTube. Ito. Alam mo, Jess, kanina pa tayo nagme-message dyan, ano? Alam mo, si Kaufman may charm. May charm talaga. May charm. Talagang he has a facility in English kasi English siya. And talagang kung pakikinggan mo, wow, parang okay, galing niya magsalita. Pero narinig natin tong si Julian Nichols tad ng facts Jess sobre. I was so riveted. 49 distinct incidents, 76 murders, 2 attempted murders. Paano mapapasinungalingan yan? Tapos yung mga video pa. Alam mo, hindi pa ako magtataka. Ilalabas niya pa siguro bukas yung mga newspapers all over the world. At tingin mo?
Ang na-cover pa lang niya Julian Nichols, di ba din, today is Davao Death Squad, which is the first count. I think bukas, mako-cover niya yung second or third count. Ang makikita natin dyan, so far parang yung mga witnesses, di ba, hindi naman nakapangalan, no? Pero we all know before si Las Cañas and Matubato, they have already given their statements about the Davao Death Squad. And mostly, parang yun yung nangyayari ngayon. Davao Death Squad yung na-focus kanina. Bukas, baka marinig natin yung mga ibang witnesses na nakapagsalita na about the national killing or national structure. Like si Roy Nagarma Baka meron tayong makita bukas tungkol dun sa mga paymaster or yung quota and system reward for the killing. So, nakaka-goosebumps talaga, like yung excitement and yung adrenaline rush, but also disgust, anger, but inspiration na the ICC can do something like that. Yan pala yung global justice and international law at work. Nakaka-amaze din.
Alam mo, kaya ako Jess, I really take exception dun sa mga nagsasabi na yung mga narrative na sinasabi na somewhat like na if we cooperate with international justice, we are somehow surrendering our national sovereignty or disrespecting our legal system. It's wrong, di ba? Totally wrong. Now we are witness to justice at work. Di ba, Jess?
Maling-mali, Prof. Di ba? The Constitution says we have to cooperate. Lagi nilang sinasabi, sovereignty. Sa ano bang source ng sovereignty din? Di ba, the Constitution says we adopt the generally accepted principles of international law as part of the law of the land. So kung ano yung batas sa international law na generally accepted, like alam naman natin ito, medyo technical, di ba? Jus cogens ang norm against crime against humanity. So it is very fundamental. So it's part of the law of our land, mandated by the Constitution. Kung ayaw nila nun, baguhin muna nila yung Constitution.
Totoo yan eh. Ang punto ngayon we are in a global world now where the paradigm is legal integration of all the system, especially when we're talking about the crime against humanity. Grabe, di ba, Jess? Alam mo, natutuwa rin ako eh. Natutuwa rin ako dito sa napapanood natin. I mean, I hope people are listening and people are looking at it. Because dito nakikita na, ako, Jess, nakikita ko na yung picture na hindi natin nakita noon. Pati yung mga video, yung mga tungkol sa kampanya, yung 100,000 people, may kulang nakita yan
Parang bagong-bago din yung may CCTV na Command Operation Center, tapos si Duterte tinuturo yung parang tatlong DDS hitmen. Never ko pa yun na syempre alam mo naman tayo, nagmo-monitor tayo ng mga ganon, pero never ko pa yun nakita.
Oo nga. Talagang full revelation to, no? And ano pang expectation natin bukas? The national level na yan. Second count na yan bukas.
Prosecution day pa din, no? Yung sa defense kasi, wag natin naman i-discount. Although I agree with you, right now, so far it looks like may substantial evidence to believe na the charges should be confirmed. Ang araw kasi ng defense sa Thursday pa eh. Bukas, prosecution day. Buong araw bukas is prosecution day. We will hear count 2, which is yung high value targets ng Oplan Tokhang at Oplan Double Barrel. And the third is yung barangay
clearance.
Ako, by the way din, barangay kagawad ako, alam ko yan. Sobrang institutionalized ng Anti-Drug Abuse Council sa barangay, which is very good, no? That's good. Pero nung panahon ni Duterte, nagamit yung BADAC, tinatawag na Barangay Anti-Drug Clearing Operations, BADAC or KADAC pag city. Nagamit yan in terms of mga watch list, in terms of invasion of the right to privacy, and as a list para magkaroon ng mga killings. Sino yung mga papatayin? Yan talaga yung nakakagimbal nung panahon ni Duterte, yung mga barangay na transform or na convert para maging killing list or killing machines ng state apparatus.
Alam mo, comparing the statement of Ngay, no, yung first prosecutor, si Kaufman, ang nahalata ko, I mean, distilling the essence of what they said. Si prosecutor was talking about Duterte as a leader within a system, commander-in-chief, di ba, yung mga leader of the nation. Pero itong si Kaufman, he was talking about Duterte as a person who is a unique politician. Niisip-isip ko, kung ang crime against humanity yung prove mo, what's the point of proving that he is a unique politician kung hindi mo naman mapapasinungalingan yung mga aligasyon ng pagpatay? Diba? Parang ang layo. And yet, no, si Kaufman, you will be taken by way of his charm, no? Talagang facility of English, parang here, there, ganon, wow, parang English. Pero when you settle down, mabuti nga nag-break eh. Nag-break, naisip ko, tingnan mo na, ano nga bang pinasinungalingan nito? Wala! Sabi ko.
When he was accusing the counsel for the victims of political demagoguery, which is wala daw legal arguments, yung opening statement ng kabila. Diba? Ang opening statement ni Joel Butuyan, medyo emotional, which understandably, tama kasi victims naman ang wini-represent niya. Pero may legal arguments din si Joel Butuyan.
Yung second part.
Yeah, ang nakakatawa, ito si Kaufman, he was accusing the lawyer of the counsel for the victims of political demagoguery na walang legal arguments, and yet siya mismo, yung first half ng ni Kaufman, demagoguery and hypocrisy. So wala namang legal rebuttal na si BBM daw i-neutralize si President Duterte. Wala namang legal argument sa yung mga pinagsasabi niya nung umpisa. Parang hindi niya makita na he's doing what he's accusing the others of doing.
Ang tanong ko sa iyo, Jess, ito. Ngayon iniisip ko, was that part of the strategy of the prosecution to talk about something like that so that Kaufman will be mapiprick yung yung kanyang feelings, magde-deviate siya doon para maubos yung first 10 minutes niya saying nothing, which is useless. Diba? Sabi ko, what a great strategy, diba?
Ang tawag dyan sa Gen Z, debated. He was baited. Oo. Hindi niya nalaman na patibong pala yun na, sige, kailangan kong patulan. Kasi yung first 5 sentences, wala yun sa speech niya. If you notice din, if you look at his body language, meron siyang prepared speech, which is proper naman, tama naman yun. Pero yung first 3 to 5 sentences niya, spontaneous rebuttal niya yun doon sa narinig niyang bait or patibong ni Attorney Joel Butuyan. Wala yun sa plano niya, pero he had to rebut because he's the lawyer of Duterte, and the DDS or the supporters of Duterte, syempre, they want to hear a strong defense from Kaufman.
Alam mo, Jess, no? Look at this. If you look at an authoritarian system, sino ang unang pinupunti rin ng diktador? Press, NGO, media at academics. Tignan mo yung linya ni Kaufman. Sinabi niya, itong bad imaging kay Duterte ay kagagawa ng press, media, academic, at saka pinasiringan pa si Maria Ressa di ba? So makikita mo talaga, wow, that's the mindset of a dictatorship, di ba? Parang gano'n,
parang hindi pang lawyer, parang pang siya mismo, DDS propaganda. Parang siyang naging propagandist. With, in fairness, kunwari, ako din, syempre tayo natatawa. But on his side, I think he was pressured. Or talagang yun yung baka utos sa kanya. Kasi sabi niya, kinakausap niya yung mga Pilipinong lawyers ni Duterte. Yun naman yung mga, kung ano yung sinabi ni Kaufman, parang yun din yung sasabihin ni Sal Panelo or ni Medjaldea. Di ba?
Yeah. You're correct, ha? You're correct. Baka na-pressure siya, no? Baka, why are you not saying this? Why are you not saying that? Why are you not saying this? This is highly political. Don't you know that? Baka kinakaroon siya, di ba? Siya naman siguro na-overwhelm.
Remember din, he was threatened to be fired once before. Di ba? Parang nagka-issue na yan na dapat si Santi na yan, walang kwenta yung hindi naman maganda magdepensa kay Tatay Digong. Galit na galit yung mga DDS para hindi daw die hard. So ngayon, pinatunayan niya, die hard siya.
At ang huling binanggit niya si Tatay Digong. Sabi niya, di ba si Tatay? Si Tatay. Gosh, no? It's talagang makikita mo talaga yung kaibahan, ano? Tapos biglang sumulpot naman tong si Julian Nichols. Wow, what a story. 'Di ba? Talagang loaded parang hindi ka na makahinga dun sa habang pinapanood mo. Kung gusto kong lumabas, pinigil ko ang jingle ko. Baka may makaligtaan ako. So ganoon Jess, 'di ba?
Stand out sa akin din yung yung dinner meeting, 'di ba? In a fancy dinner na restaurant na hindi daw ma-imagine ng isang ordinaryong tao, itong witness na nagkwento, hindi niya ma-imagine na he would be invited to a dinner meeting with the mayor of Davao. Pero pagdating daw doon, ano pala, ang utos pala or parang kaya pala sila ini-invite was to tell them that their job is to kill drug pushers, snatchers, and mga ganong-ganong tao,
Oo,
no?
oo,
Which
oo.
totally contradicts yung opening statement ni Kaufman, which you pointed out kanina, na si Julian Nichols, ang tinitira niya, may direct, may personal, may clear statement from Duterte ordering the killings. Hindi yung sinasabi ni Kaufman, which is parang gaslighting na wala daw direct order from Duterte. So ito, may
Yes,
direct
yes,
order
yes.
among other
Yes.
things. Hindi lang naman
Yes.
ito.
Ang galing, ang galing ni ang Nichols, no? Parang kinakat niya yung kanyang prepared speech just to, kung pupunta siya sa punto na timing na ito, pwedeng pang-rebat ito kay Kaufman, tumitigil siya at tsaka nagre-refer siya sa it's tab number so and so. Talagang talagang may evidence di ba? Alam mo,
Di ba,
Jess,
Dean? Yung sa stub number, makikita natin yung how the ICC is careful and the prosecutors are careful in terms of revealing the identities of the witnesses or the victims. Kasi they have to refer to the evidence without naming the witness, without revealing the identity of the witness. Kaya yung sinasabi niya, baka nagugulat yung iba, ano ba tong number na ito na sinasite niya? Ganun annex siya. It's like sinasite niya yung part ng evidence that the ICC judges have to look at so that they are convinced that the charges should be confirmed.
alam mo, isa pang tingin ko dito, no, isang tingin ko yung nag-refer yung first prosecutor, yung statement ni Duterte na these are not human beings, parang ganon, they're human. Alam mo, exactly I know what he was doing He was already para bang filling up the elements of crime against humanity, that there is an attack on a particular sector of the civil population di ba? Ito na yung sector If you say people are not human, then you are referring to a sector, a group of people which turns out to be addicts or drug addicts, di ba? That was the point of that statement. Kaya pinapaulit-ulit niya. Sabi ko, he was brilliant. That guy was brilliant because now he laid the foundation of attack on a particular sector of the society, which is one of the elements in crime against humanity.
Yun ang function niya talaga, di ba, Dean?
Yes.
Pag prosecutor ka, kahit sa Pilipinas, you look at the elements of the crime and you have to connect and prove each and every element. So, yung sa crime against humanity, number one dyan yung dehumanization. Inaalis mo yung pagkatao ng mga yan para ma-justify mo yung pagpapatay na malawakan or systemic to a group or to a certain sector.
That's correct. That's the point, diba? That's the point. Parang amoral ka na you don't see the value of human beings already. That's crime again. Kaya nga it's the yung sabi nila, the most obnoxious crime ever to be committed, diba? So yan. Grabe,
That is why, diba, Dean? That is why it is prosecutable anywhere in the world. Kasi anong kinakagalit ng mga DDS? Bakit sa ICC? Alam mo, I'm talking about to the DDS, alam nyo mga DDS, hindi porket ginawa sa Pilipinas, hindi na yan pwedeng hatulan or husgahan ng ibang bansa because a crime against humanity is a crime against all jurisdictions, against all people. It can be prosecuted anywhere. Kaya kailangan ng mga tinatanong nyo, yung mga nag-aral talaga ng international law, hindi yung mga DDS lang na kuno-kuno, may propaganda para lituhin kayo.
Alam mo, there's really a very, very, very remarkable advantage kung sa ICC One is geography, ang layo sa atin. And second, it's non-political. Talagang makikita mo, it's an ideal setting. Kasi kung dito yan, baka araw-araw sa harapan ng korte, may mga rally dyan. At hindi na matutuloy talaga yung kaso. At isa pa, kaya malayo, na-objectify mo. Hindi nyo maaabot yan. Dahil mga non-political mga tao dyan, wala yung kinikilingan, tinitignan lang yan, ebidensya. Diba?
Hindi nila kilala si Duterte, si Bato, si Bongo, si Aguirre, mga na-mention na kanina din sa presentation na Julian Nichols. Hindi nila iba-ibang mga bansa to din, 'di ba? Hindi naman to iba-ibang mga lahi. So hindi to parang magiging bias for or against just because narinig nila sa balita, sa Philippine media, sa mga bias tulad natin, or let's say,
Oo.
kung sino mang
Oo.
mga propagandista daw dito sa Pilipinas. Both sides, wala silang pakialam. DDS ka, Marcos
Oo.
loyalist,
Oo.
Pinklawan, independent, wala silang pake. Hindi nila yan alam. They are from different countries with different backgrounds. So, objective talaga yan.
Yes, yes. Kaya ako kaya ako may naaasiwa ako yung mga narrative na people are getting confused na yung notion na they are confusing the fact that you are trying to save 2-3 people would already mean denigrating our national sovereignty. Parang sabi ko, what the hell? Di ba? Sabi ko, sabi niyo man ako yan, di ba? That's not that doesn't follow, 'di ba? At nakikita natin ngayon to sa ICC, ang ganda ng setup nila doon, Talagang magalang ang dalawang mga abogado at bagamat sinasabi ng isa, "Oy, mali ka." 'Di ba? Etong ebidensya, tignan mo, nasa tab yan, hindi mo ba nabasa? 'Di ba? Parang ganoon eh.
Tsaka grabing efficiency. Grabing direct to the point. Parang naiinggit ako para sa Philippine system, no, sa court system natin. It's something that is inspiring or something that we should aspire for. Na tingnan mo tong ICC prosecutor na to, sabi, let's adjourn early kahit may 5 minutes pa ako kasi pang second count or third count na yung i-discuss ko. Bukas na lang. So that's one. Tapos yung ICC naman, judges, walang anything. Talagang, okay, yan na, ito, bukas, adjourned. Dismiss. Talagang ang bilis.
Ang bilis talaga, no? Ang bilis talaga, no? Talagang napaka-inspiring makita yung mga ganong mga procedure, no? Parang walang keme-keme. Why are you asking for a postponement? There's still 5 minutes. Make use of the 5 minutes. Sa ating siguro ganun doon.
And walang nagde-dare mag-overtime. Kahit 1 minute, di ba? Kahit 1 minute din. Walang nag-overtime doon eh. Laging sinasabihan, may taga-remind sa tabi kasi, you only have 5 minutes left. So si Attorney Butuya naman, okay. Minamanage na yan. A good lawyer naman will fit yung kanyang prepared speech doon sa time. Tsaka yung sabi mo kanina, si Julian Nichols nag-a-adjust. I think may speech talaga siya, may presentation siyang prepared. Pero hindi niya yun sinundan 100%. So may mga deviations siya, depende sa naging opening statement ni Kaufman. So, ang galing.
Talagang talagang yung pang isa kung bakit maganda sa ICC at hindi dito, because dito I could bet against anybody, wala pang isang prosecutor dito at isang judge na nakapag-handle ng crime against humanity. There is no expertise in the Philippines, kaya mas mabuti pang doon na lang natin dinigin for both parties, no? To be able to really give them due process under the international standard, kasi may mga dalubhasa na magdidinig dyan at mga abogado na alam yan. Pero kung dito, wala namang prosecutor, wala namang judge na nakahawak pa siguro ng crime against humanity. Delikado. Diba? So it's really better in sa ICC.
Oh yes, and that's the wisdom behind RA 9851, di ba din? Ang dami kasing nagrereklamo, wala daw batas, nag-deny ng due process, bakit daw sinurrender or give up? Hindi kasi nila binabalikan yung RA 9851, ang number one sponsor niyan, Miriam Defensor Santiago. We also have to note din, no, baka hindi kasi alam ng iba, madaming DDS senators ngayon na pumirma noon. Andun si Chis Escudero, pinirmahan niya yung RA 9851. Andun si Jinggoy, si Mig Zubiri naman, tsaka si Pinoy and other senators, andun naman, pumirma din tsaka nag-support, no? But ang point, they saw the wisdom na magkaroon itong Section 18 or Section 7 na in the interest of justice and expediency. Kasi yan yung problema ng crimes against humanity. Kailangan malutasan yan agad. In the interest of justice, the Philippines, the Republic, can surrender or extradite or itry mo dito. So, merong 3 options yung Estado. So, titingnan mo kung ano yung pinakamagandang option. And it seems because ang ICC ang may expertise, meron na silang investigation. Hindi pa tayo nag-start, wala pa nag-file against Duterte, Bongo, Bato. There is no case, sasabihin nila, ang dami ng kaso against the war on drugs sa Pilipinas, but there is no specific criminal charges or cases against Duterte and Bongo. So, sa ICC meron na. sinurrender na, doon na lang.
Oh, tsaka actually Republic Act 9851 in fact is the statutory bridge linking that international crime against humanity with the enforcement mechanism dito sa Pilipinas para magkaroon nga ng legal integration at magtulungan ng countries in the whole world, di ba? That's the point of the universal jurisdiction, di ba?
Legal integration, not just with international law. Ano muna?
Yes.
Constitution din, di ba? Kasi
Correct.
sasabihin niya, sovereignty, etc. Ito, may batas, may constitution, nag-i-interact and nag-i-interlink yung kanilang mga sinasabi na the Philippines adopts international law as part of the law of the land because we support the community of nations. We love peace, we love the rule of law. Tapos sabi naman ni RE 9851, crimes against humanity is a jus cogens norm. Napaka-importante niyang norm na kailangan masolusyonan or ma-prevent, ma-mitigate. So ito na ang batas at ito na ang mga mekanismo para sagutin kung magkaroon man ng crimes against humanity sa Pilipinas.
Yan. At bukas, Jess, expectation natin bukas, ito na yung count 2. Or continuation pa ng a little bit siguro ng count 1 pero tutungo na sa count 2 ito na yung during his presidency yung transmittal of that Davao model to in the national level, no?
Count 2 at saka count 3 I think baka matapos na bukas yon din kasi sa Thursday merong part doon I think ang counsel for the victims. So hindi lang si prosecutor. So matatapos na I think si prosecutor, definitely he should be finished by tomorrow. Count 2, count 3, the national model that replicated the Davao Death Squad, ginawang national. Count 2 is Oplan double barrel, yung mga high value targets. And then
Yes.
count 3 is the barangay drug clearing operations.
Ayan, okay. Jess, gabi na. Maraming salamat at sana bukas masagabal ka ulit namin kung walang magi-interview sa'yo. Kasi kami sumisingit talaga.
Predictable naman ang schedule ng ICC eh. It is 5
nga
p.m. to 10 p.m. Philippine time. Kaya pwede ka lagi mag-live by 11.
Correct. And I always do that basta't may ganito ganito at ang dami ring nanonood sa atin eh. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Jess. Thank you very much sa pag-iistorbo sa iyo.
Thank you for having me. And
Ayan na si Presidente Duterte walang kasalanan. News item, headline around the world.
Kapag hindi sila pumunta din,
Ewan ko lang. Kayo, nasa sa inyo na yun.
ako para sa akin, ano yun, hanggang salita lang pala yung loyalty nila?
Correct.
Kay President Duterte.
Kung ako si Attorney Kaufman, I will demand that the two come to the Hague. Pumunta kayo dito. Kasi kayo ang dalawang matataas na posisyon sa Republika ng Pilipinas na makapagpapatibay kung ano man ang gusto naming patibayan. O, di ba?
Kaya,
Okay.
Senator Bato, nasa na po kayo?
Ano pa mga tanong dyan? Meron pa bang tanong?
Madami din actually. Kaya fini-filter ko na siya.
Bakit kailangan may...
Bakit kailangan may lugar ang katotohanan at hustisya? Kung ang gusto natin makuha ang katotohanan, bakit hindi pwede sa ICC?
Ang ganda rin nun. Melissa.
Yes, walang pinipili ang katotohanan. May mga practical basis lang kasi na hindi natin maiiwasan, di ba? Di ba?
Inuulit ko po, mas delikado pag dito siya lilitisin.
Yes. Oo. Safe po siya doon. Huwag po kayo mag-alala. Ito si FMG, sabi niya, masimulan na para malaman ng mga ebidensya at depensa.
Correct. Kung ma-acquit, acquit. That's it. Finish. Kung ma-guilty, guilty. Tapos.
Kung gusto niyo pong makalaya si President Duterte, umpisahan na natin. Tapusin na natin tong investigasyon na to para makalaya na siya kung wala man siyang ginawa.
At magpasalamat kayo sa abogado. Ewan ko magpapasalamat sila sa abogado ni Duterte pero yung abogado po ni Duterte, ang karamihan ng mga mungkahi o motion na nakapag-aantala sa kaso, nanggagaling po sa kampo ni President Duterte.
Kaya kung gusto nyong mapabilis, mag-ano po kayo, call out Attorney Kaufman. Huwag nang mag-motion.
Tama na yung motion. Ito si Bootsky Parel, sabi niya, biased ang batas dahil hindi pabor sa kanilang idolo.
Ayun.
Whoops.
Ayan. Ito si Catherine Polidario naman. Sabi niya, the legal team of my boss was one who investigated in the Philippines on 2017 at ang hirap nga daw silang makakuha ng information kaya binigay ko sina Laila de Lima at Senator Trillanes.
Sila nagbigay, parang ganun.
Siguro siya yung nag-ano.
Oo. It only shows, di ba nga, na kaya nga dapat international tribunal ang mag-imbestiga. Kasi nga pag dito, syempre sila nakaupo din tapos sila iimbestigahan.
Yes.
Ano
crime
namang i-expect mo?
Crime against humanity. The mere fact that it's crime against humanity.
Yeah.
It is a crime that is shocking to the conscience of the world.
Not only the country.
Not only the country, not only a single individual, but it is shocking. Grossly shocking to the conscience of the whole wide world. Yun po ang gravity niyan.
Ito, si Jaime Sabanal, sabi niya, tama po ba, attorney, pag binasahan na bukas si Duterte ng confirmation of charges, hindi na po ba pwede umapila ang mga senador o ang abogado niya, lalo na ang wala daw jurisdiction ng ICC? Actually, meron pong sarili tayong kaso dyan, yung Pangilinan versus Cayetano, na sinasabi na po ng Korte Suprema na meron pong jurisdiction ng ICC.
At sa matter of fact nga, meron nang preliminary decision ng ICC na meron jurisdiction sila.
Yes.
Ngayon po, wala po makakapagpigil doon sa abogado ni Duterte kung ano ang kanyang mga maneuver, whether with merit or without merit. Nasa sa kanila po yun. Di ba? Kung may mga dilatory tactics sila. Hindi na, wala akong alam.
So,
or baka sa tingin nila talagang tunay yung gusto nilang gawin. In good faith. Nasa kanila po yun talaga.
Ayan, so dun sa mga supporters ni President Duterte ngayon na naniniwala na walang bias, wala naman po talagang bias ang Supreme Court, pero meron po silang isang desisyon na sinabi nila na pwede.
Yes.
Na meron pong jurisdiction ng ICC.
Basahin niyo po yan, Pangilinan versus Cayetano. Hindi po kami nag-iimbento.
March 70, kaya po kita niyo yung mga count 1, count 2, count 3. All the commissions doon ay before 2019.
Yes. Kaya may jurisdiction pa rin po ang ICC.
So, sabihin man natin na meron pa ring EJK hanggang matapos yung termino ni President Duterte ng 2022, hindi po siya pwedeng kasuhan doon.
Yeah.
Kasi wala
may
na po.
cut-off period na.
Oo. So, yung March 18, 2019 to 2022, hindi na po siya pwedeng kasuhan ng ICC doon. Ayan.
Thank you, Jaime ba to? Thank
si
you,
Jaime Sabanal. Yes. At sige, naghahanap pa tayo ng mga comment.
Yeah.
Ito, si Bernie Garcia, sabi niya, those lawyers who are ignorant of the law and do not respect the law amounting to obstruction of justice should be disbarred for violation of the canon for lawyers and as officer of the court.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting, not necessarily groundless because ang daling makita Ang daling makita ng may batas, may international law, may konstitusyon, at kung hadlangan nila ang pagpapatupad ng isang warrant of arrest ayon dun sa mga batas na iyon, di ba obstruction of justice yun?
Yes. They are violating the Constitution and the law.
Yes, right.
So may punto si Bernie.
May punto. Yung Bernie kanina pa naming sinasabi.
Sabi ni Cindy, maling. Sabi niya, for all we know, tayong mga Pinoy ang nagbabayad kay Kaufman.
Wag sana.
Wag naman!
Wag sana.
Thank you, Cindy.
Curious lang ako, magkano kaya ang bayad nila kay Kaufman? Siguro malaki, no?
Parang
Siyempre hindi
confidential.
Pero hindi kasi siya level ng Philippine money.
So sure.
Feeling ko di mga millions of dollars yan. Ako feeling
baka
ko.
Millions of dollars.
High profile case.
Or at least aabot or at least aabot ng millions of dollars because it's a high profile case.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ayan, eto si Edwin Vivares, sabi niya, dapat lang na may ICC kasi may pag-asa pa yung mga mahihirap na nawalan ng hustisya. Ayaw ng karamihan, abusado mga politiko ang ICC, alam nila, hindi babang buhay hindi habang buhay matatakasan nila ang batas.
Alam mo, sabi nga ni Senator Laila de Lima noon, di ba, aabot at aabutan rin kayo ng kamay ng hustisya.
Tama.
Di ba? Ito na siguro yun.
What goes around comes around.
Yes, alright.
Thank you, Edwin, ha?
Yes.
Approve, sinikan doon. So, yan.
Ito
Diba?
si
Yung mga-
Jora Moso. Si Sir po ba yung dating dean ng FEU na in-interview ni Ian Esguerra? Yes po.
Yes.
Ako po yung in-interview ni Ian Esguerra at sana po na napakinggan nyo yung interview ko kay Ian Esguerra. Opo, ako po iyon. In-interview po ako at actually si Ian Esguerra, in-slice niya pa yung interview ko sa mga daming mga parte.
Para mas focused.
Hayaan nyo po, ako naman pong babawi kay Ian at magpapasama kami dito kay Ian at magtalakay rin po siya.
Magko-collaborate,
Soon.
yes.
Sana makapag-collaborate.
So nanonood ka pala kay Ian. Mabuti, masalamat nanonood ka rin sa amin.
Yes.
Although we are just a lowly program.
Oo, malaki masyado si Christian Esguerra.
Oo,
Iba yan,
masyado
ibang
Kaya
level yan.
subscribe na kayo kay Dean. Pati yung
Yes.
mga trolls na nanonood ngayon.
Opo, yung mga trolls.
Subscribe na po
Ayos
kayo.
lang po, mag-subscribe po kayo tapos tuwing linggo meron kayong ibabash.
Oo.
Yes.
Ako ay
Tama.
mababash.
Oo.
Opo.
Pati
Okay
nga
lang.
kami. Okay lang naman.
Oo.
Ito.
Eto.
Mga bias kayo, may kulay kayo, dilaw kayo. Ayos lang, no problem.
Eto si Pist154. Ba't po hindi sinunod yung Article 59 ng Rome Statute? Dina, explain natin ano
Ito
ba
ba
yung Article 59?
Yung complementary? Kasi po, basta sinabi yung 9851, wine-waive na natin ang jurisdiction natin. Lahat na po yun. Lahat na po yun. Lahat na po. Kung ano man ang alituntunin ng international norm na may karapatan tayo at meron tayong ibig benepisyo doon, hindi na po natin, sinasabi natin sa kanila, ayaw na namin yan.
Yes.
Ayaw na namin po yan. Ayon po sa aming batas, meron po kaming kapangyarihan na isawalang-alang na po iyang complementary na hindi na po dito namin ililitis yan. Yun po ang buod ng 9851. A state party which has received a request for provisional arrest or surrender shall immediately take steps to arrest the person in question in accordance with laws. Yan po.
Siguro din ang tanong niya, kung hindi naman tayo state party sa Rome Statute, bakit hindi sinunod yung Article 50?
Okay, wait.
Exactly.
Mali pala yung sinasabi ko kanina. Parang ang sinasabi ko kanina, yung complementarity.
Yes, complementarity.
Iba po pala yan. Yan pala yun. Oo. Kasi po, ang sinasabi ng waiver na liabilities yun, di ba? Ito po, procedure to.
Yes.
Ito po, procedure to. Ang wine-waive po natin yung mga nakalagay po kasi sa Article 127.
Ito naman din ang 127.
Yan.
Nakalagay sa 127 po, kahit na po tayo tumiwalag, kahit na po tayo ay tumiwalag, kahit na po ang bansa natin ay tumiwalag sa Rome Statute, meron pong residual obligation po tayo na gampanan pa rin ang ilang mga obligasyon bago mag-2019. Kaya po kung may naakusahan na crime against humanity, obligasyon po nating arestuhin.
Yes.
So,
Saka
yun
kaya
po
po hindi mag-a-apply yung Article 59 na a state party kasi po ngayon, as of this moment at nung nahuli siya, hindi na po tayo state party. Kaya hindi po talaga i-a-apply yan, yung Article 59.
Pero ang sige din.
Sige, sabihin mo.
Hindi, parang ang ang pinakasusundin dito is yung withdrawal na kasi eto na yung after the fact na mag-withdraw tayo, which is sinasabi ng 127 na kahit mag-withdraw ang Pilipinas or kung sino mang state, yung mga krimen na nangyari before kayo mag-withdraw, obligasyon nyo pa rin.
Kailangan pa nating tulungan.
Yes.
Yan po ang sinasabi ng Rome Statute. Tandaan nyo po, pumirma po tayo ng Rome Statute. Ang isang commitment po natin, yung Article 127 na sinasabi, ang isang estado ay hindi po madi-discharge sa ayon lamang sa pag-withdraw nila sa mga obligasyon nila habang sila ay state party. So, ayun po.
So, yung Article 127 po, Miss Pist 154, yan po ay nag-govern sa jurisdiction, okay, ng ICC. Yung pong Article 59, yan po yung tinatawag na procedure kapag po may warrant of arrest from the ICC, yung isang akusado. So, dahil nga po hindi na tayo state party, hindi na po mandatory na sundin natin yung Article 59. Ayan. Thank you, Pist.
Ayan. Ito si VMPF 2011. Brilliant move ni Digong. The Constitution is all about justice and justice is about due process. The water does not flow upstream.
Oh, okay.
Matalim.
Brilliant move.
Ito si Roy.
Pero i-clear ko lang kanina. Kahit wala ang Rome Statute, meron po tayong Republic Act 9851. May 9851 po tayo. Yun rin po sinasabi ng mga itang otoridad na the Rome Statute really parang icing on the cake. Pero kahit wala po yung Rome Statute, nauna po yung Article 9851 natin.
Yan.
So, yun po.
So, yun yung timeline. 2009, nagkaroon po tayo 9851. Tanggalin po natin yung Rome Statute. Hindi tayo pumirma sa Rome Statute. Pero kung sakaling mag-imbestiga ang ICC, kahit wala tayo sa Rome Statute, pwede pa rin nating isurrender kung sino man ang iniimbestigahan.
Sapagkat po sinabi ng 9851, in the interest of justice, kung meron na pong nag-iimbestigang isang international court, kahit ano pa mang international court na nag-iimbestiga sa isang crime against humanity, pwede na po nating ipaubaya sa kanila.
Walang sinabi dito sa 9851 na in relation to the Rome Statute.
O kaya dapat tayo sumapi sa Rome Statute. Wala po.
Yes.
In simple terms po, hindi na po pwede yung argumento nyo na wala nang jurisdiction ng ICC sa Pilipinas.
Kasi in the first place, hindi lang ICC ang binigyan ng jurisdiction, lahat ng international court.
Kaya po yung kung halimbawa ngayon yung co-perpetrators may ICC warrant of arrest. Kasi po pinahintulutan ng 9851 na ang ICC po ay humawak na nung kasong yon.
Yes.
Sila na po, ayan po malinaw ang 9851. Kaya po kung mag-i-issue ng warrant of arrest yun, hindi rin po labag sa ating konstitusyon. Sapagkat sa ating konstitusyon po, sinasabi, ang isang tao ay aarestuhin kung may inisyong warrant of arrest ng isang judge. Hindi po sinasabi kung lokal o foreign. If the law does not distinguish, we should not distinguish. Kaya po redundant lang kung pupunta pa ulit sa isang korte.
Naku, sana nakikinig yung ilang mga senador.
Kaya nga
Para maliwanagan po kayo.
Oo nga Ayan, okay.
Sana may ICC din para sa mga kurako.
Sabi ni Roy Hukaban, sana may ICC din para sa mga kurako.
Oo nga, no?
Well,
ICC, nga
we can just hope for the best.
Yeah. So tatandaan po natin na mangyayari bukas, mga alas 5, mapapanood natin yung dalawang panig po. Sila po ay maglalatag ng kanilang mga buod ng kanilang kaso at ang ilang mga ebidensya para mapakita po na may substantial evidence para ilipat na sa tinatawag na trial chamber. At yung kabila naman po, pwede nilang questionin ng jurisdiction ulit ng korte, maglalatag rin po ng ebidensya. At pagkatapos po, tutuloy yun hanggang February 27. Hanggang medyo mahaba po. Tapos pagkatapos ng February 27, may 60 days po ang ICC para pwedeng tatlong alternative, pwede po. Pwedeng sabihin, sige, ituloy nyo na yung kasong yan sa trial chamber. O kaya, maghanap pa kayo ng mga ebidensya nyo. O pangatlo, walang ebidensya, i-dismiss natin. Tatlo pong sitwasyon.
Ito, may follow-up question lang po si Pist. Sabi niya, ba't hindi daw mag-a-apply yung processes, yung Article 59 nga daw po, hindi ba part daw yun ng residual obligations?
Yun nga. Oo nga Yun yung sinasabi ko. Yan po, part yan ng residual obligation talaga.
Hindi, ang sinasabi po kasi dito sa Article 59 na dapat in accordance with its laws and provisions yung So bakit daw hindi nag-apply na dito sa Pilipinas inaresto kung parte ng Article 59 yung
A state party which has received a request for provisional arrest or for arrest and surrender shall immediately take steps to arrest the person in question in accordance with its laws and the provisions of Part 9. Doon po sa ating in accordance with its laws, meron po tayong Republic Act 98, 51.
Yes.
Ang sinasabi, pwede na po nating i-waive yung mismong laws natin para na nga po matuloy na ang pag-aaresto.
Yun po yung nangyari.
Yun po yung nangyari.
Yung sinasabi po dun sa Article 59 na with its na in relation dun sa ating state laws, meron po tayong sariling batas natin na pinapayagang isurrender.
Opo.
At
ayan
yun
po.
ang ginawa ng Pilipinas, sinorender si
Oo.
President.
Correct. Oho, may option tayo na tuloy na o hindi. So yun po ang ginawa. So ang sinasabi ng 59 in accordance with its laws, at ang laws na po na yon na tinutukoy yung pwede yung Republic Act 9851.
Actually, kahit sa ang anggulo
Oo.
Iisa lang yung yung conclusion.
Oo. Kung wala po itong batas na to, kung 9851, hindi po pwede yung ginawa ng ICC. Yun lang po yun. So kung ayaw nilang mangyari ito in the future, i-abolish nyo po yung 9851. Pero tignan natin kung sino ang mga
Oo, ang
mga
kapal naman ng
magagalit.
mukha ng mga mag-a-abolish.
Yes.
Thank you, Pest, ha?
Thank you so much, Piz. At least, diba, nagka-clarify siya. Oo.
Gusto niyang matuto din.
Yes. Ito si Reynaldo Villasencio, sabi niya, tama lang po sa ICC ang kaso dahil pag dito sa government ang bagsak, example, pag na acquit si FPRRD, sasabihin ng victim pang mayaman at pang makapangyarihan lang ang batas natin. Pag natalo naman si FPRRD, sasabihin naman
Pinulitika.
anong sasabihin?
Feeling ko ganun.
Oo, tama actually. Sabi
Ay,
niya, sasabihin pinulitika si
Ay,
FPRRD. Sa governor din ang bagsak, wala tayong mapupuntahan ng CC sa gobyerno.
So therefore, dami if you do, dami if you don't.
At least kapag third party ang wala kang pwedeng sisihin dito sa gobyerno natin. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na pang mayaman lang hostisya at di mo pwedeng sabihin na kakampi kasi. Or yung mga ganon, diba? So tama lang na nasa ICC na yung kaso.
Thank you, Reynaldo, for your wonderful comment.
Ayan, eto si Sulky Choi din, nagtatanong siya bukas daw ba meron tayong special episode para i-discuss yung nangyari. So parang post-mortem. Post-mortem nung hearing.
Parang
5 to 6, 6
post-game
to
analysis
7,
no?
7 to 8. Malamang po mga alas 9. Alas 9, baka matapos yun ng alas 9.
Subukan natin.
Susubukan po natin. Pero lang po yan, yung parang kung mga nanonood kayo sa sine, parang yung mga opening statement. Opening statement lang po yung bukas. Pero doon po natin makikita yung trajectory ng kaso.
Pero kung merong something interesting na mangyari, diba?
Yes.
Most probably,
Kasi
baka mag-live tayo.
Baka bigla pong mag-utos ka agad. From the preliminary observation of this court, we find that there is substantial evidence to issue the warrant of arrest against the following persons.
Ayan na. Magla-live talaga Magla-live talaga kami.
Makikita niyo po tayo bukas.
Oo. Mabilis pa kami sa alas 4. Thank you, Sulky Choi.
Alam mo, meron pang isang aspeto dito Because any situation that involves, diba, Attorney Jen, a foreign element, especially when it involves foreign affairs like this, where an international body is implicated, the premier foreign policy chief ng Pilipinas ay ang President of the Philippines rin. And whatever the decision of the Philippines according to the jurisprudence in matters of foreign affairs must be given great deference kahit ng Korte Suprema. Kasi ang Korte Suprema nakaupo lang doon. Pero ang presidente siya ang nakakarandam ng supposedly ng sitwasyon ng bayan.
Yan.
Diba?
Kaya nasa kanya rin ang bola, no?
Oo, yes. Kaya that's another aspect, no? If the executive department decides that this foreign matter is best resolved one way or the other, then great deference must be given to the judgment of the executive department. Baka na naman ang judiciary mag-intrude na naman sa prerogative ng executive department in matters of foreign affairs.
Ako, wag naman sana.
Oo nga. Kaya nga
Oo, eto si 2J Singh, sabi niya, good PM po, bakit po wala ng question sa pag-alis natin sa ICC? Pwede po ba talaga na basta presidente lang ang mag-decide or pwedeng ipawalang bisa yung pag-alis natin?
Maganda pong tanong yan sapagkat na-desisyon na po yan ng Korte Suprema at sinasabi po ng Korte Suprema, hindi po. Hindi po pwedeng president lang ang mag-decide. Dapat po may concurrence ng tawag mo dito ng Senado, pero an international de facto act has already occurred. Di ba na tumiwalag na po tayo at tinanggap na ang pagtitiwalag ng international body.
Ni-recognize na.
Hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin sa international body, hoy, walang bisa, hoy, wala na po.
Joke lang yun kasi presidente lang ang
bawiin po namin.
In short, dapat ulitin na po natin ang proseso.
I see. So, kahit hindi man valid yun na presidente lang ang umalis, dahil tinanggap ng ICC, wala na tayong magagawa.
Tinanggap ng ICC Diba?
Parang Bayan versus Romulo.
To the contextual elements. Your Honours, the contextual elements of crimes against humanity are established in this case because, first, there was an attack against the civilian population in the Philippines. The attack targeted civilians alleged to be involved in drug-related crimes and other forms of criminality. The Rome Statute crimes alleged in this case formed part of that attack. Second, the attack was widespread and systematic. And third, the attack was carried out pursuant to or in furtherance of a state or organisational policy. This policy was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines through violent crimes, including murder. The evidence establishing the contextual elements are set out in paragraphs 71 to 86 of our pre-confirmation brief. In relation to the requirement of an attack, our case is that from at least the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019, the Davao Death Squad, or DDS, and/or the National Network carried out an attack which targeted civilians alleged to be criminals. Your Honours have heard from my colleagues how from 2011 until 2016, the attack was concentrated in Davao City. Then, in 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, he and his co-perpetrators expanded the attack nationwide. They used the national network to do this, which, as Mr. Jeremy has explained, was comprised of state actors, such as law enforcement personnel, as well as non-police assets and hitmen. Your Honours, the locations of the murders contained in counts 1 to 3 of our document containing the charges are indicated on the map on your screens. They include 76 murders, which themselves satisfy the threshold of multiple acts making up a course of conduct. However, as Mr. Nichols has noted, the crimes in count 1 to 3 are representative and emblematic of a larger killing campaign. And the prosecution relies on a range of evidence to establish that the attack was made up of thousands of killings and other violent crimes under Article 7.1. This evidence includes datasets and the statements of documentation actors, the evidence of insider witnesses, expert analysis, and the admissions of Philippine state agencies in their public reporting. I will take your honours through some of this evidence now. During Mr. Duterte's mayoral period, hundreds of civilians alleged to be criminals were killed in Davao City. On your screens is a chart with data on extrajudicial killings in Davao based on public reporting. The data is recorded at tab 116. It shows that between 2012 and 2015, there are at least 274 extrajudicial killings in Davao City. This data is corroborated by DDS insider witnesses. Several DDS witnesses say that they each killed hundreds of alleged criminals while with the DDS. Your Honours can see on this slide quotes from one DDS witness. They estimate that, I quote, between 1,500 and 2,000 people, end quote, are buried at Laoud Quarry. The quarry was only one of several places that the DDS dumped bodies in and around Davao. That's at tab 37. This witness said that they personally killed hundreds of people. They described their job as the DDS as being, quote, just to kill small criminals, petty criminals. Out of the almost 300 people that I have killed, I never actually got to kill a drug lord, end quote. That's at tab 34. This witness's words make it clear that the target of the attack was people alleged to be criminals in Davao. Your Honours, another DDS witness who also killed hundreds of people said that the DDS targeted, I quote, suspected criminals in Davao City, including shabu users and pushers, end quote. That's at tab 58. Your Honours, as you have heard previously, Mr Duterte has himself publicly admitted that he killed around 1,700 people while he was mayor of Davao City. I quote, they say I killed 700, they undercounted, around 1,700, end quote. That's at tabs 10, 10.1, 10.2. This evidence, the data collected by independent organisations, the statements of insiders on the hundreds of people that they have each killed, and Mr Duterte's own admission of having killed 1,700 people while mayor of Davao, all show that the attack was widespread in the mayoral period. And the attack continued to be widespread after Mr Duterte became president, when it expanded across the country. The victimisation expanded, with the hundreds killed during the mayoral period becoming thousands in the presidential period. Your Honours can see a map of the Philippines on the slide. The colours which will emerge show the locations and density of the killings in the anti-illegal drug campaign. Purple dots indicate an area with 1 to 10 killings, while yellow indicates 500 killings. This is how the killings progressed throughout the presidential period. Your Honours, this map is based on data collected by an independent organisation which recorded at least 5,823 anti-drug killings during the presidential period. This data is recorded at tab 104. The data shows that the attack during the presidential period was widespread. As Your Honours can see from the map, it occurred across the country. It occurred over multiple years, and thousands of civilians were killed. Mr Duterte's administration effectively admitted to the large volume of the attack. They admitted that thousands of individuals were killed in anti-drug operations while Mr Duterte was president. For example, in the Duterte administration's 2017 year-end report, which you can see on your screens, the administration admitted that 3,967 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first year and a half of Mr Duterte's presidency. That's at tab 106. Similarly, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA, admitted that 5,281 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first 2.5 years of Mr Duterte's presidency. This is at tab 98. These admissions corroborate the widespread nature of the attack. They show that thousands of individuals were killed. Your Honours, in addition to being widespread, the attack was also systematic from its origins and throughout the charge period. The features of DDS operations demonstrate this systematicity during the mayoral period. And these features can be found in our brief at paragraphs 35 to 36 and 88 to 98. Insider witnesses described how time and time again killing operations followed the system set out on the screen. The same hierarchical structure was followed, As Mr. Nichols explained, the orders flowed from Mr. Duterte at the top, through a combination of other co-perpetrators, to the handler of the relevant DDS team, and finally to the physical perpetrators at the bottom. The DDS teams composed of police and non-police assets and hitmen who carried out the killings. The features of the killings were also often markedly similar. The identity or whereabouts of the victim was provided to the DDS by an informant. The perpetrators would frequently arrive to or flee the crime scene by motorcycle. They shot or stabbed their victims at close range. The victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. And the DDS received a sum of reward money for each kill. When the attack expanded during the presidential period, it continued to be systematic because it remained highly organised, planned, and coordinated. Similar systems to the one I've just described in Davao were deployed during Mr. Duterte's presidency to implement the killings. Your Honours can see some of those features listed on your screens. As in Davao, victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. The process for killing the targets was often markedly similar. First, the victims were identified by state actors as targets and listed. As Mr. Jeremy has outlined, high-value targets were often listed on the PRRD list. The targets of barangay clearance operations were often listed on local drug lists, such as local police station lists. Second, targets were killed in the context of so-called law enforcement operations. Police often tried to legitimise the operations, so they would stage a nanlaban or fight-back scenario to make them to appear to have been in self-defence. They would also plant evidence, such as drugs and guns, on the victims' bodies. And third, as in Davao, police and those working with them were often paid reward money per kill. Your Honours, these killings were not random or coincidental. Quite the opposite. Targets were pre-identified, listed, and then subject to operations based on that list. This clearly demonstrates the systematicity of the attack. Your Honours, the last point I would like to make about the attack relates to the evidence of an expert witness who specialises in political violence in the Philippines. This expert analysed data relating to armed encounters between the PMP and supposedly armed suspects. He compared data from before Mr. Duterte's presidency to during. And based on this comparison, he found that in the first 25 months of Mr. Duterte's presidency, the number of suspects killed by police increased by 590% across the Philippines. And that finding is at tab 68. Your Honours have heard Mr. Jeremy speak about Bulacan, a province immediately north of Metro Manila, where Mr. Duterte praised the killing of 32 civilians in police operations in 24 hours. The expert witness found that in Bulacan, police killings rose by 1,600% when Mr. Duterte became president. And that's at tab 121. The expert also compared data on Bulacan Police's use of deadly force to other countries and cities across the world. He used the metric of police killings per 100,000 population. The chart on your screens shows this comparison, which is at tab 121 again. The data on Bulacan is orange, while other countries and cities are blue. The orange bar on the left shows police use of deadly force in Bulacan before Mr. Duterte became president. You can see that with a fatality rate of over 1, it was already comparatively high. The orange bar on the right shows the dramatic increase in killings in Bulacan by police after Mr. Duterte became president. The expert concluded that, quote, "The only plausible explanation for such an extreme ratio is a widespread policy of extrajudicial executions." End quote. That's also tab 121. Your Honours, this leads us to the policy requirement for crimes against humanity in Article 7. Your Honours, the attack in this case was carried out pursuant to a policy to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes, including murder. The policy was also known as the Davao Formula or Model. Your Honours have heard about the origins of the policy in Davao City and how it was implemented by the local executive government. Mr. Nichols explained how Mr. Duterte, when Mayor of Davao City, established the Davao Death Squad to carry out the policy and kill criminals. The evidence establishing the state or organisational policy in this case is set out at paragraphs 77 to 84 of our brief. As the policy and the common plan were both to neutralise alleged criminals via violent crimes, there is some overlap between the evidence on each. I will set out some of that evidence now while discussing the policy, and then some later while discussing the common plan. The evidence includes Mr. Duterte's many public statements and speeches outlining the policy. It also includes the Command Memorandum Circular, which Mr. Jeremy mentioned earlier, witness accounts, speeches and statements by other co-perpetrators, the high level of coordination between state actors. Sorry, Your Honours. I will start with Mr. Duterte's own speeches. Your Honours, Mr. Duterte made no secret of the policy, as is shown by the references in our brief to his many speeches outlining the policy. He made these speeches as Mayor of Davao, as a presidential candidate, and then as President of the Philippines. One example of a speech that Mr. Duterte made as Mayor was at a meeting on peace and order in Davao in October 2015. And that is tab 13. Thank you.
48 hours yung mga nagdi-distribute ng droga sa Boulevard. Giving you 48 hours. Pag nakita ko kayo, papatayin ko kayo dito.
These are Mr. Duterte's own words. I quote, "I will kill you. That's the only formula that worked in my city." End quote. That is tab 133.
Prangka-prangkahan talaga. I will kill you. Kayong na mayor ako ngayon, presidente, yun din ang, that's the only formula that worked in my city.
Your Honours will recall that yesterday, Mr. Nichols played a series of Mr. Duterte's presidential campaign speeches. I want to take a moment to reflect on some of the key features of those speeches, which are at tabs 8, 12 and 14. First, Mr. Duterte frequently said that if elected as president, he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines in 3 to 6 months. He frequently referenced his experience in Davao, where he admitted that he had killed criminals. He said that if elected, he would order the military and police to do the same nationwide. and he expressly stated that this would entail killing. Your Honours, Mr Duterte's speeches make it clear that there was a policy to neutralise alleged criminals by violent means, including murder. And Mr Duterte was not the only member of the Common Plan who disseminated the policy through public speeches and statements. In this video at tab 9, co-perpetrator Mr De La Rosa addresses a crowd of self-confessed drug addicts in Bacolod City and urges them to kill drug lords and burn their houses.
But on Thursday, National Police Chief Ronald De La Rosa's rhetorics were far from toned down, as he told hundreds of self-confessed drug users and pushers in Bacolod City to kill drug lords.
Kilala mo siguro ninyo kung sino mag-drug lord dito. Ano, gusto nyo patayin? Sino patayin? Patayin nyo. Pwede mo kayo pumatay. Wala mo kayo mo na biktima. Puntahan niyo. Buhusan niyo na gasolina. Yung bahay, sinihan niyo.
Mr De La Rosa made this speech on the 25th of August 2016. At the time, he was the chief of the Philippine National Police. Your Honours, the existence of the policy is also shown by the police directive which Mr Jeremy spoke about earlier, Command Memorandum Circular number 16 of 2016. This is at tab 112. As Your Honours have heard, the day after Mr Duterte became president, he appointed his longtime friend and colleague from Davao, his co-perpetrator, Mr Ronald De La Rosa, as chief of the Philippine National Police. On the same day, Mr De La Rosa formalised the anti-drugs component of the policy by issuing this directive to the 180,000 police officers under his command. The circular directed police to pursue the neutralisation of illegal drug personalities. As Mr Jeremy has outlined, the evidence shows that within law enforcement, neutralise meant and was understood as meaning to kill. Your Honours, the Command Memorandum Circular shows there was a policy to neutralise through violent crimes such as murder. I will now turn to part 2 of my presentation on Mr Duterte's individual criminal responsibility. The prosecution's evidence on this is set out at paragraphs 5 to 70 of our brief. The prosecution alleges that Mr Duterte indirectly co-perpetrated the crimes, ordered and/or induced the crimes, and/or aided and abetted the crimes. Today, in the interest of time, I will focus on indirect co-perpetration, and we rely on our brief for the other modes of liability. Your Honours, Mr Duterte is an indirect co-perpetrator of the alleged crimes because, first, he agreed to a common plan to neutralise alleged criminals. Second, he and his fellow co-perpetrators jointly controlled a structure of power, namely the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, which they used to pursue the common plan. Third, Mr Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the common plan. And fourth, he did this with the requisite intent. Your Honours can see on your screens an excerpt from paragraph 4 of our document containing the charges. This sets out the scope of the common plan. The plan was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines, including those perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale or production through violent crimes, including murder. As Mr Nichols has explained, Mr Duterte and his co-perpetrators agreed to this plan in Davao City. Photos of the co-perpetrators in Davao City are displayed on your screens. They're a combination of trusted police officers, an individual from Mr. Duterte's mayoral office, an officer from the National Bureau of Investigation in Davao region, and a lawyer who acted on behalf of certain members of the Davao Death Squad. In 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, the members of the Common Plan remained largely the same. They were joined by a further two individuals, a senior police officer and a long-time colleague of the group from Davao City, who had worked with the DDS before the jurisdictional period. I will take your honours through some of the evidence which shows both the scope of the Common Plan and the co-perpetrators' agreement to it. In the interest of time, I will address some co-perpetrators and we rely on our brief for the rest. That's at paragraphs 9 to 23 of our brief. On your screens is a photograph of Mr. Ronald De La Rosa. When Mr. De La Rosa was Davao City Police Chief, he developed Tokhang operations. As your honours have heard from Mr. Jeremy, Tokhang was a blueprint for police to implement killings later in the presidential period. When he was announced as Mr. Duterte's chosen PMP chief in May 2016, Mr. De La Rosa gave this interview, which is at tab 101. It shows that he wholeheartedly agreed to the Common Plan.
Patayan sa drugs. Patayan talaga ito sa drugs. Kaya kayong mga drug lord dyan, humanda na kayo at talagang sasagasaan ko kayo.
On this slide is a photo of Isidro Lapena. Like Mr. De La Rosa, Mr. Lapena was well known to Mr. Duterte because he too had worked as Davao City Police Chief. In his case, from 1996 until 1998. In 2016, Mr. Duterte appointed Mr. Lapena as Director General of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA. PDEA is the lead anti-drug enforcement agency in the Philippines. 2 days after Mr. Lapena took his oath, he gave a speech to his PDEA subordinates. There is an excerpt from that speech on the slide. Quote, "Under then Mayor, we implemented strict law enforcement against illegal drug activities in Davao City. The President wants to replicate and expand what is being done in Davao. And that is precisely what I intend to do." End quote. That's tab 101. Also like Mr. De La Rosa, Vicente Danao was Davao City Police Chief during the mayoral period, in his case from 2013 to 2016. In November 2018, he was appointed Police Chief of Manila Police District, and he told reporters, quote, "If I discover anyone involved in drugs, especially those who distribute or just throw them around, son of a bitch, I will go after you, goddamn. I will kill you. Blatantly, I am saying that. Sons of bitches." End quote. That's tab 96. When Mr. Duterte became president, he appointed Vitaliano Aguirre II as Secretary of Justice. Mr. Aguirre has also publicly acknowledged the Common Plan and his agreement to it as a member of Mr. Duterte's administration.
Well, which do you want? We build first, do we build the prison facilities first, or do we go against these people? Choose. If you're in the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords.
Quote, "In the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords." End quote. That's tab 125. Your Honours, these speeches of co-perpetrators show both the scope of the Common Plan and those co-perpetrators' agreement to it. Your Honours, the next element of indirect co-perpetration is control of a structure of power. In the mayoral period, Mr Duterte and his co-perpetrators controlled the DDS, which they used to pursue the common plan. There is a diagram of the DDS hierarchy on your screens. As the mayor of Davao City, Mr Duterte sat at the apex of the formal and city structures. The law gave him formal operational, supervision and control over the police in Davao City. In addition to this de jure power, insider witnesses spoke about his de facto power over police and the DDS structure. Under Mr Duterte were a combination of co-perpetrators from the Davao City Police Office and the Mayor's Office. Together with Mr Duterte, they controlled the DDS teams beneath them. They controlled the will of the DDS perpetrators through a range of mechanisms. And these are set out in paragraph 38 of our brief and include threats to kill and actual killing. To illustrate this control, there are quotes from one witness on your screen. This witness said that when he was first told to kill, he did not want to. But, I quote, "I felt like I didn't have any other choice but to follow their orders. Duterte is the most powerful person in Davao City, and you had to do what he wanted. It wasn't possible not to not obey his command." End quote. This is tab 51. When Mr Duterte became president, the co-perpetrators continued to control a structure of power. One of the first things that Mr Duterte did with his new presidential powers was to appoint his co-perpetrators from Davao to national positions in government and law enforcement, which were key to the common plan. And after he appointed Mr De La Rosa as chief of the PMP, Mr De La Rosa used his new powers to move other police co-perpetrators into key policing roles. These new appointments expanded the geographic powers of the co-perpetrators and allowed them to create a larger network of individuals they controlled. Your Honours can see that structure of power on the chart on your screens. The co-perpetrators controlled the executive, they controlled the police, they controlled the Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice. And they used this control to ensure that their subordinates carried out the plan to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes. For example, as PMP chief, Mr De La Rosa now controlled some 180,000 police officers, who, as you have heard, he directed to neutralise drug personalities. Mr. La Peña now controlled 1,800 Philippine drug enforcement personnel. They used these subordinates as physical perpetrators to commit the crimes. Mr. Aguirre, as Secretary of Justice, now had control of the National Prosecution Service. He used this control to ensure that, except for a handful of low-level perpetrators in notorious cases, the crimes were not prosecuted, and a climate of impunity prevailed. And the co-perpetrators controlled the will of the physical perpetrators. As in Davao City, low-level members of the national network risked losing their jobs or being killed if they did not comply. For example, Your Honours can see the evidence of a police insider on your screens. He said that if his boss did not kill enough people during police operations, he would lose his post and be replaced. I quote, "We were told that there should be 5 to 10 deaths per month. The regional director called him and told him that if there were no deaths or no recorded killings, then he would be relieved of his duty." End quote. That's tab 124. Now on your screens is the evidence of an individual who police suspected of involvement in drugs. He surrendered to police to avoid being killed. The police held his status as an alleged drug pusher against him and recruited him as an asset. They made him kill other civilians who were alleged to be involved with drugs. He said, quote, "I surrendered myself to them. I knew that they wanted to kill me, so I became an asset of theirs," end quote. That's at tab 22. Your Honours, I will now turn to the requirement of an essential contribution. Mr. Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the Common Plan. And the prosecution has set out 10 of Mr. Duterte's contributions in our brief at paragraphs 44 to 58. Many of these have been discussed in the prosecution's presentations. For example, Mr. Nichols spoke about how Mr. Duterte designed and disseminated the policy in this case, which is point A on the slide. He also spoke about point B, how Mr. Duterte established and oversaw the DDS. I have just addressed point E, on the appointment of key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. Mr. Jeremy has spoken about point J, how Mr. Duterte publicly named so-called high-value targets who were then killed. And all members of the prosecution have touched upon point H, Mr. Duterte's public statements authorising, condoning and encouraging killing. Your Honours, without Mr. Duterte's essential contribution, the crimes in this case would not have been committed, or they would have been committed in a significantly different way. We can see this in the evidence of low-level members of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, who said that Mr. Duterte's conduct had a causal effect on their perpetration of the crimes. You can see on your on the screens, one low-level perpetrator during the mayoral period said, I quote, "I was confident to continue killing people because anyway, we wouldn't be arrested for that," end quote. That's tab 38. A low-level police perpetrator during the presidential period was asked about the impact Mr. Duterte's public speeches had on his team, including when deciding to kill someone. He responded, quote, "It did have an effect on me because it's like I was saying to myself, well, even the president, he himself is ready to do something like this, and who am I?" End quote. That's tab 142. A senior police officer during the presidential period was asked why his police unit started killing in July 2016. He responded, I quote, "Because of the directive of the president," end quote. That's tab 120. Your Honours, from everything you have heard over the past 2 days, there can be no doubt about Mr. Duterte's knowledge and intent. Mr. Duterte meant to engage in the conduct that has been charged in this case. He intended that the crimes would be committed, and he was aware that they would be committed as a result of implementing the Common Plan. Mr. Duterte knew about the fundamental features of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the physical perpetrators. And he was aware of the factual circumstances that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the crimes. Mr. Duterte knew because he himself established the DDS to kill people. He repeatedly broadcast his intention to implement the Common Plan nationally if elected president. He made it clear that this would involve killing. Once he was president, he moved his trusted co-perpetrators from Davao into key national positions. And as the number of killings rose, Mr. Duterte persisted with the Common Plan. He praised the 32 killings in a one-time big-time operation in Bulacan. He publicly named so-called high-value targets. He promised to protect police. And as Your Honours have heard, Mr. Duterte has admitted to many of these things. Your Honours, I will conclude my presentation by recalling two items. The first is Mr. Duterte's presidential campaign promise that he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines within 3 to 6 months. And the second is the spread of killings during the first 6 months of Mr. Duterte's presidency.
I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months.
That concludes the prosecution's submissions on the merits. Thank you, Your Honours.
Josh Motach. Thank you very much. Am I to understand that you have finished with the presentations on the merits?
Honors, yes, that is correct.
You know that you still have some time, right?
Hopefully been efficient, and we have finished now. Thank you.
Donc maintenant, je donne...
Now, I'll give the floor to the legal representatives of the victims for their submissions on the merits. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Our presentation shall be in 2 parts. I will start with my presentation, and my colleague Andres will conclude later on. And just to be sure, I have 30 minutes. Is that correct? Answer correct. Thank you.
Madam President, Your Honours, we speak today on behalf of thousands of victims and surviving families who have suffered immeasurable harm under the so-called anti-drug campaign conducted during the administration of a suspect, former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. We speak for families who cannot be here, mothers who buried their sons, children who lost their parents, the spouses who now raise families alone, and communities that have lived for years under fear and silence, and that continue to bear the consequences of violence that swept through their neighborhoods like a storm. These victims appear today before you not as mere statistics or distant figures or images in report as pictured yesterday by the defense, but as human beings whose rights under the Rome Statute have been violated in the most profound ways. These proceedings relate to what has been labeled the Duterte's war on drugs and Duterte's bloody war on drugs. However, the campaign, as I will refer to it during my presentation, was less about combating the drug trade itself and more about policing poverty and social inequality. As the evidence on the record unequivocally shows, individuals targeted by Mr. Duterte anti-drug operations overwhelmingly came from impoverished communities where social mobility is limited and opportunities are scarce. Drug use, particularly methamphetamine, locally known as shabu, is often more prevalent in such low-income settings where people may turn to substances as a coping mechanism for their harsh living conditions. In these communities, structural conditions, including the absence of adequate mental health services, limited access to quality education, scarce employment opportunities,
and the chronic stress associated with poverty create an environment in which substance use is more likely to emerge. Therefore, patterns of drug use do not arise in a vacuum. They reflect deeper systemic inequalities and long-standing patterns of socio-economic marginalization. The campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized, especially in urban informal settlements marked by high levels of poverty. While the rhetoric of war focused on eradicating drug dealers and users, it was the most vulnerable members of society, those with the least power and resources, were caught in the crossfire. A significant number of the ones killed had little or no criminal history and were often accused of minor drug-related conduct or perceived drug use by the authorities. These were people living in poverty, were treated as expendable by a system that failed to prioritize their protection and to address the structural conditions underlying their struggles. Rather than addressing the root causes of drug addiction, such as poverty, lack of education, unemployment, and inequality, the Duterte administration framed the issue as a criminal one, focusing on punitive enforcement over social responses. Mr. Duterte's response was a selective, violent crackdown of the most vulnerable, recasting conditions of marginalizations as grounds for criminal targeting, rather as manifestations of social injustice. Framed on its face as a campaign against illegal drugs, it in reality reflected broader social political dynamics, including the targeting of marginalized communities, the use of state violence, and the deflection of attention from deeper structural problems. Mr. Duterte is charged under Article 7(1)(a) of the Rome Statute with the crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder allegedly committed between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019 in or around Davao City during the period in which he was mayor of the town, and across the Republic of the Philippines during his term as president of the country. The prosecution presented ample evidence showing that each of the contextual elements of crimes against humanity is satisfied at the required threshold for confirming the charges. During the period covered by the charges, the Davao Death Squad and the national network created by Mr. Duterte to commit the crimes carried out an attack against the civilian population within the meaning of Article 7(2)(a) of the statute, as reflected in a course of conduct involving the commission of multiple murders and attempted murders. The victims' accounts of events corroborate the prosecution evidence and show that the crimes they suffered were not spontaneous or isolated acts of violence, but rather a planned, directed, and organized attack against them. The attack was massive, carried out collectively with considerable seriousness, and directed against a multiplicity of civilians. The victims were all civilians. The repeated lethal operations were conducted in residential and other civilian settings. As already indicated, the victims largely came from marginalized communities, were suspected by the authorities of involvement in criminal, often drug-related activities, and together with their families, they were targeted in their homes and neighborhoods. The attack was widespread and systematic, and we refer, Your Honor, to Annex D and E of the prosecution pre-trial brief. The attack was widespread because of its large-scale nature and the number of victims. In this regard, the number of victims affected by the events within the charges is one of the most relevant factors to be taken into consideration for the purpose of determining under the chapeau of Article 7.1 of the statute whether the attack was widespread or systematic. The broad geographical spread of the victimization combined with a significant number of victims confirm the wide scope of the attack. As the prosecution has made clear yesterday and today, the instances of murders and attempted murders in the document containing the charges and in the pre-trial brief are simply illustrative of a much broader pattern of victimization. In fact, the actual scale of victimization extends well beyond the 49 incidents affecting 78 victims presented by the prosecution. The prosecution itself referred to thousands of civilians murdered. And we recall here the content of paragraph 73 of the prosecution pre-trial brief, as well as the remarks by Ms. Croft just 15-20 minutes ago. As reported by Human Rights Watch in a report published in 2022, since 2016, the Philippine police have admitted its involvement in the death of more than 6,200 people in drug raids across the country. In a 2020 report, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reported 8,663 deaths occurred in the drug war. The Human Rights Commission of the Philippines and domestic human rights group report death tolls that are 2 to 3 times higher than the UN figure. The attack was also systematic, well-planned, and well-executed, following a standard modus operandi. In many cases, it began with an individual receiving a visit or a phone call from an official from the local barangay, informing them that they were on a drug watch list drawn up by barangay officials and the police. In practice, these visits function less as warnings than as a means of confirming the identity and whereabouts of the intended target. As one victim reported, I quote, "A barangay official told my husband to surrender to the police because he was on the watch list as a drug user. He had given up drug use months earlier, so did not go. 2 weeks later, 3 armed masked men wearing bulletproof vests arrived at our home in Manila and handcuffed him. I could hear my husband begging for his life from outside the room. We were crying, and the other armed men threatened to kill us as well. Moments later, my husband was shot dead." End of quote. Survivors, relatives, and neighbors consistently recount that armed men typically work in groups of 2, 4, or a dozen. They wore either police uniform or civilian clothes, often all black, with their face concealed by balaclava-style headgear, masks, baseball caps, or helmets. They carried handguns. As one victim explained, and I quote, "On 6 June 2017, at about 9:45 in the evening, I was at home with my husband, and our children were sleeping upstairs. 4 unidentified men wearing helmets and bonnets arrived at home looking for my husband. They broke down the front door. I started begging them to spare the life of my husband. The man pushed me away. My husband was shot in the chest and fell face down. While lying face down, he was shot 5 more times in the nape and head. The children woke up terrified because of the gunshots. End of quote. Attackers frequently travel by motorcycle, typically with 2 individuals on a single bike. Often a van, invariably white or black, and at times bearing markings associated with police vehicles was also present. They banged on doors and barged into rooms. The attackers did not identify themselves or provide warrants. Family members report hearing beatings and their loved ones begging for their lives. And I quote again from the recollection of one of the victims. 5 masked armed men broke into our house in Bulacan province where my father was playing cards. We could see him kneeling in a surrendering position. The men grabbed him and slammed him into a concrete wall several times. And then, just they throw him outside. We saw the shooting. We were just there. My father's face was bleeding from being hit, and he was begging them for mercy when he was shot. End of quote. Another victim explained, quote, my father collapsed to the floor but still tried to move, begging for his life. Yet the man continued shooting him. I couldn't count how many times I was so afraid. We also heard successive gunshots from outside. Later we found that also 2 of our neighbors were killed. End of quote. The shooting could happen immediately, behind closed doors or in the street, or the victims would be taken away by the gunman only for shots to be heard minutes later and the body to be discovered by local residents. At times, bodies were dumped elsewhere, sometimes with hands tied or heads wrapped in plastic. Relatives typically found them after being alerted by policemen or by the neighbors. A victim recalled, quote, 6 masked armed men broke into the house where a small group, including several teenagers, were watching television. The men arrested and beat 2 young boys they believed were drug suspects and then took them away on motorcycles. A half hour later, after hearing from a uniformed policeman, we, referring to the relatives, rushed to a nearby bridge to find their bodies, both with gunshot wounds to the head, their hands tied with cloth. The gunmen were still at the scene, while uniformed police cordoned off the area. Another victim recounted, quote, a week after his brother was killed, 10 police officers, some in civilian clothes, arrested my other son and took him to the local barangay office. That evening, masked armed men abducted him from the barangay office. Shortly afterwards, his body was found under a bridge a block away. When we found him, we saw that his entire head had been wrapped in packing tape and his hands had been tied behind his back. He had been shot execution style through the mouth. End of quote. And another one, quote, the body seemed like it was just thrown out. The nails were removed, one eyeball was missing, stuffed by cotton. End of quote. relatives and witnesses often saw uniformed police in the immediate surroundings of the incident securing the perimeter. Special crime scene investigators typically arrived within minutes. In numerous cases, an unregistered 38 or 45 caliber gun and a packet of shabu were found placed beside the body. And instead of fleeing from the police, the gunman would mingle with them. As one of the victims described, I quote, "On 7 June 2018 in the morning, I was at home where I saw my son coming back from his work on the opposite side of the street. Suddenly, I saw 8 policemen, 3 in uniform and 3 in civilian clothes. 2 of them crossed the street. They took my son and banged his head against the wall. They accused him of selling shabu. He denied. He was then taken to the door of the house. He was shouting, 'Mama, help me!' I took a piece of wood and hit one policeman. Suddenly, one policeman pointed the gun against my son. He shot twice, at the head and at the chest. While in shock, I saw one police officer placing 4 packets of shabu and a gun around the body of my son." End of quote. The same account of another victim who simply recalled, "After the shooting of my son, who was only 19, uniformed police showed me his body in the house and a 45 caliber handgun next to his body. I told them that my son could not afford and did not possess a gun, and therefore could not possibly have attempted to shoot at the police. I said he cannot even pay the rent. His sister paid the rent for him." End of quote. On occasions, victims were still alive when found by the relatives and taken to the hospital, where they later succumbed to their injuries. Survivors recount the terror and enduring feeling of still being hunted as follows, and I quote, "In September 2016, a police officer pretending to be a commuter boarded my tricycle. He asked me to pass by the police station. There, I was stopped by a group of men who turned to be police officers. I was taken to the precinct, beaten, and forced to reveal the identity of drug pushers. I didn't know. Later that evening, I was taken to a dark place and shot multiple times. Despite the injuries, I managed to escape and save my life. I still have the consequence of the injuries, and I feel deep sadness, anger, and fear of being caught again." End of quote. Another survivor explained, quote, "They killed my 4 friends kneeling and defenseless. I heard a barrage of gunshots, voices, and one officer saying, 'Let it be. Let's say they fought back and let's leave the evidence.' I lay next to one of my friends pretending to be dead. When the armed officer left, I crawled out of the room and headed towards the edge of the ravine. Holding my chest with one hand to stop the bleeding, I slid downwards and fell to the creek bed. I crossed it, climbed the hill on the other side, and walked toward the highway. There, I encountered someone I knew and desperately begged for help." End of quote. Although the charges concern only the crimes of murder and attempted murder, victims' accounts also reveal widespread acts of torture, ill treatment, and rape. Young people were particularly exposed to torture and cruel inhuman treatments, including unlawful arrest. A number of victims participating in these proceedings were minor when they were attempted to be killed, and a number of victims participating in the proceedings recount the killing of their nephew, son, cousin, who was under 18 at the age of killing. And this morning, Mr. Jeremy provided the example of Kian de los Santos, who was 17 at the time of his killing. Reported forms of torture include beating, kicking, slapping, blows to the head, electrocution, and death threats. On several occasions, law enforcement officials used arrests, inclusion in the drug watch list, and drug-related accusations as a tool of coercion to perpetrate rape and other forms of sexual violence. In September 2018, a young boy was taken by the police and brought to the precinct. His mother recounted, I quote, "At the precinct, he was repeatedly coerced into confessing a crime he was accused of. If you don't admit, your life will be the price," they threatened him. When he refused to confess, he was beaten with a gun and electrocuted. On the night of 16 September 2018, between 9 and 10, I received a phone call from my cousin urging me to go in a certain location in Manila. What I saw was a nightmare. My son had been discarded like an animal, his lifeless body lying on the boulevard, abandoned like a fish by the roadside. I rushed to the scene, but I was blocked by the police. I was not even allowed to touch or embrace my son's body. Even in death, my son was not treated with dignity. It was like they just threw my son out like a pig. I finally found him at the funeral home, where I had to pay to recover the body. I had nothing. I was bargaining as if I were buying fish. In the end, I paid approximately 45,000 pesos to take my son's body for burial. Now I wonder, will justice ever be served?
Excuse me, counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Official police reports of these incidents invariably invoked self-defense to justify the killings, despite eyewitness accounts that portray the killings as cold-blooded murders of unarmed individuals. To bolster their claims, the police routinely planted guns, spent ammunition, and drug packets. While these official accounts contrasted markedly with the ones provided by relatives, they were notably consistent among themselves, typically characterized the incidents as by-bust anti-drug operation, differing little besides the names, places, and dates. The victim was invariably described as a dealer who attempted to sell to undercover officers conducting a buy-bust operation. Specialized local anti-drug units, called Station Anti-Illegal Drug Special Operation Task Units, were usually involved. According to the reports, the victim, after being put under arrest, often uncuffed, allegedly pulled out a weapon and sought to shoot the police. In every case, the victim was killed, and none of the arresting officers were armed. In most cases, the police reporting having found shabu on or near the victim's corpse, and sometimes a gun. Often, after the killing, the bodies of the victims were brought directly to the funeral parlors. Families then had to start their calvary to find the body of their loved ones, and they had to pay high fees to retrieve the bodies. R/50082/25 had to sell the house to be able to pay for their brother's funeral and burial. Sometimes the bodies were instead left on the street or thrown into the water in a plastic bag. I believe it's a good time to stop for the flow of the speech. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Merci beaucoup, Maître.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masida. The hearing is now suspended, and we shall resume at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Yata yung case na yun. I-check nyo po. Tama po si Dean.
Yes. Sayang naman, ano. Pero wala namang pwedeng pa rin naman tayong bumalik, no.
Yes, pwedeng.
And baka maging isa sa legacy ni BBM, Dean, 'di ba?
Yes.
Bumalik tayo sa ICC.
Yes.
Si John Wick ang tanong niya, Dean Mel, alin po ba yung masusunod, 9851 o yung Human Rights Act 1 and 2?
Ito po, sapagkat may international element dito, sa tingin ko po 9851.
It's the special law which specifically governs this case eh.
Kasi, yes, because it's crime against humanity.
Thank you, John Wick.
Kumbaga parang, kung tama po, hindi siya basta sa isang tao lang.
Yes.
Ito ay sa sangkatauhan.
Mukhang law student si John Wick, 'di ba? Sa statutory construction, if there is a conflict between a general law and a special law, the latter will govern.
Yun. Uy, si John Wick pinanood ko yung movie ni John Wick.
Favorite ko nga rin yan din eh.
yung mga bigel dyan, din.
Yeah.
Oo, grabe. Because of the dog.
That violent movie.
Yes.
Ayan. Thank you, John Wick.
Ito si Joselito talaga. Sabi niya na screenshot na daw ng mga DDS trolls yung bayad sa comments nila dito. Paid na kayo, congratulations.
Tsaka yung
Ay, at saka wag yung maliban dun sa mga screenshot ng comments, screenshot nyo rin tong yung video natin para makita na binabasa yung comments na nag-engage tayo. So para mabayaran kayo, 'di ba?
Oo nga.
Kung meron mang mga binabayaran.
See, gusto namin kumita kayo.
Yes, sayang naman 'yan. Wag tayong tanga for free, 'di ba?
Bash us forever.
Yes,
if you want.
Comment lang. Sayang naman yung bayad kasi, di ba? Ito si Edina Jones. Sabi niya, magandang gabi din, Mel, attorney. Jen at Sir Drew listening from Washington, D.C.
Wow.
Hi!
Hello, Edina. Wow. Kamusta ka dyan sa Washington, D.C.?
Ayan. Ito si John Dumaya. Sabi niya, principal author of RA 9851, Senator Gordon, Senate authors or sponsors, Senators Estrada, Defensor Santiago, Zubiri, and Escudero. HOR authors, Roy Logoles, co-author Datu Manong, Rufus Rodriguez, and Matias Defenso.
And also, the Senate President at that time is Juan Ponce Enrile.
And kung ayaw talaga ni GMA, pwede niyang i-veto tong batas na to.
Yes. Pinayagan pa ni
Ang galing naman ni Jan, nag-research pa talaga siya. Yan dapat, 'di ba?
Bias ka dyan. Bias sa katotohanan.
Very good, Jan.
Sige, eto, si Joseph Rivera Sugitan, is it possible for you, Dean, to send a clarification letter to Senate for them to understand very well the interpretation of that law which the Philippine government abide in resulting to the arrest of former President Duterte?
Well, I made certain posts. I wrote in Rappler po, and I think a number of authorities also have the same opinion po. I think they know. I think they already know the opposite. Kaya napipigilan lang sila. They are just acting by way of a resolution.
Yes. Pero tsaka Joseph, eto, personal opinion ko lang to. Mahirap pong gisingin ang taong nagtutulog-tulugan.
Oh, yeah.
Alam nila kung anong tama at mali. Alam nila yan for sure.
Pero call out ko lang mas marami pong problema yung kababayan natin na urgent na gawa ng resolution or ano man yan.
Yes.
Kaysa yung mga sa iilang senador lang na gusto nyong maging pabor sa kanila.
Tandaan ninyo, meron pang flood control Nakakalimutan na natin yan dahil dyan sa impeachment at saka dito sa ICC.
Unemployment rate natin.
Yes.
Ano pa rin? Yung problema sa pagkain.
Kaya,
doon po sa mga nanood, huwag po kayong makalimot mag-subscribe.
Yes!
Huwag po kayong
isa po sa problema natin yan. Mag-subscribe na kayo.
Huwag po kayong makalimot mag-subscribe sa ating Facebook, YouTube, at Spotify, at Apple Podcast para po lumaki ang ating komunidad. And as we were saying a while ago, ano ba yung pinag-uusapan nyo kanina?
Yung sa resolution din, itong mga senador na to.
Anong resolution yun? Nakalimutan ko.
Yung resolution
Senate
po kasi
resolution na dapat dumaan muna dito.
Gustong ipadaan muna raw po sa local courts bago raw po.
I-respect daw ang jurisdiction ng Philippines bago
ito pala ang gusto kong sabihin. Let us not confuse. Let us not confuse an attempt for allegedly protecting a group of people as protecting the integrity of the state.
Tama. Magkaiba po yun.
Magkaiba po. Huwag po natin ipagkamali na pinoprotektahan ng ilang mga tao ay ang pagproprotekta sa ating estado. Kaya po yung Republic Act 9851 ay binalangkas at ipinasa para po protektahan ang ating estado. Tandaan niyo po yan. Kasi ang dali kasing sabihin yung mga, kung dito ang problema, dito lutasin.
Tsaka ginagawa namin to dahil naniniwala kami sa soberenya ng Pilipinas. Pero pero nakapabor lang naman sa isang tao or dalawang tao.
Yes.
Parang, at saka nababasa ko din yung perception ng ibang mga nagko-comment na parang kaya lang daw gagawin itong batas na to kasi nga meron pang mga hindi pa naihahain na warrant of arrest daw. So ngayon, kung sakaling maipasa daw before yung warrant of arrest, hindi mapapadala sa ICC.
Okay.
So yung mga senador po natin, yung priority po natin, yung mga Pilipino.
Protektahan ng Pilipinas, hindi ang mga pangsarili.
It's an art of confusion
Opo.
Parang they're confusing people. Wag po tayo magkakamali na ang pagproprotekta sa ilang mga tao na di umano'y may pag-aakusa sa kasama si Duterte ay pagproprotekta rin sa ating inang bayang Pilipinas.
True.
At hindi na po uso ang isolation ngayon in this global community. Yung nangyayari po ngayon, it's legal integration among the community of nations. Hindi na po pwedeng kanya-kanya at sasabihin ko sa inyo in civil law. Pwede po tayong magdinig ng mga kaso sa Singapore kung nasa kontrata natin na kung merong di pagkakasundo sa kontratang ito, pwedeng idinig natin ang kasong ito sa Courts of Singapore. May ganun po pwede at ginagawa na po ang trans-litigation ngayon. Hindi na po tayo nakatira nung araw nila Manuel L. Quezon. Di ba? Wala na po.
And yung binanggit mo kanina din, yung venue. Di ba? Maganda yung explanation.
Oo, alam niyo po, basta't po ang pinag-uusapan natin, venue. Hindi na po natin na pinag-uusapan ang value ng hustisya. Venue at the value of justice. May mga biktima. Pati na rin po si Duterte. He is asking for justice. Yung venue, secondary na lang po iyan. Di ba? Ang gusto po natin, masigurado na justice will prevail, whether it is for Duterte or for the accused. And the only people with an expertise to make a reasonable and proper determination is not a judge from Marikina. or from the RTC in that City Hall in Manila.
Or even the Supreme Court.
Or even the Supreme Court, wala pong kabihasaan. Bigay na po natin sa mga taong may kabihasaan at expertise para po maalagaan ang kapakanan ni dating Presidente Duterte at ng mga akusado. Di ba po? Iyan lang po ang buod niyan. Kaya kung ibinapababa po natin ang usapin sa lugar kung saan lilitisin ito, hindi na po natin pinag-uusapan ang pursuit of justice. Di ba po? Wala na po, hindi na po natin. Ano na lang, convenience na lang po ang pinag-uusapan natin. It is our primordial duty to seek justice wherever it is most feasible to get it.
Kuha nyo na po ba?
Oo, kaya ang tanong ni Joselito Regla, magkano daw yung ransom money? Kasi nakidnap nga daw.
Aray ko.
Magkano daw yung ransom?
Kasi yun yung narrative nung iba nakidnap
Yung nakidnap na alam mo kung nasaan.
At ang sarap ng ng kondisyon.
Nakakapagbigay ng mga statement.
Nabibisita ng pamilya.
Oo.
Saan ka naman nakakita ng nakidnap na nabibisita ng pamilya din?
Ayan tuloy.
Ay, nako.
So si Lito, ini-stress nyo. Eto si Edina Jones, salamat po. Abangan ko bukas ang live nyo while naglilinis sa bahay ng amo ko. Siya yung taga Washington din. Baka kasambahay siya sa Washington.
Oy, wow. O sige ha, sige, susubukan namin mag-live bukas.
Kung kaya. At saka kung merong malaki talagang
balita. No?
Mag-commercial na po ako sa ating mga tagapanood, pati na rin sa buong bansa. Bukas po nahandun ako at 9 o'clock show ni Karen Jimeno sa Bilyonaryo channel. Naman sa ano naman po sa hapon nahandun ako 4:30 kaila sa ano naman sa
DZM.
Anong take mo kaila Maan Makapagal, kaila Sandro para po tumulong ako sa pag-a-analyze nitong napipintong confirmation hearing.
Yeah.
No? At sa Tuesday po nasa Bilyonaryo ulit po para tumulong.
Kita nyo, busy ang ating birthday boy.
Yes. Ayan. Eto, may follow-up question naman si Oli. Sabi niya, kung sakali daw manalo yung anak ni former president,
na maging
God
presidente.
forbid, sabi niya. Tapos di tayo makabalik sa ICC member at ibalik niya daw yung ginawa nung father niya o mas malala pa, paano natin siya pwede mapanagot sa international court? May paraan pa ba?
Mananagot po yan sa international court, kaya lang yung pamamaraan ngayon po hihirap ng konti. Sapagkat po nakatuon po sa kooperasyon ng mga executive department. At sila po yun.
Yes.
So talaga pong magiging almost impossible po talaga kung sila ang kung siya maging presidente at merong naganap ulit. Baka mahirap na.
Gaya nung nangyari nung time po niya ni Duterte, di ba?
At saka I think yun yung nangyayari ngayon kay Putin at saka kay Netanyahu.
Yes, kaya hindi magpadala-padala sila doon kasi sila mismo yung boss ng mga executive department.
Nakaupo
Kasi ang kailangan po ng ICC is cooperation with the government. Pero kung sila yung head ng state, mahihirapan talaga. Pero
as a matter of fact po, may mga bansa, halimbawa si Putin, I think may mga bansa po na sinabi na basta si Putin pumunta sa kanila, huhulihin nila. Yun.
Ayun. Mag-cooperate naman yung ibang states. So, yun ang Pero, Oli, tatandaan natin na pwede pa rin siya technically na, kasi existing pa rin yung 9851 kahit hindi tayo signatory sa Rome Statute.
Yes.
So,
yes. As a matter of fact, yung the concept alone that a universal crime can be heard in any country. In any country is a customary international law. Baka nga kahit na wala yung 9851, pwede pa rin
Kasi nga may incorporation clause
May incorporation clause tayo Ang tindi po nung sinabi ng ating constitution that the Philippines adopt the generally accepted principles of international law. Matindi po yan. Yeah.
Ready tayo sa mga graphics.
Yes.
Ayan. Ito si George Roldan. Bagong subscriber daw siya. Shout out from New York City.
Wow, New York City.
Malamig ngayon. Ay, kakatapos lang nung snowstorm sa New York. Parang na-cover sila sa feet high na snow sa New York.
Mag-ingat po kayo. Mag-ingat po ka, Georgia, sa New York City.
And, ayan.
New York City.
Yes. Ayan, ito si No Left, No Right, Just Center. Nagbabalik. Sabi ng mga DDS, Digong na kidnap. Parang logic lang na pro-terrorist na Hamas sympathizers talking about their officials in authorities' custody who were arrested during operations or failed attempts.
Updated sa mga international news.
Yes. Si No Left, No Right, Just
Center.
Ito si Jody Zai, sabi naman niya, grabe na ang mga senador ngayon sa pamilyang Duterte, sila loyal.
Speaking of.
Wow.
Tingnan nyo, sabihin natin na hindi naman totoo, pero nakikita nyo po kung paano kayo tignan ng mga tao.
That was a sharp comment. That was a sharp comment, di ba?
And for me, it's a true comment. I share the opinion of Joe Dizal.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jody. Ito naman si Hidden Ninja. Sabi niya, kayong mga DDS ay hikayatin nyo si Bongo at Bato na suportahan si Digong para makauwi na.
Exactly.
Yes, suportahan nyo. Huwag na to kung talagang mahal nyo si Digong at gusto nyo tulungan Senator Bato at Senator Go. Go to The Hague. Testify. Go to The Hague and testify kung malakas ang loob nyo.
Oo, testify, under oath kayo, sabihin nyo na wala siyang ginawa.
Yes.
Hindi siya ang may kasalanan.
Yes,
dito.
make a statement and say it as a senator of the Republic of the Philippines.
Ayan, si Sulky Choi, sabi naman niya, kapag pinoprotektahan mo ang politiko, bias yun.
Tumpak. Sumpak.
Oo, pero at saka, tapos may follow-up siya. Pero kapag pinoprotektahan mo ang katotohanan at hustisya, that's nationalism.
Ay. Yan na naman. Ang gaganda na naman ng mga comment ni Sulky.
Ito si Reynaldo de Palma, sabi niya, walang maaasahan sa kapakanan ng bayan sa mga
Chinador.
Napigilan ka.
Nauso yung word na chinador.
Parang si
Senators
Mr.
for
Llamas
China
po
daw
yata
kasi.
yung nagpauso.
chinador.
Kaya sumikat eh.
Kaya nga eh.
Oo. Eto si...
I think si Llamas.
Opo.
Dating Secretary Llamas.
Si Hidden Ninja, sabi niya, bakit matatakot si Bongo at Bato? Marami naman acquitted ng ICC. Kagaya nila Jean-Pierre Bemba, Matthew... Hindi ko alam ba?
Gujolo Chu.
At iba pa.
Wow.
Totoo naman, di ba?
Kita nyo, may naa-acquit pala.
Yes, may na-acquit.
Ayan. Dean Mel, sana mag-guest sa inyo si Mr. Ronald Llamas.
Why not?
Why not po? Why not mag-guest sa atin? Pero alam niyo naman, we are just a lowly program na
sa lahat
ini-isnab-isnab ng mga ini-isnab-isnab ng mga personalidad ngayon. Bagamat ang na-interview ko lang sila Maria Ressa, si Laila de Lima,
VP
Lenny, si dating Chief Justice Sereno, at na-interview ko pa nga si Ninoy Aquino. Noy Aquino. Patay na pala yung si Ninoy. Noy Aquino. Tapos na-interview ko rin si Manny Pacquiao. Kita nyo, ito yung mga taong para sa akin, they accommodate people.
Yes.
Nag-accommodate people that they try their best to, they really go to our level. Alam mo naman, kami mga simpleng
programa.
Broadcaster lang, di ba? Pero may mga iba dyan, kahit na parinigan mo, paanoin mo, wala, parang, sino ba kayo? Di ba?
Basta
baka takot kasi,
lahat
baka
po ng
may
mga,
tinatago.
Basta't ang mga nag-a-appear dito, matatalino.
Oo, and matatapang.
Open po para sa lahat.
Yes.
Na mga gustong magpa-interview ang show na.
Si Tito Soto na interview ko na.
Yes.
Dick Gordon.
Sino?
Kita mo. Ngayon, yung mga ngayon, sila Secretary Claire. Siguro mabait naman siya. Pero hindi pa tayo siguro naririnig niya.
Si Ellie, yung nagko-comment sa atin kanina si Ellie, no. Feeling ko
pakiparating po na.
Kung sakali, hindi ko kasi alam kung ano yung connection niya kay Attorney Claire, pero siguro nagko-comment din siya dun sa sa live stream naman ni Attorney Claire. Tapos sinabi na hindi natin siya ini-invite. So
comment ka na doon.
Oo. Titingnan natin kung paano natin siya maiimbitahan. Officially.
Ako na-invite ako ni Ian Esguerra. I went there.
Lagi kang iniimbita sa bilyonaryo.
Oh, hindi. I went kay Ian Esguerra and we had a very good discussion. Oh, ayun, si Louis.
Si Louis Balenzoga watching from Toronto. Sarap makinig sa mga paliwanag.
Alam mo, Louis, Toronto, my wife studied my wife studied at the University of Toronto.
Yeah.
And I went to Toronto and it's a beautiful city.
University of Toronto.
The beautiful city of Toronto, to U of T. Ayun.
Okay, correct din ako kasi sabi ko Toronto tsaka Ottawa. Ottawa daw. Ottawa tsaka Toronto.
Sa Amerikano nag-aral ako. What's your name? My name is Mel Santa Maria. What? Oh, you mean Mel Santa Maria.
Kailangan may
Dapat may
buti hindi pina-translate na Saint Mary.
Hindi. Oh, Mr. Santa Maria. Oh, yes, Santa Maria. Yeah. I'm Mel Santa Maria.
Mel Santa Maria.
Santa Maria po.
Oo.
Santa Maria ina ng Diyos.
Pupuno ka ng grasya.
Thank you so much. Ito naman si Moods Kerubin. Maraming salamat po sa dagdag kaalaman from UAE.
Ano yan? Diyan bang Abu Dhabi?
Yes, oo.
Oy, hindi nanood ka kay Alex Ayala. Ay, naku, mas mabuti pang manood kay Alex Ayala eh. Alam mo si Alex Ayala, kahit natatalo, talagang alam mong nagsisikap itaas ang honor ng ating bansa eh. Diba? Kaya sarap pa manood kay Alex Ayala.
Hi, Miss Alex. Proud na proud kami sa'yo.
Thank you so much.
Pa-interview.
Ito si Dodge, sabi niya may video daw ba tayo ng UP Forum. Naka-livestream to yata sa Facebook ng UP.
Yes, opo. Gusto nyo palang I talked there. Nagsalita ako sila Justice Carpio, Justice Ascuna, and Dean Gwen ng UP. They were very surgical in analyzing the decision of the Supreme Court. On my part naman po, kasi akong last na nagsalita, habang po nagsasalita sila, yung aking draft ng aking sasabihin, kino-cross out ko na. Kasi ang dami nang hindi ko masasabit na sabi na ng nauna. So ang ginawa ko po, I just talked about the limits of judicial interpretation. When you narrow down the democratic space in our country and you intrude into the prerogative of a legislative body, are you still interpreting or are you being a manager of their time, of their clock, of the pacing of their internal business?
Judicial management?
Yeah, is it judicial management or judicial interpretation? Yan po ang naging topic ko. So, medyo I dealt with the generalities. I dealt with the, sila yung mga detail. Ang gagaling nila. Nahinggit ako sa kanilang gagaling nila.
Dean, magaling ka rin naman.
Hindi ka naman din magiging part of the law of the land. Kung hindi.
Pwede bang kasuhan?
Si Joseph Rivera Sugitan, sabi niya, pwede bang kasuhan yung mga lawyers na paulit-ulit na nagsasabing kinidnap si Duterte?
Well, kung naniniwala po sila sa sinasabi nila, kung may base sila, I don't know. It's their opinion. Di ba po?
Eto, si Edwin Vivares, sabi niya, kasalanan ng mga huwes dyan sa atin kung bakit tumaasa sa ICC ang mga nawalan ng hustisya dyan sa Pilipinas, ang daming hoodlum on robes.
What a perception. Yeah, very sharp comment. Very sharp comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Edwin.
Thank you, Edwin. Very, very well taken.
Si Edina. Pinapanood kita din, Mel, basta makita ko name mo or face mo sa mga news agency.
Ay, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. At parating nga po akong gusto nilang interviewin. Tapos basta in-interview na nila ako, ini-slice nila yung clip. Pag dumating sa YouTube, puro trolls po.
Hi sa mga trolls.
Iyon po yung aking that's the conduit sa mga trolls. But anyway, ako lang po ay nagsasalita kung anong nasa batas. Di ba po? Wala naman akong binabago sa batas.
Si Ironiel Huwag Pao, sabi niya, saan ka ba nakakita ng kinidnap na ilang oras bago dinala sa dahig? Saka may mga otoridad ang humuli at may media pa. Usually kasi kapag kidnap, di ba dapat hindi alam?
Yes.
Ito, naka-telecast. Broadcasted nationwide.
Walang sense yung sinasabi na nakidnap. I'm so sorry.
In that, di ba tama ka dyan eh? There's no sense.
Tin. Saan ka naman nakakita?
Magpipili sila ng metaphor or euphemism, mali pa.
Oo, just to mislead the public.
Yes, my God.
To be blunt.
It's a strategy of confusion talaga eh. Diba?
Ito, si Edina
sabi nila na nag-picnic. Sa dahig.
May humba.
May humba dun eh.
Ito si Edina, sabi niya, Attorney Jan, I feel bad kasi pag tunay at talinong usapan, walang mga views na marami, but mga bastusan, ang taas ng mga views nila, ganyan nakababa ang mga Pinoy.
Dami ng mga
Unfortunately, Miss Edina, ganyan dito sa ating bansa, nakakalungkot.
Kaya matetempo ako next week eh. Wala na akong t-shirt.
Nakabikini na ba ako? Guys, ready na ba kayo?
Umpisahan.
Para lang magka-views eh. Pero kami
para magka-subscribers.
Ang tawag dyan, dedication. Dedication sa sa educational
Oy, nasa Japan daw si Ronald Yama sa Japan.
So si Jody ay nasa Japan din pala.
Jody, basta't mapunta kami sa Japan dyan ha.
See you soon, Jody.
See you soon. Dapat i-announce namin, magkikita-kita tayo dun sa mga murang lang ha. Murang comfort food.
Magkakaroon tayo ng Dinmel on air sa Japan.
Yes.
Gugulat na lamang
Dinmel
kayo.
on air sa Japan with all our fans in Japan, and we will drink sake.
Yes.
And yung tapos ang kakainin natin, yung parang nakabalot nila na kanin.
Ano yan?
Yung masarap.
Yung may seaweed.
Ay, may seaweed. I love that. Ano yung kompletong lunch na yun eh.
Opo.
Kompletong lunch na yun.
Thank you, Jody Zala. At see you soon in Japan.
Onigiri, ayun.
Onigiri.
Yes.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Sarap. Si Sulky Choy, nawala na tayo ng interest pag-usapan si Alan.
Wala na. Si Alan Cayetano.
Yung tungkol sa Senate resolution.
Yung Senate resolution, I think that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I really think that's a bad idea.
It's a desperate, for me it's a desperate idea.
Because I think the significance of that idea is you have to lay down the foundation. What are we attempting to prevent? We are attempting to prevent the enforcement of our Constitution, international law, and Republic Act 9851. And in so doing, is that not obstruction of justice? Diba?
Will you not violate our own laws if you will pass that resolution?
Are we confusing the alleged safety or rights of a certain group of people who has been accused as synonymous to the safeguarding of the integrity of the nation?
Sagutin nyo yan.
Diba? What? Diba? I will pass a resolution or magpass tayo ng resolution dito.
Ano din ang resolution?
Dinmel resolution. Wherefore, we will declare you guilty.
Pwede pala.
No need to file a charge. I pronounce you guilty.
Yes, we will follow the president of Senator Marcoleta.
Ito si Alex Tamayo watching from Mississauga, Canada. I've been a fan of Dean since the pandemic. I always follow his arguments and wisdom on current events in the Philippines. Long live Dean Mel.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks,
Alex.
Actually, biglang dami nung nag-comment sa atin from Canada. Meron pa tayo isa from Montreal.
Montreal. I love Montreal.
Si Ariel Belchez.
I love Montreal. Yes.
Montreal naman yata, hindi Montreal.
Montreal.
Ayan, ito si hindi ko babasahin niya. Ayan, si Next Huberbar, sabi niya watching from Toronto. Kulang na lang Canadian accent ni Dean.
Wow.
May ganun ba?
Yung A.
I've been to Canada.
Ang alam kasi namin
sorry about that.
Inom tayo ng barako dito.
Patanggenyo kasi ang alam namin.
Pasensya ka na. Ito si Nika, sabi niya onigiri at mochi. Yes.
Sarap.
Si Nika
Baka
Dennis
po nasa
Vargas.
Japan.
Nika sa Japan. Kita-kita tayo ha sa Osaka or Tokyo.
Masarap din yung mochi Dessert. Ayan.
Thank you, Nika.
Onigiri nga daw. Ayan, eto si Moods Kerubin, sabi niya, nagsimula pong lahat sa mababang antas ng GMR simula 2016.
Mic drop Mic drop, Caribbean.
Ayan, ito si CMA Junior watching
Singapore
from
ba yan?
Singapore.
Apo.
Singapore.
Ayan.
Singapore.
Daming mga international viewers.
Oo, si Soul Kichoy. Wala pa ako nabalitaan na nakidnap na nabuta ng pizza.
Solki! Kasi nga di ba?
Senator Go, dalan mo na ng pizza.
Oo. Nako.
Manager's choice.
May ano pa? May flavor
May
pa.
flavor pa. Hawaiian, ano ba yun? Kung ano yun.
Yes.
Solki.
Ito si Malu Palcon. Sabi niya, new follower daw siya from China but been watching Attorney Mel with Ma'am Lucci Valdez. Kudos sa inyo. Ang ganda ng paliwanag nyo lahat.
Salamat sa iyo, Malu ha. Oy, si Lucci
Saan ka sa
Cruz
China?
Valdez.
Oo.
Si Lucci Cruz Valdez, sabi niya, okay naman daw siya kung mag-guest sa atin.
Ayan.
Pag na-timingan.
Pag na-timingan, si Lucci.
Ayan. Ayan, meron na din. Si Japskir watching from Ottawa, making my day once again.
Thank you very much.
Tama yung pronunciation ko
Ottawa.
Ito si Carlito Ocampo, mabuhay ka din, Mel.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Muchas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, señores, señoritas.
Ito si Chito Bustamante din, may question siya, may death penalty po ba sa ICC?
I think wala po. I think wala.
Thank you, Chito. Subscribe na kay Dean.
Yes.
Subscribe po kayo. Wag po sana kayo mag-atubiling mag-subscribe sa channel natin para po lumago ng ating komunidad.
Yes. Ito si Sulky Choi. Sa mga detractors ni Dean, marami naman kayong pang data at may multiple gadgets, but hindi nyo i-research ang mga topic at legalities na mga sinasabi dito. Fact-checking while watching.
Correct. Fact-checking while watching. I-google nyo lang.
Tama yan,
Makikita yung 9851. Yup. Thank you.
Diba?
Sulky Choi, thank you.
Pero dalawa kasi din ang ano natin yung mga supporters ni President Duterte. Meron dalawang types. Meron yung mga trolls lang, meron yung actual na supporters talaga. And most of the time, yung mga actual na supporters, sila yung minsan nagsiswitch ng ng opinions.
Nabubuksan yung isip
Oo. So yung mga trolls lang, sana bayad po kayo para hindi naman sayang yun.
Yes.
Yeah.
We support your
Ayan.
source of livelihood.
Yes. So sayang naman, Diyos ko, pera din.
Subscribe si Pocholo Pocho.
Yay!
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope in the future we see all our subscribers, no?
Malay mo.
Laki na nun,
Dean.
58,000 na.
Oo.
So,
Pati yung mga trolls, sama kayo.
yes, pati po mga trolls, ayos lang.
O kaya magpatulong tayo kay Christian Esguerra na magkaroon tayo ng isang live episode na kasama ay meron tayong live audience.
Joint. Si Christian Esguerra, babawi ako kay Christian Esguerra kasi sarap ng kwentuhan talaga namin. Ian bang nickname niya?
Ian siguro.
Yeah.
Why not?
Meron pa nga doon nag-comment kay Christian Esguerra. Sabi niya, ay, yan na pala itsura ni Dinmel. Nakita niya kasi.
May bigote.
Nagkabalbas na ako Ano po kasi I am embracing my age. I am 69 years old and I'm embracing my age. Yung kasabihang
Young at heart.
Young at heart, for me that is BS. Di ba?
Ayan. Ay, sorry.
Ay, Vancouver.
Si Vancouver, si Edwin Vivares, 5:39 AM daw doon.
Wow.
Pero lagi siyang nanonood.
Oo, lagi natin nakikita ang comment ni Edwin. Kasi parang siya ang siya yung nagtatanggol. Siya ang siya yung boses ng Canada diba?
Yeah, I've been to Vancouver. My brother is from Vancouver.
Ang dami pala natin mga taga-Canada dito. Ito, meron naman isa si Nelmar Vergara watching from UK naman daw siya.
United Kingdom, Nelmar Vergara. Wow. Uy, hinuli yung prince nyo dyan, ha?
Oo nga
Kay Epstein, hinuli.
Oo. Ito si Elmer Akasio, ang comment naman niya, dapat daw ibalik ang death penalty watching from Kawayan City, Isabela.
Wow, Kawayan.
Ang layo ng biyahe dyan, parang 13 hours.
Ang tagal dyan.
Ayan, yan yung opinion.
Hope you're okay.
Thank you, Elmer.
Ayan, si Leia Deligero watching from Australia.
Thank you very much. From Down Under.
From Down Under.
Pupunta po dyan ang ating Pilipinas Women's Volleyball Team para po sa qualifying round sa World Championship. Sana po cheerin yun.
Oo, supportahan natin.
Ito si Marife Montero watching from Malaysia.
Wow, Kuala Lumpur. I've been to Kuala Lumpur. It's a beautiful city.
Yes.
Pero mag-ingat lang daw dyan sa airport.
Ay,
Oo, maraming nga
mo
daw mga
din.
scam.
Madaming scam dyan. Pasensya na ha. Marifa, inang reputation ng Malaysian
Tsaka
airport.
natutuwa ko sa Malaysia at Singapore, isang bus lang yung distance. 6 hours
Tatawid
lang.
ka lang,
tatawid
no?
lang, pwede na.
Thank you,
Ayun.
Marife.
Ito si ang dami talaga ang taga-Canada ngayon. Si Carlito Sección watching from Calgary, Alberta.
Alam mo, Carlito, believe it or not, I've been to Calgary. It's a very cold place, the land of the dinosaurs. Yes, because they discovered so many dinosaur bones in Alberta. In Calgary specifically. Tama ba ako, Carlito? Di ba tama ako? Punta na kami dyan eh.
Ano kayang work ni Carlito sa Canada?
Ito si Lynn Valeza, informative po, watching from Bahrain.
Wow, Lynn.
Yan lagi. North America at saka Middle East tayo lagi.
Hindi papatalo yan yung Middle East eh.
I think si Lynn is very happy in Bahrain. Ha? I'm very happy. Yes. Nandiyan ba pamilya mo ngayon, Lynn?
Masaya ang selfie ni Lynn. Yes. Thank you so much, Lynn. Sana nag-subscribe ka na.
Sana mag-subscribe kayo.
Ito si Eusebio Jr. De Castro, si Dean Mel ang aking senador 2028.
Tingnan po natin kung I don't know, wala po akong datong.
Ay din, pahapyawan lang natin ng konti, no? Yung trending mo na post.
Oh, you want to address it ba?
Sige pa. Kasi, alam ba nag-post po ako na si Rafi Tulpo because of his 30 million subscribers and his persona as a tough guy with resolve at saka po yung persona niya rin na tumutulong sa mga tao through his wanted sa radyo. As of this moment, siya ang actually viable aspirant for the presidency against Sara Duterte. Yun nga po na sinabi ko sa aking YouTube post channel. Pero nasabi na po sa akin, nakarating na sa akin, na si Rafi Tulfo po ay hindi balak na tumakbo bilang presidente. But I was just saying that if ever there is a person like that, factually lang po, factual. I'm just talking about facts, whether you like it or not, because facts will never change. Yes, 30 million subscriber, kahit na 10 million lang doon, bumoto, tapos na eh. Kasi ang nananalo po sa presidential election sa Philippines by tradition is not majority. It's because we have plurality. Madami pong nagkakandidato, mga na makuha mo nyo lang yung 30% or 35% of the registered voters vote, mananalo po kayo. Mananalo po kayo.
So medyo na-misinterpret ng iba.
Yes. At saka kung babasahin naman natin yung post ni Dean Mel, ang sinabi niya po doon, kung walang ibang option. Oo. Kung hindi, dahil si VP Lenny, hindi nagsabi. Walang balak. Tapos sila Senator Bam, sila
Risa.
Oo, di ba? Ang point lang naman is kung walang iba.
Yes.
Siya yung magiging best president dun sa lineup.
Kaya nga sa bandang uli, sinabi ko, for now, sinusuwala, he is really a viable aspirant.
Yeah.
He is really a viable aspirant.
Baka ang nangyari kasi sa karamihan, hindi nila binasang buo.
Nakita nyo lang yung picture at nakita nyo yung headline na Senator Rafi Tulfo is the best president.
Tatapusin po natin yung mga binabasa natin.
Huwag natin tinitake out of context ang mga bagay-bagay.
There are about 11,000 comments and 2 million views na po yan.
Parang 78,000 reactions na din.
78 reactions. So, but I'm glad. Because I was in a way the positive thing about that, kahit na nababasa ko or nagrereklamo sila ako, the people are still concerned. The people are still passionate for a change.
Yeah.
That's the positive thing rin po sa ganyang mga entry or post at sa mga ganitong palatuntunan. Kahit ayaw nyo po sa amin, somehow you begin to think, you make some changes in your opinions. Ganyan po ang punto namin. Kaya I don't really mind kahit na mag-troll sila sa akin doon. Okay lang yon kasi you keep the conversation going all the time.
At saka yun nga din yung sinabi mo na dun sa reaction ng mga tao, if ayaw nyo kay Tulfo, ibig sabihin meron silang preference na meron silang hinahanap sa isang presidente.
Yes, exactly.
So, sana mag-align yun doon sa kung ano yung hinahanap ninyo.
Yeah,
Hindi yung dahil ayaw nyo lang yung ano.
I think the frustration of the people. Kasi yung mga ibang message sinasabi ganito, Jenny, ganito sinasabi na sana iba na lang ang nirekomenda mo, ganyan, things like that. You know, I could see their frustration because they exactly know what they do not want, but they cannot pinpoint anybody. Di ba? How frustrating is that? Di ba? I don't like her, but where's the alternative? Yeah. That is the frustration. So, binato lang nila sa akin yung frustration by bashing me. But it's okay because it's part of the territory and keeps the conversation going. At least, there is something bash. Abangan nyo po yung aking Rappler article sa reflection ko doon sa nangyaring yan sa post kong yan tomorrow sa Rappler. Ang pamagat po Rafi Tulfo discussion on the presidency. So sa Rappler po lalabas bukas yan.
Ayan. Ito si Glenda Diana Patenya. I gained a lot of insights from your podcast. Email follower po ninyo ako. Nakikinig po ako sa inyong mga interviews and explanations. Nakakatalino po talagang makinig sa inyo. God bless po at mabuhay from Cebu.
Wow. Salamat Glenda. Salamat. I love Cebu, especially Lechon Cebu.
Thank you, Miss Glenda.
Thank you, Glenda. Ito si Fideline Dailiano, marami po akong natututunan sa iyo. Subscribe ka na, Fideline.
Mag-subscribe po sana kayo sa ating YouTube channel, Facebook, at saka sa Spotify, at saka sa podcast natin, Apple Podcast, at pindutin niyo po yung bell para kung lalabas na po kami, maa-alarm kayo. Kasi po minsan napapaaga kami 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or sometimes if there is some, breaking news, lumalabas po kami.
Yes. Ito si Godfrey Lorenzana watching. New subscriber daw siya. Ang ganda daw ng talakayan.
Thank you, Godfrey. Thank you, Godfrey. Thank you very much. Sila. Alang-alang nila, hindi lang ang mga actual perpetrators, kundi yung mga taong may alam sa mga pangyayari na nasa loob ng organizational level na yan at walang ginawa.
Kasama pa rin pala.
Kasama yon. Kasama yon. Kaya diyan natin nakikita yung mga depensa na wala naman akong actual na ginawa. Yung wala naman akong actual na ginawa, hindi po ano yon. Hindi po, it will not hold water. Sapagkat nakalagay po sa ICC na kasama rin doon ang mga alam nasa loob ng organizational structure pero walang ginawa. Ikasama rin po yon. So iyon po maririnig natin sa mga prosecutor. Doon naman po sa mga nagdedepensa, baka marinig po natin uulitin nila ang issue ng jurisdiction. Uulitin nila na gawa-gawa lang ito. Uulitin nila na wala naman pong organizational structure na nangyari sa Pilipinas noon. At siyempre, sasabihin nila ang kanilang magiging depensa, yung nanlaban.
For sure.
Oo. So, ayun. So, ayun po ang ating aasahan bukas. At kung may oras pa ho, pasasalitaan ng abogado o representante ng mga biktima. At kung merong representante doon si President Duterte, baka pagsalitain pa rin po. So, iyan lang po ang mangyayari bukas. 3 oras po yan, may gap, 30 minutes every hour para makapagpahinga at uulit po hanggat matapos. Tapos, itutuloy sa Martes, 24, magkakaroon po sila ng respite sa 25, tapos 26 at 27 muli. Sa 24 po, diyan po ilalatag ng prosecution ang kanilang mga ebidensya. Doon naman sa 26, doon naman ilalatag ni Kaufman ang mga ebidensya nila. At sa bandang huli, siguro magsasalita sila ng summation nila. Magsasalita sila ng summation nila at pagkatapos po, merong 60 days ang ICC para sabihin confirm. At Jen, ano ang level ng ebidensya dito?
Nako din, sufficient grounds lamang.
Substantial grounds lamang po. Hindi pa po ito proof beyond reasonable doubt. Hindi rin po nga probable cause. Hindi po clear and convincing. Hindi po preponderance of evidence. Pero ang substantial evidence lang po.
True.
Ano po ba yung ibig sabihin ng substantial evidence?
Ang ibig sige ikaw. Okay, ang ibig sabihin po ng substantial evidence, kung ikaw isang pangkaraniwang reasonabling tao at nilatag sa iyo ang ebidensya ng di umanong paratang doon sa akusado, magkakaroon ka ba ng reasonabling determinasyon na baka nga sila ang gumawa? Emphasis on baka. O maaari ba talagang sila ang gumawa ayon sa ginawang ebidensya? Basta't po ang sagot, oo. Tapos na ang storya.
So, hindi moral certainty din, di ba?
Hindi pa, kasi moral certainty, proof beyond reasonable doubt na yon, di ba? Ito yung may probability ba? Maaari ba? Kung iyan ang ebidensyang nakalatag, nakita natin yung video halimbawa na inamin niya. Nakita natin ang video na tinuro niya pa si Bato. O pinalatag pa yung mga newspaper report. Alam mo, Jen, sa newspaper report sa atin maaring hearsay.
Oo.
Pero kasi may judicial notice rin po ang ICC. Ano nga ba yung judicial notice, yung pangkaraniwang pagkakaalam natin, Jen?
Na iyan ay tatanggapin na, 'di ba? Din na admissible as evidence or public knowledge na siya.
O halimbawa, probinsya ng Batangas.
Oo.
Hindi mo na kailangan i-prove
na yan ay probinsya ng Batangas.
Oo, kasi judicial notice na yun. At iyon ay mga nakalista sa ating rules of court. Pero dito po sa ICC, wala pong listahan ng judicial notice. Nakasalalay po sa determinasyon ng ICC kung yung inihain sa kanila ay common knowledge. Yun lang po ang batayan. Kung common knowledge po, pwede na pong i-judicial notice. Anong ibig sabihin? Wala ng ebidensya, kailangan pang ipresenta. Sapagkat iyon ay common knowledge na. Kaya yung mga video, yung mga newspaper account ng EJK na kumalat sa buong mundo, palagay ko, talaga naka-stack na yan.
Oo, din. Ang dami pa naman. Ang dami pa naman coverage ng time na yun.
Ito, yung tanong ni Paolo, sabi niya, yung mga pronouncement daw ba niya sa live TV na kill, kasama daw ba yun?
Yes, definitely.
Ako, nakakasigurado ko, kasama yun. Kasama yun. Ito po mga prosecutor, handa na po sila. At sabi nga po nila, handa na yung mga, sabi nila, na handyan na ay yung mga ready na kung tatawagin, yung 500 mga witnesses.
Ang dami.
At saka tatandaan niyo po nag-job opening ang ICC sa mga
For
Tagalog translators.
Correct.
So baka isa to sa mga pinagamitan.
Alam mo, Jen at Andrew, balikan natin. Ang sabi ng batas ang isang crime against humanity is an attack on the civilian population committing multiple acts. Kung ang issue ay murder. At dinefine na po ng ICC rules and regulation, rules of evidence o kaya ng kanilang mga alituntunin kung ano ang multiple attack. Basta't lampas isa.
Oo. Mali po yung perception na kailangan 1,000 or 100, di ba, Dean? Basta more than one, multiple attacks na yon.
Correct. Two po, kahit na po magkahiwalay na araw.
Opo.
Sapagkat po mapapakita po kasi ang pinaka-importante yung organizational at systematic attack na bakit pa ulit-ulit?
Oo.
Bakit pa ulit-ulit ganun? Bakit parating may nakalathala sa dyaryo na may namatay doon, namatay dyan at halos pare-pareho ang modus operandi? Iyan po ang maririnig nyo bukas. At ang kabila naman, sabi ko nga po, baka po yung issue na naman ng jurisdiction ay ihain nila. Ihain nila o tsaka yung issue na baka ang kanilang defense nanlaban.
Oo.
So, yun.
Pero nabasa ko po sa isang artikulo, sinulat ni former President Duterte na sabi niya raw, yung pagsasabi daw na he oversaw the extrajudicial policy is an outrageous lie. So sinasabi niya na parang wala siyang kinalaman doon sa polisiya na gayon na in-oversee. Samantalang talamak po sa TV, sa social media, yung mga videos.
Ngayon, Okay, kung iyan ang defensa niya,
Oo.
babanggitin rin po yan.
Yan.
Babanggitin po rin ni Kaufman kung iyan ang ebidensya niya. Sapagkat po, pasanin ng dalawang panig na patunayan ang kanilang mga ebidensya.
Tama.
Diba? Pasanin po ng dalawang panig. Kaya titignan po natin ang mangyayari bukas. So ito po ay uulitin ko, pagtatalumpati po at paglalatag ng buod ng mga nag-uusig sa kasong crime against humanity labang kay Presidente Duterte. At ang kabila naman po, papasinungalingan nila at pwedeng yung issue ng jurisdiction ihain ulit nila at baka nga yung affidavit ni Duterte ipresenta nila na wala siyang kinalaman.
Yan. Nako. Tsaka wag po tayo malilito ha. Yung confirmation of charges hearing po na magaganap simula bukas, the chamber will not determine the innocence or guilt of Duterte. Right? It will just determine if iko-continue ba nila to trial, di ba po, Dean, yung kaso, or ito-terminate na nila yung proceedings dahil nga walang substantive or sufficient grounds na ituloy sa paglilitis.
Tatlo po ang pwedeng maaring mangyari sa resolusyon ng ICC.
Yan.
Una, sasabihin nila may substantial evidence, ilipat na natin sa trial chamber.
Yan.
Mag-umpisa na kayo magpormal na mag-usig. Pangalawa, sasabihin nila, kulang ang ebidensya pero merong bahid ng pagkatotoo. Pwede nilang sabihin, ititigil natin, maghanap pa kayo ng ebidensya. Kita nyo, ibang-iba po sa Pilipinas. Ibang-iba po dito sa alituntunin dito. Ang pangatlo, walang ebidensya. I-dismiss natin.
I-terminate na natin.
I-terminate natin kung walang-wala pong ebidensya.
At pag ganon, papalayain na nila si
former
President
na.
Duterte.
Doon sa dalawang una, hindi. Pero doon sa pangatlo papalayain po. Kaya yan. Kaya tandaan natin, ang level lang po ng ebidensya bukas ay tinatawag na substantial evidence.
Ayan.
Ito din, sabi kasi ni Jos Jablos, no, usually daw kasi ang defense naman ng mga followers ni Duterte ay yung mga police naman daw yung gumawa ng krimen at hindi daw si Digong. So ano ba din ang ibig sabihin ng parang systematic na attacks?
Oo. Kaya nga malinaw ang ating ang ICC. Sinabi ng ICC, ganito ha, kung alam mo na nangyayari iyon, kahit wala kang aktual na ginawa, pero ikaw ay nasa isang mataas na katungkulan at wala kang ginawa at kasama ka sa organizational level ng mga dapat magpigil nun, sangkot ka na rin.
Kasama ka dun sa common plan.
Sangkot ka na rin. At saka po, kaya nga po, makikita nyo, papakita, bukas yan yung paulit-ulit. Kasi kung ikaw naman paulit-ulitan ang nangyayari at ang mga sangkot pa, mga pulis, di ba? Kaya nga po lalabas dyan yung mga pangalan ng sinasabi nilang co-perpetrators.
At saka, di ba, Jos Jablos, I mean, common sense, di ba? Hindi naman yun gagawin ng mga pulis kung walang nag-utos na matataas na opisyal. Lalo na, aminin natin, ang dami niyang videos in the past na sinasabi niya na kapag lumaban, patayin nyo, di ba? So, hindi maipagkakaila na may kinalaman.
Ngayon, although yun, ipapatunayan yun. Papatunayan yun. Ang sasabihin nila Duterte ngayon, maaring iyon ay joke-joke lamang o isang salitang na biglang emotional outburst lang. O pwede nilang ihain yun, walang problema. Pero ang kredibilidad ng paghahain na yun, titimbangin po ng ICC. Titimbangin lahat po yan, di ba?
At saka ang kaibahan kasi ng mangyayari bukas is hindi kailangan ng actual proof.
Yes.
Parang idea lang na merong possibility na ginawa niya.
Yes. Pwede
Pasok
nang
na siya.
ituloy.
Pwede na siyang ituloy.
Tatlong count po yun ang makikita natin. Davao City, yung mga nangyari sa Davao City noong 2011, 2016, murders committed in or around Davao City. Count 1. Count 2, high-value targets between 2016 and 2017, murders of individuals labeled as high-value targets. At number 3 po, yung barangay operations from 2016 to 2019, murders and attempted murders committed during clearance operations in neighborhoods throughout the country. So tatlong counts po yun. tatlong counts yan. Yan.
Ayan, going back lang dun sa kay Jos Jablos. Ito, Jos Jablos, yung sinasabi sa Rome Statute na yung crime against humanity ay part ng widespread or systematic attack.
Yes.
So, not necessarily na yung mga may actual na ano lang, na participation. Oo, may physical participation doon sa ginawa. Systematic attack. Yung tinatawag.
I-address ko lang kanina, may nabasa kasi akong comment, sabi niya, kung hindi pala gumagana yung batas dito sa Pilipinas, bakit dito pa kinasuhan si Bong Revilla? Eto na naman po tayo. Unang-una po, yung kay Senator Bong Revilla po, ibang crime po yung charge sa kanya. Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act po, ang di umano'y violate niya. Dito naman po kina Pangulong Duterte, allegedly, ang violate naman nila ay a different law. This is Republic Act 9851 na nag-govern sa crimes against humanity. Tama po, dapat talaga dito litisin si Senator Bong Revilla kasi nandito naman talaga yung jurisdiction. Nasa Sandigan Bayan. Pero with respect to international crimes or crimes against humanity, ICC po ang may complementary jurisdiction.
Paliwanag ko ulit po. Sa international law po, may mga krimen na pwedeng dinggin ng anumang bansa. Kahit sa anumang bansa. Ito po yung tinatawag na genocide, mass murder, at isa na rin po yung crime against humanity, denominated as murder. Okay? So iyan po, mga international crime na pwedeng dinggin ng kahit sinong bansa sa buong mundo sapagkat po yan ang essence ng universal jurisdiction, international law. At sa ating constitution po, nakalagay sa ating saligang batas ng international law, nakasama na dyan ang usapin ng crime against humanity, ay nakapaloob rin sa ating constitution by adoption. Sinasabi po ng ating constitution, the generally accepted principles of international law is adopted by the Philippines as part of the law of the land. At ang statutory bridge po dito sa International Law Constitution at para pumapatupad sa Pilipinas ay ang Republic Act 9851 na nagsasabi na in the interest of justice, kung meron na pong nagdidinig na isang international tribunal sa kamukang kasong crime against humanity, pabayaan na po sila sapagkat ang kanilang mga level ng standard ay probable cause trend, substantial evidence trend at pwede na rin hayaan na sila at pwede na sila mag-issue ng warrant of arrest. Kaya nga po na-issue dito ang warrant of arrest. Iyan po ang daloy ng batas diyan. Talaga po may sound basis ang pagdadakip dito ng isang taong di umano'y gumanap ng crime against humanity at pwedeng ipadala doon sa ICC. Sapagkat po sa Section 7 pa rin po, kung makikita nyo, ayun po, nasa last sentence. Instead, the authorities may surrender or extradite suspected or accused persons in the Philippines to the appropriate international court. So, ibig sabihin po, ang sitwasyon na ito, hindi paggalang sa ating mga korte, kundi po ito'y pag-obserba ng ating mismong batas. Diba? Ito po'y pag-obserba ng ating mismong batas. Kasi po ang usapin ngayon, global na po ngayon. Ang daling global community na po tayo. We are a part of the community of nations of civilized countries. Diba? And therefore, hindi na po ito a matter of isolationism. Ito po ay legal integration of all nations para po panagutin ang isang taong di umano'y gumanap ng isang kahindik-hindip at karimari-marim na krimen, crime against humanity.
Ayan, sana malinaw po
Oo.
Kung hindi nyo pa rin maintindihan, talaga na lang.
Ewan ko na.
Kayo na po yata may problema.
Hindi kasi siya hindi paggalang sa jurisdiction ng Pilipinas Ito, yung batas po natin, yung article, yung Republic Act 9851, binigyan tayo ng kalayaan, no? Binigyan tayo ng freedom na mamili kung saan mo siya gustong saan mo gustong gawin yung paglilitis. Pwede dito sa Pilipinas or pwede sa ibang bansa kung meron nang nag-iimbestiga na ibang tribunal.
Actually po, tayo ay nagko-comply lamang sa batas. Kung hindi po natin sila actually susundin, we are violating our own law. We are violating RA 9851.
Paliwanag nga natin ulit, Andrew at Jen. Kasi nasabi na natin ang legal basis. Sabihin naman natin ang practical and necessity basis nito. Unang-una, expertise at saka experience at kadulubhusaan. Nakakasigurado po ako sa inyo nang wala pang isang prosecutor dito at nang wala pang huwes dito sa Pilipinas na nakatapos o duminig man lamang ng isang kasong crime against humanity.
Wala. Nada.
Di ba po? Wala tayong experience doon. We have to be humble enough. Kasi po napaka-seryoso ng krimen na ito. Hindi lang po para sa kapakanan ng Estado na pinangangalagaan o at ng biktima, kundi po para sa kapakanan rin po ng akusado para tunay na siyang mabigyan ng due process. Kung makikita nyo nga po, karamihan ng mga mungkahi o motion na ginagawa ngayon sa ICC ay nanggagaling sa kampo ng mga Duterte. Di ba po? Binibigyan sila ng due process. Yun po ang unang reason, yung practical reason na walang kadalubhasaan ang Pilipinas sa mga usaping ganyan. At alam nga namang meron tayong batas. Hindi natin papakinabangan ang batas para sa kapakanan ng mga biktima at para sa kapakanan rin ni Duterte. Di ba po? Baka ibigay niyo yan sa isang judge dito. Sasabihin, ano ba yung systematic? Ano ba yung organizational plan? Ano ba yung multiple commission? Di ba po? Parang kayo at ako, mag-aaral lang po yun. Diba?
Walang expertise
Walang expertise. Pangalawa, Jen, tungkol naman sa political stability.
Ayan.
Ano naman epekto?
Actually, din ang iaano ko rin sana, isisingit ko yung aspeto ng impartiality.
Okay, ano impartiality?
Dahil kung doon po didinggin, makakasiguro actually yung mga biktima at yung kampo ni President Duterte na walang padri-padrino system, walang palakasan, hindi mabubulungan ang mga justices or judges doon.
Walang suhulan.
Walang suhulan. Ayaw ba nila nun?
Yun.
Diba? Kung dito, papayag ba kayo na okay lang saan ba yun din? Muntinlupa, kukulong habang dinidinig.
Kita mo naman sa Muntinlupa, mga nakakulong dan, mga drug lord rin pa pala. Nakakapagmando pa sila sa labas. Hindi niyo po ba nakikita yon, di ba? Tsaka isa pa,
yung
political instability. Kung gagawin po dito ang paglilitis dyan, tandaan po natin ang mga kasong kadalasan ay sinasampahan dito sa International Criminal Court ay dating mga makapangyarihang tao, malawak ang impluensya at baka, hindi ko po sinasabing si Duterte, normally lang po, baka may private army pa.
Oo. Tsaka tama din, hindi lang dati. Baka hanggang ngayon, kahit after his tenure.
Yes. At yun po. So yun po ang gustong i-prevent nitong batas na ito. Political instability. Di ba po? Huwag natin pong i-confuse ang kapakanan ng ilang mga taong di umano'y akusado sa integridad ng ating country at saka sa national security ng ating country. So yan po yung mga dahilan, practical reasons dyan.
Ayan, na-diniscuss na ni Dean yung legal reasons, pati practical reasons, pero meron pa rin.
Sabi ni Roy Cubes, yung batas mo bias dahil anti-Duterte. Katatandaan po natin na itong batas na RA 9851 ay ipinasa po noong 2009. Sino ang presidente ng 2009?
Si GMA.
Best friend yan, isa sa best friend ni President Duterte. Ang sisihin niya po, si President GMA. Wala naman po kaming kinalaman dyan sa batas na yan
Hindi naman po kami congressman and senator, hindi po kami yung gumawa ng batas.
Hulaan mo kung sino Senate President nun.
Sino din?
Si Juan Ponce Enrile.
Kita nyo na. Sumalangit nawa ang kanyang kaluluwa.
Hindi po mga simpleng mga taong gumawa ng batas na yan ng 2009. At Andrew, sino nauna? Republic Act 9851 o yung ICC na yan?
Nauna to din kasi ang RI ang sa ICC, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, 2011 or 2012.
Yes, ni-ratified 2011.
Ito 2000
So nauna to bago tayo pumirma sa ICC. So ibig sabihin, kahit wala yung ICC, kung mag-imbestiga ang ICC dito, papayagan ng 9851.
Correct ka dyan, Andrew. Kahit wala po yung ICC yan, meron pala tayong 9851 na binalangkas ng ating mga congressman at pinirma ng presidente nung araw ni GMA.
O kaya,
sisihin nyo si GMA.
kaya Roy, wag kami sisihin mo.
Oo, hindi kami bias.
Bias si GMA kasi hindi pa niya alam na magkakaroon ng gantong kaso si Duterte, pinasa na niya yan. So kasalanan niya yan.
Kasalanan ng batas. Alam nga namang hindi natin sundin ang batas, Roy.
Paano yan, Roy? Anong gagawin mo? Bakit mo sinasabi kaming bias? Baka ikaw ang bias.
True.
Kasi kung hindi ka magiging bias, kung mapapakita mo sa amin ang sinasanggalang mong batas.
Oo.
Sinasanggalang mong batas, anong provision sa Constitution at anong provision sa international. Kasi hindi tayo po makaalis dun eh. Nasa international law, nasa Constitution at nasa Republic Act 9851. Anong gusto mong gawin natin? Huwag nating respetuhin tong batas nating na ito.
Biruin mo, binanggit na ni Dean yung Constitution, RA 9851, Rome Statute. Bias pa din. Ayun, mahahalata mo talaga.
Sabi ni All Walks of Life, sabi niya, pang first year law student, yung paliwanag ni Dean Mel.
True, pero sadly, dahil may mga bulag pa rin. But of course, thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching. Sana po, ang inaasahan ko, malinawan kayo.
Oo.
Malinawan kayo. Wag nyo pong magdala ng bugso ng damdamin.
Kasi inuunahan nila ng sarado yung isip nila.
Wag niyo pong isarado ang isip ninyo. Wag niyo pong isarang isip ninyo. Tingnan niyo muna po ang mga angkop na batas.
Tama po.
Yung bang sinasabi ni Attorney Jen, ni Andrew at ni Dean Mel ay walang sanggalang sa batas ng Pilipinas.
True.
Yun po, kung wala, surrender kami. Di ba? Kung nanguhula lang kami dyan. Yan.
Eto si Jeremy.
Si Jeremy, ang sabi niya, Sir, ibig sabihin mo ba ay walang kredibilidad ang mga korte dito sa Pilipinas?
Hindi po yan.
Not the point.
Ito po ang sinasabi ko. Wala pong kabihasaan. Expertise ang mga korte dito sa Pilipinas. Nakakasigurado ako sa inyo, ni isang judge wala pang humawak ng crime against humanity. Para po sa akusado rin po iyan. Hindi po ibig sabihin na porket lalampasan natin ng korte dito, binababaan na natin ang integridad nila. Nagiging lang po tayo. Nakita na to nila Senator Ponce Enrile noong 2009, nung Republic Act 9851. Napakababaw naman po natin kung sasabihin natin na hindi to na-anticipate ng mga gumawa ng batas noon. Hindi to na-anticipate nung gumawa ng ating mga konstitusyon. Napakababaw naman po nun. Nakita na nila yon. Baka walang kabihasaan ng ating mga wes at mga prosecutor dito. Mas lalong manganib ang both accused and the victim. Mas mabuti na po ibigay natin doon. Kaya yung mga it is a violation of our national sovereignty.
Mali po yun.
Maling-mali po yun sapagkat po ang protection ng isang national sovereignty ay ang protection rin ng ating batas. Huwag po natin i-confuse. Huwag po natin i-confuse na porket hindi natin ginagamit ang korte, talagang
hindi na nire-respeto.
Hinahamak natin sila. Hindi po, palagay ko yung mga West natin, baka gustuin pa nila, ayoko humawak dyan.
Dahil wala silang expertise.
Baka magkamali ako. Di ba po? At yun po, nakita nung mga nagbalangkas ng batas na matatalino po yung mga senador noon. Noon po, matatalino ang mga senador. Dinidiin ko po yan. Noon, matatalino ang mga senador. Ngayon.
At saka Jeremy, bibigyan lang kita ng sobrang simpleng analogy na lang. So, gusto mong pumunta ng Singapore, galing ka lang Pilipinas. Meron kang dalawang option. Pwede kang lumangoy, pwede kang mag-eroplano. Anong pipiliin mo?
Ayan, Jeremy.
Oo. So bakit, pwede ka naman lumangoy, wala mong nagbabawal dun sa'yo, pero hindi ka pinagbabawalan mag-eroplano. So alin yung mas gusto mo? Yung mapapagod ka, pag-aaralan mo pa kung paano ka pupunta, o dun ka sa way na mabilisan na lang?
Kaya Jeremy, linawin ulit namin, iba ang kredibilidad sa expertise.
Yes. Si Judge ganito, hindi corrupt. Summa cum laude. Bar number one top notcher, etc. ng Philippine law.
Paano yan? Pag crimes against humanity.
Paano yan? First time niya.
Oo.
I mean, talaga i-risk mo ba ang fate ni akusado ni Duterte at saka ng mga biktima sa isang walang kabihasaan na huwes?
Oo. The judge is credible but he or she is not an expert.
Correct.
Meron tayong Kasi ang ICC, tatandaan natin, nung naging member tayo nun, hindi naman tayo basta naging member lang.
Demonstrates a systematic attack. This pattern is not a coincidence, it is structure. The use of similar operational narrative and particular assertions of armed resistance demonstrate consistency incompatible with isolated acts. Regardless of whether the direct perpetrators were formally identified as police officers, the similar tactics used show planning and coordination involving law enforcement authorities and, at times, local officials. Killings were not carried out by rogue officials or by vigilantes operating separately from the authorities. The police involvement in the killings extended well beyond the cases officially acknowledged as death arising from by-bust operations. Furthermore, the government's failure to arrest, let alone prosecute, a single police officer for their role in any of the war on drug killings that Duterte has encouraged sent a clear message that the one responsible need not fear accountability and can act with impunity. There is no evidence that Mr. Duterte took any steps to prevent or punish the responsible for the murders. On the contrary, as his numerous public statements made clear, he discounted the legality of police actions, showing no inclination or intent to investigate alleged crimes. Mr. Duterte encouraged the police to carry out his anti-drug campaign and repeatedly stated he would protect them from prosecution. On 19 July 2016, at a fellowship dinner with his former law school classmates, Mr. Duterte said the police officer could carry out their war on drugs without worrying about being prosecuted. He stated, and I quote, "The President can grant pardon conditional or absolute, or grant amnesty with the concurrence of Congress. I will use it, believe me," end of quote. During a press conference on 21st August 2016, he also explained that his promises to protect the police was one of the reasons why the war on drugs had become so bloody, and I quote, "Remember, I went in warning everyone. I said it could be bloody because I knew that the police would now be equipped with a certain mindset, that they would be protected by law if they go in and have this, violent confrontation. Because before, they were afraid of these human rights, and a lot of them lost their jobs because they couldn't even have a lawyer to defend themselves," end of quote. Mr. Duterte also warned human rights organizations not to file cases against police and army officers for extrajudicial killings, saying, and I quote, "I would like to say now they will never go to prison, not under my watch," end of quote. This morning, Your Honor, Mr. Jeremy referred to the killing of the mayor of Albuera, Rolando Espinosa, who was killed inside the Leyte prison. At the time, the National Bureau of Investigation determined that the killings were a rub-out of two unarmed prisoners inside their cell and filed murder charges. Mr. Duterte responding, saying that the officers would not be prosecuted, with these words, and I will quote, "I will not allow this," meaning officers, "go to prison. I don't care if the NBA says it is murder. Anyway, the NBA and the Department of Justice are both under my authority. I will be the one to answer for it and go to prison," end of quote. On his third day in office as president, Mr. Duterte publicly told police officers that he would pardon them if they killed drug dealers, and drug addicts, using these words, quote, "Do your duty, and if in the process you kill 1,000 persons because you are doing your duty, I will protect you," end of quote. Given the prevailing perception of police impunity and the absence of effective investigations or prosecutions, in many cases victims did not file a complaint nor try to initiate criminal proceedings. As one family member of a victim explained to us, and I quote, "We had no hope for an investigation of the police. One of us saw one of the police go inside with an aluminium briefcase. He took out a gun and some shabu sockets and placed them next to the body. I went back to where I was, and I was totally shocked. I couldn't even complain. If we go complain, what is our chance against the authorities?" End of quote. In other cases, victims tried to seek justice. They went to the police, to local officials, to government agencies. They filed reports, they asked for investigation, they begged for answers, but their pleas were ignored, their complaints were dismissed, their testimonies were doubted. In some cases, the very people they approached for help were the same ones involved in the violence. They were left with no path forward. No institution was willing to hear them, no authority was willing to protect them, no system was willing to acknowledge what was happening. The attack against the civilian population was carried out pursuant to a state policy to neutralize, through violent crimes, including murder, individuals perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. The policy was originally developed by Mr. Duterte and his close associates in Davao City and implemented locally, and then expanding to the national level in 2016, once Mr. Duterte became President of the Republic of the Philippines. Victims support the primary prosecution pleading and submit that the evidence shows the existence of such a policy as reflected in the repeated patterns of conduct, the mobilization of state resources, Mr. Duterte's public endorsement, and institutional tolerance. Mr. Duterte first ran for mayor of Davao in 1988 on a campaign to restore law and order in the city, the largest of the main southern island of Mindanao. At that time, Davao was known as the murder capital of the Philippines. Communist insurgents and government security forces gunned each other down and many civilians day and night on Davao's streets and barrios. Mr. Duterte was Davao mayor for most of the years between 1988 and 2016. Local NGOs indicate that squad killings of alleged drug dealers, petty criminals, and street children in Davao City started sometimes in the mid-90s, during Mr. Duterte's second term. The group that claimed to be responsible for the killings was called Suluguan Sakatuan, or Servants of the People, amongst other names. But soon the media, as you have also heard in these days, the media began referring to it as the Davao Death Squad. The Davao Death Squad killed hundreds. Mr. Duterte endorsed the killings as an effective way to combat crime, relishing his Duterte nickname and reputation. His active promotion of the killing of suspected drug offenders led to a sharp increase in such killings during his time as mayor. According to one estimate, amongst the other that you have been shown yesterday and today, at least 1,424 such killings took place in Davao between 1988 and 2015. As you heard yesterday during the presentation of Mr. Nichols, and today during the presentation of Ms. Croft, when confronted with a death toll during his presidential election campaign, Mr. Duterte responded, "They said I killed 700? They undercounted. It was 1,700. As you also heard, Your Honors, on numerous occasions as mayor, Mr. Duterte claimed personal responsibility for the policy of killing drug suspects. Even prior to announcing his candidacy for the May 2016 presidential election, Mr. Duterte was already very clear about his intention to eliminate crime by eliminating criminals, applying nationwide the abusive crime control tactics. As reported in the Sunstar Philippines on 24 May 2015, he declared, and I quote, "If by chance that God will place me there, watch out, because the 1,000, referring to the person killed in Davao, because the 1,000 will become 100,000. You will see the fish in Manila Bay getting fat. That is where I will dump you." End of quote. 3 months after that speech, he renewed his pledge, and I quote, "If I become president, you better hide. That 1,000 will reach 50,000. I would kill all of you who make the lives of Filipinos miserable." End of quote. Mr. Duterte's outspoken vote to embark on a nationwide killing campaign against drug dealers and drug users was the foundation of his presidential electoral platform. During a campaign rally on 15 March 2016, he stated, quote, "When I become president, I will order the police to find those people dealing or using drugs and kill them. The funeral parlors will be packed." Following his election as president, as also explained this morning by Mr. Jeremy, on 9 May 2016, Mr. Duterte continued to declare unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign was focused on killing drug dealers and users. Speaking in Davao on 4 June 2016, he stated, quote, "If you are still into drugs, I'm going to kill you. Don't take this as a joke. I'm not trying to make you laugh, son of bitches. I will really kill you." End of quote. The next month, Mr. Duterte referred to children killed in his drug war as, I quote, "collateral damage." Mr. Duterte and his associates disregarded the most basilar principle of law, human rights, and human dignity. In September 2016, after the then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon denounced the drug war killings, Mr. Duterte called him a fool, adding, quote, "I will continue the campaign against the criminals. I do not have any pity for them. I don't give a shit. I am the President of the Philippines, not the Republic of the international community." End of quote. In a Human Rights Watch report issued in March 2017, Mr. Duterte's first 6 months in office were labeled as a human rights calamity for the Philippines. Mr. Duterte repeated public statements encouraging the killing of alleged drug offenders were not rhetorical flourishes. They were operational directives. The repeated calls to kill alleged drug dealers and users is indicative of a government policy to direct an attack against a specific civilian population. Public statements encourage lethal force. Law enforcement operations were organized and resourced. The rhetoric of eradication was translated into practice. The scale, coordination and continuity of operations, coupled with public encouragement of lethal enforcement, support the inference of policy. When violence is normalized, repeated, and institutionally defended as in the present case, it reflects policy. Turning to the alleged liability of Mr. Duterte. The suspect is charged as indirect co-perpetrator under Article 25(3)(a) for committing the crimes jointly with others in furtherance of a common plan or agreement to neutralize through violent crimes including murder, individual perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. In the alternative, he is also charged under Article 25(3)(b) for ordering or inducing the Davao Death Squad and later the national network to commit the crimes, and under Article 25(3)(c) for aiding, abetting, or otherwise assisting members of the Davao Death Squad and later the national network to commit the crimes. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution allows to conclude that there are substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes charged. In particular, the evidence shows the existence of a common plan to kill individuals perceived by the authorities as implicated in drug-related crimes. The common plan originated in Davao in the late 80s when the suspect instructed members of the death squad, police officers and non-police hitmen, to conduct operations against the targeted individuals, provided funds and other resources to achieve the aim of the agreement. As already recalled, Mr. Duterte made unequivocal public statements encouraging police and civilians to kill alleged drug offenders. Such statements indicate an intent to use the country's law enforcement agencies to engage in murders. Mr. Duterte was proud of his achievements at the point that he put his method at the center of his presidential campaign. When elected president, he adopted the same method as in Davao nationwide and continued to state publicly and unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign would focus on killing drug dealers and users. Mr. Duterte relied on the support of the police, which he exercised effective control over, to execute the common plan. Their loyalty was reinforced through financial incentives, promotions, and the maintenance of a system of impunity. Mr. Duterte had full knowledge of the crimes. As the Chamber has already heard, on 15 March 2016 in Lingayen, he announced that if elected, he would order police to locate and kill individuals involved in drugs, warning that funeral parlors would be crowded. On 7 May 2016, the final day of the campaigning for the presidential elections, Mr. Duterte made it clear that his threats were to be taken literally, and I quote, "All of you who are into drugs, you sons of bitches, I will really kill you. I have no patience, I have no middle ground," end of quote. Madam President, Your Honors, the loss victims carry is not measured only in the death of a loved one. It is measured in the empty chair at the dinner table, the birthdays that will never be celebrated, the dreams that ended abruptly, and the futures that were taken from them. And I quote, "My loved one was not perfect. None of us are. But he was a human being. He was someone's child, someone's parent, someone's partner. He deserved dignity, due process, and the chance to defend himself. Instead, his life ended without warning, without explanation, and without accountability. For many of us, the moment we learned of our loved one's death was the moment our own lives changed forever. We were left with questions that no one in authority would answer. We were left with fear that speaking out would put us in danger. And we were left with a painful knowledge that the institutions meant to protect us had failed us. End of quote. The trauma of these events did not end with the loss of life. It continues every day. Families were left to navigate grief while facing stigma and suspicion. Many were told implicitly or explicitly that their loved ones had deserved what happened to them. They were made to feel ashamed for seeking answers. Some were threatened when they tried to file complaints. Others were told not to bother because nothing would come of it. Children who witness violence now struggle with fear. Parents who lost their children live with enduring guilt and despair. Entire communities still carry the memory of nights filled of sirens, shouting, and uncertainty. Your Honors, the victim's suffering is never abstract nor remote. It remains real, immediate, and ongoing. Your Honors, trauma is not always visible. It resides in the silence of the ones who are afraid to speak. It lives in the hesitation of a child who no longer feels safe walking outside, and in the constant fear of families who still look over their shoulders, wondering whether they will be targeted next. For the victims, the confirmation of charges is not merely a legal step. It is a recognition that their loved ones mattered. It is an acknowledgement that what happened to them was wrong. It is a message that they have not been forgotten. These proceedings offer something they had been denied in years: hope. Hope that the truth will be established, that the one responsible will be held to account, that future generations will not endure the same suffering. Justice cannot restore their loved ones, but it can restore dignity. Justice can affirm humanity. Justice can help them begin to heal. Madam President, Your Honors, for the purpose of a confirmation of a charges hearing, the prosecution must demonstrate substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed each of the crimes charged. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution meets this evidentiary standard. The confirmation of all charges is not only legally warranted, it is essential to the integrity of international criminal justice. The evidence before this chamber establishes reasonable ground to believe that crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder were committed in the context of a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population, and that Mr. Duterte bears individual criminal responsibility under Article 25 of the Rome Statute. Your Honors, the victims have waited years for this moment. They have been silenced, stigmatized, and denied justice in their own country. Today, they stand before you with the hope that justice, long denied, may finally be within reach. This court is their last refuge, and today, on their behalf, we ask this chamber to affirm that their suffering matters, that their rights matter, and that the rule of law extends even to the most powerful, by confirming all the charges against Mr. Duterte and committing him to trial. This concludes my part, Your Honors. With your leave, I will give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Andres, for concluding our presentation. Merci beaucoup.
Judge Mottoch, thank you very much. Metro Andres, you have the floor.
Madam President, Your Honors, I am Gilbert Andres. My colleague Ms. Masida earlier submitted that Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized. What were the conditions of the victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign? How poor and marginalized were his victims? The victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were from low-income, high-density communities. In an urban setting, this meant that some victims live in an area of about 69,000 persons per square kilometer during the relevant period. A typical floor area of the house of a victim in these high-density communities was about 6 square meters. For some victims, their house was as small as the area of 2 tables in this courtroom. The victims' houses were typically made up of wood, used tarpaulin, plastic, light materials, and some broken hollow blocks. Any material that they could scavenge and utilize. As the victims lived in high-density communities, their neighbors knew them very well. The victims lived in close-knit communities. The victims' close-knit communities meant that they immediately knew if a person was an outsider to their community. And any traumatic event that happened to these victims in their close-knit communities was known and whispered throughout their community. As the victims were from low-income communities, to survive poverty, their houses were homes to multiple generations of their families to conserve their meager resources. For Filipinos, especially from low-income communities, their family is not just the nuclear family. It is not just the husband, the wife, the children. Their family extends to the grandparents, the lolo and lola, and the siblings of a spouse, the brothers and sisters. The breadwinner of the victim's family was usually the husband, the father of the children. The victims either worked as daily minimum wage earners or as wage earners below the prescribed daily minimum wage, or as part of the informal economy, such as a vendor. The victims worked if there was work available to earn for their family's survival. But most of the victims would not have completed their education, nor have the proper training to secure stable jobs as part of the formal economy. If they were fortunate to be employed as minimum daily wage earners, in the urban setting, this amounted to about 500 Philippine pesos per day, or approximately about 8 euros per day during the relevant period. But for most victims, the minimum wage was really the maximum that they can hope for. The victims only hoped to earn at most about 8 euros per day. And for a family composed of the husband, the wife, and about 2 until 4 children, 8 euros per day is meager. There was also a cultural expectation for the breadwinners to help their elderly parents. The other spouse sometimes augmented this meager income by being a vendor or by taking temporary jobs. And if both parents were outside of their home, it was the extended family that took care of the children. Your Honors, the specific data may vary from victim to victim, but the victims hope that this data give the Chamber a picture of their conditions under Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. The already marginalized and vulnerable conditions of the victims exponentially multiplied the harm that they suffered, and they continue to suffer, which leads to our next submission. What were the grave effects and suffered harm of the victims, their families, and their communities resulting from the crimes charged against Mr. Duterte? Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign targeted the very humanity of the victims, of their families, and of their communities. In Filipino, the indirect victims expressed this in one sentence: "Inalisan kami ng dangal. We were stripped of our dignity." How so? First, Mr. Duterte publicly dehumanized the victims of his anti-drug campaign. This dehumanization of the victims was used to justify their eventual murders. On July 25, 2016, during his first State of the Nation address before the Philippine Congress, Mr. Duterte declared that, and I quote, "But human rights cannot be used as a shield or an excuse to destroy the country, your country, and my country." End of quote. What was chilling was that this portion of Mr. Duterte's speech garnered the most applause from members of the Philippine Congress and the public gallery. On August 17, 2016, during the 115th Police Service Anniversary at the Philippine National Police Headquarters, Mr. Duterte declared to the Philippine National Police that for those allegedly affected by drugs, and I quote, "And it has not only affected millions, but a lot of them are no longer viable as human beings in this planet." End of quote. On August 26, 2016, Mr. Duterte declared to a group of Filipino soldiers he visited in an army camp that, and I quote, "Crimes against humanity? In the first place, I'd like to be frank with you. Are they humans? What is your definition of a human being?" End of quote. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte serve to condition the Filipino people on the excuse for the murder of the victims of his anti-drug campaign and how the murders were taken out, brazen, execution style. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte were emblematic of findings that atrocity crimes were often preceded by the process of dehumanizing the identities of others to justify the crimes. Second, the murdered victims were dehumanized by how they were murdered. During their actual murders, the targeted victims were summarily accused as drug users or pushers without the benefit of a judicial process, just like the one before this chamber. The victims were then murdered inside their homes or within their own close-knit community. The victims who were murdered inside their homes were murdered in front of their family, their spouse, their children, or their parent, especially in front of their mothers. Some of the victims were forcefully separated from the physical clutches of their family members, protecting them from the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. This was what happened to the son of a victim in the early hours of a Thursday. At that time, this victim, her son, and her son's wife, who was pregnant and nearing delivery, were preparing to go to the hospital when 6 or 7 people dressed in black and who had guns suddenly entered their house. As recounted by this victim, and I quote, "My son kept repeating, 'Mama, don't leave me.' So I blocked the way. He pleaded again, saying, 'I will come with you, just don't kill me. Mama, don't leave me.' 4 officers were inside. One shouted at me, 'Get out of the way!' They pulled me down the stairs and yanked my hair. They had guns. My son pleaded again, 'Mama, don't leave me.' He was hugging, referring to his wife. They dragged me out into the street and put me on a motorcycle. Some victims begged the direct perpetrators for their lives, as witnessed by their family members. Some victims spontaneously took off their clothes to show to the direct perpetrators that they were clean. The home, which was supposed to be a shelter of security for the direct victims, became the crime scenes of their brazen murder. The targeting of the victims in their own homes is explained by the Philippine National Police Command Memorandum Circular number 16-2016, which was earlier referred to also by the prosecution. It was issued on July 1, 2016, by the then Chief of the Philippine National Police, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, appointed by Mr. Duterte. The relevant portion of CMC 16-2016 states that, and I quote, "The actual house-to-house visitations of suspected drug personalities shall be the highlight of Project Tonghang." End of quote. Project Tonghang refers to Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign on barangay clearance operations. Ultimately, the murdered victims were now known in their close-knit communities with the stigmatized label of natokhang and as drug users, despite the lack of any judicial declaration. Third, the murdered victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were further dehumanized even after their death by the false narrative of nanlaban. After the actual murder, the murdered victims were falsely portrayed as nanlaban, that they allegedly fought back against the police despite being the helpless victims. After the murder, evidence of illegal drugs and/or paltik guns were even planted on the murdered victims as part of the modus operandi of the anti-drug campaign to allegedly show that the victims purportedly fought back. Thus, the murdered victims were not only known as natokhang and as drug users, they were also now known in their close-knit communities with the false label of nanlaban, or someone who fought back. But for the surviving family members of the murdered victims, the suffered harms do not end there. The extreme trauma brought by the sudden murder of the Tokhang victims was further carried over to their surviving family members. Some of the surviving family members were even imprisoned and charged with fabricated criminal complaints while they were still grappling with the trauma of the sudden attack and the murder of their loved ones. For the victim I earlier referred to, after her son was forcefully separated from them, she and her son's pregnant wife were both arrested and detained in a police precinct. While under detention, she was told to get her son from the morgue. But they were not actually released from detention. They were actually photographed with the foils and rocks handed to them, and afterwards they were charged with fabricated complaints relating to illegal drugs, as that victim narrates. And I quote, "While in detention, I learned that the same thing had happened to all the other detainees. Their stories were the same. It took more than a year before this victim was released from imprisonment. The illegal imprisonment of surviving family members was part of the modus operandi to prevent the indirect victims from filing criminal complaints against the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. Thus, the document containing the charges in paragraph 19 refers to, and I quote, other violent crimes under Article 7.1, end of quote. Further, as the homes of the murdered Tokhang victims were the homes of multiple generations, how the murdered victims were brutally shot at have been traumatically witnessed by their family members, by their spouse, their children, or by their parents. This extreme trauma is a daily struggle for the surviving family members as they still live every day in the scene of the crime, their homes. This extreme trauma of the surviving family members also occurs when they see or about to encounter a police officer, or worse, the direct perpetrator in their community. But the extreme trauma of the surviving victims does not end there. The surviving victims were socially stigmatized in their close-knit communities with the label, "Natukhang sila," or "May natukhang sa kanila," which loosely translated means they have a family member killed in a Tokhang operation. The surviving family members of the murdered victims were avoided and shunned in their close-knit community. The neighbors avoid the surviving family members, fearing for their own lives by reason of association with the murdered Tokhang victim. And the surviving family members usually mourn alone during the wake of their murdered loved ones. For some surviving family members who cannot endure this social isolation and continuing stigma, they eventually leave their close-knit community. The trauma and stigma are especially worse for the children of the murdered Tokhang victims. Aside from losing a parent, usually their father, who is the breadwinner, the children, as direct descendants of the murdered victims, were avoided at school or even bullied as the children of Natokhang. The children of the murdered Tokhang victims have to endure bullying, stigma, trauma, depression, and some even develop symptoms such as epilepsy. And because the murdered Tokhang victims were usually the breadwinners of their families, their death meant that their surviving family members were pushed toward further poverty. The surviving family members experienced extreme socio-economic dislocation with the murder of their breadwinner. Thus, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign, aside from murdering victims from low-income communities, also brought about the breakdown of the families of the murdered victims. Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign destroyed the trust in the close-knit communities of the murdered Tokhang victims and ultimately destroyed the social fabric of these communities. Ultimately, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign not only murdered people, but perpetrated state terror against low-income, marginalized communities across the Philippines. As a result, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign shattered and terrorized these close-knit communities as a means of control. And ultimately, as the targeted victims of Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign were from marginalized, vulnerable communities, his drug war campaign was not really a war on drugs. It was a war against the poor. And the continued stigmatization of the indirect victims, the surviving family members, still persists until now. The children of the murdered victims are still suffering psychologically, mentally, and socio-economically. Their widowed mothers and their extended families, the grandparents, usually the grandmother, or aunts or uncles, also bear the burden of providing for the children of the murdered victims. And some surviving family members are still What do these proceedings mean to the victims? The proceedings before this chamber are being watched intently by the victims because they see it as their first step towards the truth and towards justice. There is still a culture of denial that subsists even in the close-knit communities where the victims reside. The family members of the murdered victims still cannot openly discuss the murder of their loved ones in their close-knit communities. And some quarters supportive of Mr. Duterte even publicly claim that these murders under the drug war campaign allegedly never happened or were merely fake news or were justified as necessary. These hearings on the confirmation of charges are vital to the victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign because it will be the first step for them in actualizing their right to the truth and to justice under international law. Madam President, Your Honors, the victims know that their murdered loved ones suffered under the charge of crimes against humanity for murder being charged against Mr. Duterte. Your Honors, the victims know, they have seen with their eyes, they have heard with their ears, and they have witnessed the barbarity of the murder wherein their loved ones' human dignity was never respected. Thus, the victims pray that this chamber confirm the charges for crimes against humanity for murder against Mr. Duterte for the sake of the truth and for the sake of justice for the victims. And so that the murderous legacy of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign will not find new victims in the future. Madam President, Your Honors, thank you for your time and kind attention. This ends the submission of the common legal representative for victims. May it please the Chamber.
Judge Motok.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andres, I gather that you have finished. This second day of our hearings has come to an end. In accordance with our schedule, the hearing is suspended until Thursday, 26 February at 10 in the morning. Thank you, parties, participants, our interpreters, the registry, technical staff, and all those who have worked on this hearing and allowed it to be held. I wish you a pleasant day, and we will see you on Thursday. The hearing is adjourned.
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Ito po si Dean Mel Santa Maria, sumasa inyo ngayong alas 10, halos mag-aalas 10:30 na po dito sa Pilipinas. Ating pong nasaksihan ang pangalawang araw ng pagdinig dito sa confirmation hearing patungkol sa crime against humanity for murder and attempted murder laban kay dating presidenteng Rodrigo Duterte. Apat po ang nagsalita ngayon. Apat na prosecutor, si Edward Jeremy, si Rosalyn Croft, Paulina Masaydis, at si Gilbert Andres. Meron po silang mga kanya-kanyang role sa kanilang pagsasalita, no? At nakita po natin na ang kababayan nating si Gilbert Andres, in-emphasize niya po yung trauma sa mga biktima at ang kanilang pigati at ang epekto nito sa kanilang pamilya, pati na rin po sa mga komunidad na tinitirhan nila. Masyadong malakas po ang dating at very passionate at emotional, pero maganda naman po ang pag-deliver ni Attorney Gilbert Andres. Si Paulina Masaydis naman po, siya rin po ang abogado para sa mga biktima at siya ay paulit-ulit niyang sinasabi at pinag-uusapan ang naging polisiya ng Duterte administration para pumatay. Pumatay po sa isang sektor, malaking sektor ng ating bansa. Si Croft naman po, kinabit-kabit niya po yung mga areas, yung mga lugar, yung mga polisiya, binanggit niya po yung mga memorandum 16/2016, hindi natin makakalimutan yun ngayon. At yung una po naman ay si Edward Jeremy, talagang tinahitahi niya po yung yung mga high profile victims na nangyari nung araw ng administrasyon na yun na napatay. At ang kwento po ay napaka-picturesque at parati po silang nagre-refer sa tabs number. Ibig sabihin po nyon, dinidirekta po nilang atensyon ng mga maestrado, pati na rin po yung kabilang panig, yung depensa, sa base ng kanilang pinagsasasabi sa ebidensya. Kaya bawat po salita nila, meron po silang reference sa ebidensya. Maganda po yung smooth flowing yung administrasyon ng paglalatag ng factual narrative, no? Talagang alam mo, Andrew, nahalata mo yung kanilang focus, yung kanilang direksyon ay isakdal si President Duterte hindi bilang sa pagkatao niya o private person o sa kanyang personalidad, kundi sa i-contextualize nila bilang isang leader na, makapangyarihan at talagang magagawa niya lahat kung gusto niya at nananakot. Pagkatapos mismo nung kanyang pag-take ng oath, pumunta siya sa Tondo at ang una niyang speech or at least yung isa sa una niyang speech yung pagpatay ng mga sinasabing gumagamit o may kinalaman sa mga drug war. Anong tingin mo, Andrew? Ano ang impression mo sa ating napanood? Kasi talagang riveted ako kanina pa eh. At talagang hindi mo yung ibang ebidensya hindi mo inaasahan, no? Yung ibang ebidensyang pinakita nila, yung mga photographs, hindi mo inaasahan na bakit sila nagkaroon ng ganon. Natatandaan mo yung may mga madaming litrato? Madaming litrato, may pinakita yung I think it was Edward Jeremy, madaming litrato po, ganitong kalaki. Yan. Tapos ang daming mga litrato ng mga high-profile people. Tapos nagpakita siya ng picture ni Presidente Duterte na hawak yung kamukang nang hinahawakan niya. Diba? At nung araw sinasabi ni Duterte, itong mga taong to, tapos parang kinabit niya sa sitwasyon na tinawag niya daw sa isang kwarto at sinabi niya kung nasa listahan kayo, na listahan niya, maghanda na kayo, parang ganon. Diba? Talagang it was the narrative was loaded with facts. At yung mga facts na yon, hindi po pwedeng iimbentuhin. Hindi iimbentuhin. Siguradong pong may mga witnesses na nagkwento sa kanila at binuo nila yung hugis ng kanilang theory ika nga sa kaso. Andrew, anong impression mo?
Tama din, no? Tsaka yung sinabi nyo nga po kanina na sobrang loaded nung na parang eto kasi yung pinag-uusapan natin before pa mag-start yung before pa mag-start tong hearing na to, before pa actually ma-set yung date for the hearing, na parang doon sa mga unang documents na ni-release ng ICC, maraming redacted, maraming hindi binanggit. Pero dito tayo naniniwala na meron talaga silang mga nakatagong ilalabas nila pag kailangan na, which is yun yung nangyari ngayon, 'di ba? Katulad yung kanina, 'di ba? Ang daming mga hindi natin na-expect na mga ebidensya na ilalabas. Kahit kahapon din 'di ba? Yung kahit yung doon pa lang sa opening statement nila na ang dami na kaagad nilang nailabas. For example, kahapon yung video na hindi natin na-expect na meron silang kopya ng video na pinapanood ni President yung pagpatay, 'di ba? Yung
parang monitor.
Yung nasa CCTV, 'di ba?
Oh my God, so paano silang nakuha yun?
Exactly din, di ba? Na parang, I'm pretty sure marami silang nakalap at saka marami pa silang ilalabas sa mga susunod pa na hearing.
Ito na ang katapusan ng hearing ng plaintiff. Ang susunod na sa Martes, ang defense naman. Tingnan natin kung paanong pasisinungalingan ng defense itong mga bidyong to na napakadami. No? At saka alam mo Andrew, tinukoy nila by name yung mga kasama sa mga tawag mo doon, co-perpetrators, at sinabi pa nila ang mga tungkulin at kung ilang mga tao ang control nila. Di ba? Halimbawa si Senator Bato de la Rosa, sinabi mga under him was 180,000 office personnel. Diba? At sinabi rin yung isa, nakalimutan ko lang yung pangalan, La Peña ba yun? 1,800 drug personnel. Talagang very detailed ang kanilang pag-describe sa role ng bawat isa. Si Bato de la Rosa, si Vitaliano Aguirre, meron pang iba, Aquino or something like that, no? Hinahanap ko ngayon yung mga pero ang tumataginting talaga si de la Rosa at pati na rin si Go at saka si Vitaliano Aguirre. Ako palagay ko kung sasabihin ng korte na merong substantial evidence dito, sigurado na na magkakaroon sila ng warrant of arrest from the ICC. Kasi it follows. It follows. 'Di ba?
Pero
Andrew?
paano po ba din yung mangyayaring process doon ngayon na for example, pwede ba nilang i-announce yon live sa hearing or paano ba yung mga posibleng pwedeng maging mangyari?
Ang mangyayari ganito. So sa bukas bakasyon sila. Sa Huwebes, ang party naman ng depensa ang ilalatag ang kanilang depensa. Pagkatapos noon, next day, yung didinggin ata uli nila yung patungkol sa sitwasyon ni Duterte, kung malusog siya o hindi, wasto ba siya sa pagdinig dito, yung mga isyung ganon, yung mga pending issue, iaano sa 27. At pagkatapos nun magtatapos na, tapos may 60 days na para pag-aralan ng mga 3 West na iyan kung ano ang final result nila. At doon sa final result na yon, palagay ko, kasama na doon ang pag-uutos na ma-issue na ang warrant of arrest. Yan. Yan ang mangyayari dyan. Ayan.
Ito din merong question lang si Nixon, no. Sabi niya from a legal education perspective daw, what lessons should law students take from observing these first 2 days of proceedings?
Alam niyo po kasi dito sa ating korte dito sa Pilipinas, wala pong mga opening statement na katulad ng nakikita natin. Pero po sa Korte Suprema at Court of Appeals may mga parang ganon, no, yung mga oral arguments, no. Pero ang isang nakikita natin, yung mga maestrado dito talagang business-like. Hindi sila nakikipagbiro sa mga litigante, hindi sila gumagawa ng mga unnecessary communication or conversation sa mga abogado. They were just their business-like. At saka yung yung dalawang panig po. Dalawang panig po ng mga abogado talagang nakahiwalay sila at may mga gadget sila sa harapan nila. And nakalatag po. Ang pinakamaganda dito, nakikita nila sa monitor nila yung ebidensyang tinuturo o nire-refer ng mga abogado. Pati na po yung talagang modern na po. Halimbawa, sasabihin niya, reference to tab number 72634. Hahanapin po yun nila, titignan, tapos pwede nilang makita kung ano yung sinasabi. So, ang ganda po, very organized ang pagdinig dito. At isa pa po, kung magandang para sa mga law student, kung mag-oral argument kayo sa Court of Appeals at saka sa Supreme Court, makikita niyo po very factual ang dating. Kasi po yung batas marahil alam na ng mga alam na ng mga huwes yan. Kaya ang punterya talaga, ang pag-focus talaga, what are the facts where the law will apply? Sapagkat po ang sabi po nila, gusto nilang i-indict itong mga inaakusahan ngayon, gusto nilang i-indict under Article 25. Article 25 of the International Criminal Court. Article 25A, B, and C. Babasahin ko po. Ito yung particular na mga legal basis para isampa doon sa trial chamber. Ito pong nakalagay. Article 25 of the International Criminal Court. Individual criminal responsibility. The court shall have jurisdiction over natural parents pursuant to the court shall have jurisdiction over natural persons pursuant to the statute. A person who commits a crime within the jurisdiction of the court shall be individually responsible and liable for punishment in accordance with the statute. In accordance with the statute, a person shall be criminally responsible and liable for punishment for a crime within the jurisdiction of the court if that person, kung makukuha mo ito, Andrew, 25A, B, and C, if that person, letter A, commits such a crime whether as an individual, jointly with another, or through another person, regardless of whether that other person is criminally responsible. Letter B, orders, solicits, or induces the commission of such a crime which in fact occurs or is attempted. Tingnan niyo po ang nakalagay. Inutusan, solicit. Ano ba solicit sa ating wika? Solicit, hiningan. Yun, di ba? Inutusan, hiningan, o hinimok. Hinimok, induces, para ganapin ang krimen na kalaunan ay talagang nangyari. Di ba? Mukhang dyan papasok Andrew. Mukhang dyan papasok. Pero A, B, tapos C. For the purpose of facilitating the commission of such a crime, aids, abets, or otherwise assists in its commission or attempted commission, including providing the means for each commission. Ayun, di ba? So maganda rin i-flash natin yan. Pero maganda. So una, gusto nila, ang pinaparatang nila ngayon, ito po ang sinasabi nilang ginawa ni Duterte at ng kanyang mga co-perpetrators. Number 1, commit such a crime whether as an individual, jointly with another, or through another person, regardless of whether that other person is criminally responsible. Letter B, orders, solicits, or induces the commission of such a crime which in fact occurs or is attempted. Sa wika natin, inutos, hiningi, o hinimok na ganapin yung krimen na in fact ay naganap. Di ba? Mukhang pasok to na. Letter C, for the purposes of facilitating the commission of such a crime, aids, abets, or otherwise assists in its commission or its attempted commission, including providing the means for its commission. Aids, abets, or otherwise assist. Ibig sabihin po ng aids, tinutulungan. Abets ay ini-encourage. At saka otherwise assist, o alam niyo naman ang assist. Kaya alam mo Andrew, kaya narinig natin yung reward system, yung promotion system. Talagang mahihimo ka talaga dyan sa mga polisiyang yan. At saka lalong-lalo na yung kwento na sinabi niya, parang I got your back. Ibig sabihin gagamitin niya ang kanyang kapangyarihan ng pardon o kaya amnesty para kung sakasakaling sila ay demanda yan ipapardon niya siguro. Ay hindi, yun ang tinutukoy niya. So talagang merong may pang-iengganyo. May pang-iengganyo. 'Di ba, Andrew?
Hindi siya parang hindi siya suggestion lang na gawin mo It's more na parang yun nga iniengganyo sila na this is ito yung kailangan yung gawin.
Yes.
At hindi kayo parang hindi kayo magiging liable kasi yun nga kahit makulong man sila may pardon pa rin naman na gagawin.
Yeah, yun nga ang sinabi nung isa dun sa mga nagsalita parang yung may kasiguraduhan na wala namang mangyayari sa kanya. Meron pa nga kinote sila doon, gagawin ko kasi yun ang directive ni Presidente. Kung sa kanya nanggagaling na, siguro wala namang mangyayari. Parang ganun Parang ganun ang mga kwento So, unang-una, nagpalabas sila ng video. Ebidensya. Pangalawa, nagpalabas sila ng periodiko. Yung 32 na namatay sa Bulacan. Yung 32 na namatay sa Bulacan, just after he assumed office, na sinabi niya, may sinabi pa siya doon. Video, periodiko, at saka yung mga talumpati niya, kino-quote nila. Sapagkat kung paulit-ulit ang isang tao at sinasabi niya, serious ako really gagawin ko to ibig sabihin, iyon ang kanyang mindset at iyon ang nuance ng kanyang policy. 'Di ba? Iyon ang nuance ng kanyang policy na isinigawa.
Hindi na kasi siya parang joke lang or parang yun nga suggestion lang. It's more of parang declaration na siya
kasi merong parang kasi 'di ba Andrew, merong parang papahiwatig yung depensa na dapat makuha nyo ang ang ugali at sistema ni Duterte, na talagang siya ay may prone para mag-exaggerate. At saka parang sinasabi nila, it's a cultural thing. Alam mo, na tigaroon siya sa lugar ng Pilipinas na yon, ganun talaga ang mga ugali ng tao. Pero kaya mahina yon, yung sinasabi ni Kaufman na yun, o pinapahiwatig niya, kasi cultural context cannot be used to excuse an enticement. Kasi kung sasabihin mo, ganun pala yung mga tiga doon, di ibig sabihin mo, libre na sila kahit sabihin nilang, patayin nyo yan, patayin nyo to, patayin nyo yan. Kasi ang sasabihin mo, ganun ang gawin nila So, mahirap yung tanggapin yung cultural context na yon, di ba, Andrew?
At saka din, ang napansin ko lang din dito sa buong hearing na to, no, yung parang pinaka-core argument kasi nung prosecution dito, specifically yung trial lawyer na si Edward Jeremy, is parang hindi pwedeng itago sa excuse na joke lang o rhetoric lang yung mga sinasabi niya. Kasi nga, he was the president and commander-in-chief. Kapag ang pinakamakapangyarihang tao sa Pilipinas ang nagturo sa crowd at sinabing patayin ng isang tao dahil addict siya, hindi yun mere suggestion It's an order.
Yes.
For example, din yung
Correct.
yung mga specific examples na binigay at saka nilatag ng prosecution kanina, no? So kanina yung funeral business joke na parang nag-joke daw dati si former president, nakikita ng malaki yung mga punerarya dahil sa dami ng mga mamamatay. So kinonekto ng ICC prosecution dun sa isang brutal na kaso on the ground, no? So merong pinatay na 14-year-old na bata, sinakal ng alambre, tapos binalot ng tape, tapos yung katawan literal na binenta sa isang punerarya. Tapos yung diin ng prosecution doon, Duterte indeed is not joking. So, yun yung pinaka-interesting talaga na ngayon. So, paano to sasagutin ng defense? Kasi doon sila nag-shield ngayon Doon sila nag-shield na nagjo-joke lang naman siya. Hindi naman totoo yung mga sinasabi.
In short, Andrew, the trust of the prosecution now, kitang-kita na po natin, they are contextualizing the deeds of the former President Duterte. They are not trying Duterte on the basis of his personality. They are trying Duterte on the basis of his power. Contextualizing. He is the commander-in-chief. He can command the Department of Justice. He can command the police. Yun na po, contextualization na po para po mapakita yung policy. At sisikat na naman ang isang dokumento dito. Andrew, sisikat ang isang dokumento dito.
Alin yan?
Itong PNP Memorandum Circular 16/2016 na kung saan sinasabing inyu-neutralize ang mga taong sangkot sa droga. Neutralization. PNP Command PNP Command Circular 16/2016. Yan. Proof rin na policy yon. Kasi parang ang kwento nila ganito. Yung Davao Death Squad, nag-originate yan sa Davao. At doon pa lang madami nang namatay. Pagkatapos nun, nung tumatakbo siya bilang presidente, ang pinagyayabang niya yung katahimikan sa Davao. At ang sinasabi niya pa, sabi, naku, magdasal kayo, wag akong maboto. Kasi kung maboboto ko, talagang papatay daw siya, di ba? Parang gano'n Tapos bago pa siya, ito po yung kwento ng prosecution Ito yung hindi namin to ginagawa, kwento po ng prosecution. So, yun ang kanyang mantra. Talagang, tapos, kinabit pa doon yung within 3 and 6 months. Di ba? Tapos yung unang yung unang salta niya sa tondo. Talagang, ang maririnig mo, papatayin ko kayo, parang ganon. Diba? So therefore, yung pagbigkas, naging policy. At yung policy yon nakikita ngayon sa dokumento mismo ng gobyerno na sinasabing neutralize. Yun po ang theory nila. Pati na rin po sa mga subsequent na pangyayaring deklarasyon. At ang ultimate pong proof, yung result hindi ko makakalimutan yung sinabi ni yung sinabi ni Jeremy, ni Attorney Edward Jeremy. And then at the end, you will see continuous piling of bodies. 'Di ba? Talagang kinabit-kabit niya talaga eh. Tapos sinabi niya in-export pa para naging template yung Davao sa Maynila. At papaano niyang ginawa doon? Yung mga opisyalis niya doon, kamukha ni Bato daw, naging hepe ng PNP. 'Di ba? At iba pa. At niligid niya ito sa ilang pang mga jurisdiction sa Pilipinas. Yung mga ebidensya nilang iba talagang magugulat ka no? Talagang palagay ko nga may tumulong sa kanila para makuha itong mga ilang ebidensya na ito na napakatindi.
Meron yan. At saka, I'm pretty sure din na I'm hoping lang na doon sa mga naging parte nitong drug war na siguro nakokonsensya na ngayon, 'di ba? Or during nung time na yun kasi nga, 'di ba, katulad nung sinabi natin kanina din na at saka sinabi din nung prosecution na yung mga nakakausap daw nila hindi posibleng tumanggi ka sa kanya eh. May ganun silang statement na sinabi yung mga witnesses nitong So yung mga, I'm pretty sure yung mga tumulong dito is merong direct experience doon sa kung ano man yung nangyayari during nung drug war ni President. So marami pa siguro or magkakaroon pa ba to din ng magkakaroon pa ng hearing na kung saan nilalabas pa nila yung mga yung mga ebidensya pa nila.
Actually nahandoon na.
Ito lang ba yun din?
Sinadmit na nila. So, ang ginagawa nila, tinatahi-tahi nila. Kaya yun ang sinasabi ko kanina, parati silang nagre-refer sa tabs. You could see it on tab 1, tab 2, tab. Nahandoon na, nasa loob na. Kasi ito binigyan lang sila ng 3 oras pero nasubmit na talaga nila yung mga ebidensya nila. So
kumbaga din hindi na pwedeng magdagdag pa in the future.
Well, actually, depende sa depende sa tribunal to. Kasi dalawa ang pwedeng kaihinatnan eh. Number 1, sasabing outright, ipasa nyo na sa trial chamber. Maglitis na kayo. Pangalawa, medyo kulang pa pero hindi naman sinasabing hindi nangyari kaya maghanap pa kayo ng ebidensya. At pangatlo, walang ebidensya, i-dismiss. Iyan ang pwedeng 3 mangyari. Pero ako para sa pakiwari, sa tingin ko po, yung nilatag at narinig natin ngayon at kung nahandoon na talaga ang sa loob yung mga ebidensya, sapat na yun po kasi ang level ng evidence lang po dito is substantial evidence. Hindi po proof beyond reasonable doubt. Yan.
Actually din meron tanong tungkol dyan si Nixon 27RC. Sabi niya, how does the burden of proof at confirmation compare to beyond reasonable doubt at trial?
Okay, ganito po ang substantial evidence. Kung ikaw ganito po yung substantial evidence. Kung ang isang reasonableng tao nilatagan sa harap niya na mga reasonableng mga ebidensya, pwede ba siya makapag-determine na maari nga, yung sinabi ko po maari nga na siya nga ang gumawa. Yan po ang substantial evidence. Hanggang dyan lang po iyan para masampa. Ang proof beyond reasonable doubt, moral certainty na po. Walang kaduda-duda, siya na nga ang gumawa. Iyan po ang proof beyond reasonable doubt. Pero para masampa lang ito, substantial evidence lang po. At para sa akin, yung narinig natin kanina, pati yung mga reference nila sa mga video, sa mga testimonya ng mga witnesses, sa mga balita sa pahayagan, I think it has already faithfully passed that burden ng substantial evidence. Tingin ko lang pero titingnan natin kung anong ebidensya ng ebidensya ng depensa. Alam mo, Andrew, isa pang nahalata ko, judging only from narinig natin sa depensa, parang ganito ano ang depensa nila nung narinig natin si Kaufman? Una, sinisi niya yung original investigator dahil contaminated daw, bias. Pangalawa, sabi niya hindi niyo naiintindihan si Duterte. Si Duterte is a special kind of politician. Tsaka nahandyan yung cultural aspect, kaya ganun siyang magsalita. Pangapat, lumabas na naman yung kidnapping, so it's unconstitutional. 'Di ba? So yun ang mga parang pangapat, ito ay political hit job ng Marcos administration. Yun ang unang natin narinig kay Kaufman noong unang hearing, pero siguro meron pa siyang ibang sasabihin. Pero kung base sa iyon, kung kukumpara ko yung dalawa, the prosecution was building a case, but the defense was protesting. Di ba iba yun di ba? Kita mo, nagbibuild sila parang castle, ito yung facts, ito yung facts. Pero ang depensa, base lang po doon sa unang narinig ko, mali naman kasi yung ginawa nung original investigator, bias pa. Hindi nyo naman kasi naiintindihan si Duterte, ganun lang talaga hyperbole. Pambihira naman po, kayo naman po, this is a political hit job. Yan lang po itong punto na to. So,
yun nga din di ba? Parang sinabi mo nga na yung prosecution nagbi-build sila ng case, pero itong defense parang it's more deflection na yung nangyayari, di ba? Kasi parang parang medyo classic na red herring to, di ba? Parang nililigaw yung usapan di ba? Kahit patotoo na sabihin na natin, sige, totoo na namumulitika yung current na administration na yun, irrelevant siya dun sa mismong kaso di ba? Kasi pwede niyang sabihin na i-file na yung unang communication sa ICC labang kay President, private citizen at natalo sa pagka Vice President nun si Marcos, 'di ba? Pero yung tanong ng korte doon is kung may nangyaring state-sponsored killings noong panahon ni Duterte, hindi kung ano yung political dynamic ngayon. So, 'di ba? Sobrang sobrang deflection yung nangyayari kasi imbes na gawin natin yung pattern katulad na ginagawa nung prosecution na nagbi-build ng case, naninisi siya. Nagtuturo, naninisi. Ganon yung nangyari.
Nagpo-protest nga yung at least based on the first hearing based on the first hearing. Parang ganito Andrew parang ganito ibang-iba ito pambihira naman, palpak naman kung papaano yung na-discover ang mga pagpapatay palpak naman kung papaano yung ginawa ang pagdi-discover sa pagpapatay iba yan sa ganito, walang pumatay diba? Iba yung dalawa. Parang ang ginagawa niya yung una.
Yes.
Pambihira naman kayo sa pagdi-discover niyo tong pagpapatay na to mali ang investigasyon niyo Tsaka hindi niyo sinaalang-alang yung this is a political hit job At tsaka hindi niyo naman kasi kilala si Duterte, talagang ganun niya, nag-exaggerate Hindi niyo naman mali naman kasi ang pamamaraan niyo sa pagdi-discover ng pagpapatay. Pero itong prosecution, sabi nila 76 murder, 2 attempted murder at iba pa, basically 78, and kinontextualize nila within the realm of about 1,200 or 6,000 cases of death. Kaya lang nilimit lang nila sa 76 murder and 2 attempted murder. Inhumanize nila, binigyan nila ng muka. Pero building the case. Pero ito, para yun ang tingin ko That's my comparison Isa nagpo-protest, isa nagbi-build ng case. Isa sinabi niya, yung defense, mali naman ang pag-discover niyo ng pagpapatay Hindi nila sinabing, wala naman pumatay Diba? Iba yun. Ibang-iba Diba?
Yes,
pero kaya interested ako sa magiging ebidensya na isasabihin sa ng depensa. I still want to hear them kung ano ang kanilang mga sagot dito.
Kasi baka yun nga, kahapon ang sinabi natin na parang si Kaufman ay kumagat doon sa patibong ng ng prosecution Pero what if, 'di ba, na sila Kaufman pala ang preparation nila is prepare nila para dito sa hearing nila mismo, 'di ba? Doon sa time nila na magsalita talaga regarding doon sa sa kaso na to.
Baka iniisip ng mga nanonood sa atin, ano yung na-prick yung kanyang sentiment, yung kay Remulla. Hindi po natin narinig si Edward Jeremy, si Crop, si Masidi, tsaka si Andres, di ba? Tsaka si Julian, na even banggitin si Remulla, di ba? Pero doon sa prosecution kasi kahapon, may nakabanggit, di ba? Tapos the first 5 or 10 minutes ng response ni Kaufman, pinag-uusapan niya si Remulla. Baka nga they found the personality. I-sidetrack natin to para he waste his time.
At saka yung sinabi kasi ni Kaufman kahapon din, 'di ba? Parang yung sabi niya na namimili lang daw yung prosecution ng mga speeches, 'di ba? Nilalampasan daw ng pagkakataon na sinabi ni Duterte na dapat sundin yung batas at bumiril lang in lawful self-defense. Pero parang kasi dito is kahit meron pang 1,000 beses na sinabi si Duterte na sundin ang batas, hindi nun binubura kasi yung mga pagkakataong nag-utos siyang pumatay or nag-assure siya sa mga pulis na poprotektahan niya yung mga pulis with absolute pardon, di ba? So, parang ang dito is parang hindi ka pwedeng ma-absuelto sa murder dahil lang may mga araw na mabait ka at wala kang pinatay. Di ba? Dito kasi you are judged by the crimes committed, not by the times you actually you acted lawfully.
Ito sa international law po, ito asahan niyo po ito ha. Manood po kayo sa depensa. I'm predicting itong sasabihin nila. Sinabi nga ni Duterte kill. Pero sa bandang huli naman sasabihin niya you follow the law. 'Di ba? O kita niyo ha. Kill pero you follow the law. So bakit hindi niyo ipine-present yung mga sinasabi niyang you follow the law? Iyan po magiging mantra siguro ng defense. Pero alam niyo po, sa international law, sa mga crime against humanity, may mga kaso na po na kamukhang ganyan ang nangyayari. Ang tawag po nila transmuted language. Ano po yung sa transmuted language? It is a coded language. It is a coded language to be equivocal. Parang dalawa ang sinasabi para magmukhang to maintain plausible deniability. Pero kung titignan natin, ang resulta, patayan pa rin, alam na po natin, it is a cloak. Sabi po ng international jurisprudence yan. Yung tawag na transmuted language. Ginagawa niyang equivocal. Ibig sabihin, parang may comfortable middle ground. Kill. And then at the same time, but follow the law. Pero ang tanggap ng kanyang mga galamay, may utos na. So that makikita ang result in result na ang daming nagpa-pile up na body. And besides, nanenegate yan doon sa sinabi daw ni Duterte na huwag kayong mag-alala, papardon ko kayo, amnesty ko kayo. At sinabi niya pa ito doon sa parang alumni homecoming ng kanyang kaklase. Biro mo, nakuha pa rin nila yon. Yung alumni homecoming na yun, doon daw sinabi, ipapardon ko kayo, gagamitin ko ang amnesty para sa inyo. Galing galing ng prosecution.
Yung sinabi mo,
mapabubulaanan yan.
Yung sinabi mo din na una, yung parang kill, then you follow the law. Maliban kasi na parang ginagawa niyang shield yung term na you follow the law, pinapasa niya yung burden yung burden of anong tawag dito. Basically pinapasa niya yung burden ng pagsunod doon sa mga doon sa mga tauhan niya, kumbaga, 'di ba? So kaya paano ba din mag-work yung dito, yung tinatawag niyo na transmuted language.
Transmuted language. It is a transmuted language which is a double talk. Therefore, you judge it by the result, not by the mere words. You judge it by the subsequent developments. Di ba? So, kung dalawa ang wineway mo, ano ang nangyayari? Di ba? So, kung ang nangyayari ay patayan, di ang ibig sabihin, ang naintindihan nila, yung una. Di ba? Yung una, di ba? So yun ang tinatawag na transmuted language, no? Transmuted language, transmutation logic, cloaking ang tawag doon sa international. It's a cloaking thing that you it's a code, in a way, a coded message that is designed to maintain a plausible deniability. Alam mo, paano sinabi ko naman palo dalawa. But so kung ganun ang nangyayari, sabi ng international jurisprudence, titignan mo kung anong resulta. 'Di ba? Kung anong resulta, iyon ang ibig sabihin niya. Kung panay ganun ang resulta. So asahin niyo po 'yan, yung tinatawag na transmuted language, cloaking thing, asahin niyo po 'yan, sasabihin po 'yan ng defense. At hindi ko naman sinasabing maling-mali ang defense, pero titignan po natin kung paano nilang i-exploit yung transmuted cloaking language na yon. Yan ang yung expectation ko diyan.
So dapat talaga magkaroon ng parang kung meron mang parang contextual assessment ng kung ano man yung mga sinasabi. Yun ang gusto kong sabihin parati ngayon. Kaya itong prosecution ngayon, ang game plan nila contextualizing, looking at the bigger picture and looking at the result. Diba? Kahit ano man ang pinagsasabi dyan, alam na natin ang bigger picture. There is a policy, whether expressed or implied, na naiintindihan ng mga tao niya because of an organizational setup that creates fear. Diba? So my God. So, tingnan natin. Abangan
very
natin.
Interesting.
Abangan natin yung Thursday sila din, no? Sila yung sa Thursday.
Thursday sila. Tingnan natin kung ano po ang mangyayari. Pero this was a sobering day. Talaga pong nakita natin ang kwento at ang kwentong hindi lang po hinugot sa hangin. Meron po silang mga reference na ebidensya. Nagpakita po sila ng video. Nagpakita po sila ng paano mo namang madedena yung 32 na namatay sa Bulacan. Na mismong si Presidente in-acknowledge nga na may namatay na gano'n at may sinabi pa na parang nilelesen niya yung impact doon kasi mga parang addict ata or something. So yun po, may tanong bang isa yan? So
ito
indeed,
sinabi lang niya na Digong indeed is the example of Miranda rights. You have to remain silent. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can use against you.
And this is what is going on because po in international jurisprudence, a statement po is a powerful thing that could induce at lalong-lalo na kung ang pinag-uusapan nyo crime against humanity na ang assumption po mga taong dati ay makapangyarihan, malaki ang impluensya. Kaya kung iyan po ang mga kategory ng mga taong dinidimanda sa crime against humanity, yung dating makapangyarihan at may impluensya, isang salita lang po nila pwedeng sundin ng mga panatikong mga galamay nila at baka magkaroon ng chaos sa kaya nagiging crime against humanity, 'di ba? So yun.
Eto si August Jolog sabi niya, no, Kaufman knows Duterte is doomed, can't be saved. So being highly paid by Sara, he has to follow her and use the court trial for damage control, protect the Sara's chances in 2028. Parang yun nga din yung napag-uusapan natin kahapon no, na parang behind the scenes yata natin ito din pinag-usapan. Pero parang yung statements ni Kaufman kahapon is not directed towards the court but the Duterte audience.
The chorus,
the chorus, yung followers nila Duterte na parang ito yung mga gustong marinig ng mga followers. Ito yung gustong marinig ng mga 'di ba? Parang doon nakadirekta kasi wala siyang defense na ginawa kahapon basically. Ang
Wala.
yun nga, more on deflection yung ginawa niya, nagturo siya, nagganyan at saving Duterte's image yung ginawa niya kahapon instead of instead of debunking kung ano man yung sinasabi ng prosecution.
First he dealt with the personality of Duterte. And then he sinisi niya yung original na nag-investigate. At nung malapit na siyang matapos, sinisi niya ang mga media, NGO at mga academics. Sila daw ang nagsira ng imahe ni Duterte at sinabi niya pa, pinasaringan pa, na alam naman natin kung sino pinapasaringan, may isa pa daw nanalo ng Nobel Prize winner. Alam na natin kung sino yun.
Kilala na natin
diba?
agad yan.
Alam mo naman tong si Maria Ressa, ilang criminal case ang final sa kanya. Ilang beses siya magpiyansa. Nung huli nating na-interview siya, I think ang sabi niya, kung hindi ko nagkakamali. Hindi lang. 11 times siya nagpiyansa. Ibig sabihin, 11 criminal cases. My goodness gracious. Di ba? That's, talagang So, yan po ang Iyan ang, susundan po natin. Ako, sinusundan ko ito. At ako ngayon, interesado na po talaga ako sa ilalatag ng depensa kung ano ang pagpapasinungaling nila dito sa mga factual evidence na inilatag ng prosecution. Tandaan po natin, factual po itong ginawa ng prosecution. Naglabas ng video, naglabas ng news sa pahayagan. Kinote nila yung mga sinasabi ng mga witnesses. At tinignan nila yung kung saan nangyayari from Tondo to Bulacan. Tapos sinabi nila, in-export yung Davao Death Squad template sa Manila at sa buong Pilipinas sapagkat po yung mga officers doon na pinangungunahan ni Bato nilipat niya to a national level at madami ring na-appoint. Alam mo, may plausible talagang dinikit-dikit talaga nila.
Ito din may question si Jeffrey, no? Sabi niya, paano kung sabihin ni Digong, sir, na joke lang niya yung mga yon at walang baliw na magsasabi sa harap ng tao na mga pinagsasabi niya? May lusot po ba siya at alam nyo na pag-deliver ni Kaufman?
Ay, alam mo, ikaw muna sumagot, Andrew.
Sige din. Pero kasi merong katulad nung nabanggit natin yung smoking gun, 'di ba? Yung term na neutralize Doon kasi sa document na nilabas, 'di ba? Yung sa PNP CMC 16/2016, naka-state doon explicitly yung mandate to pursue the neutralization of illegal drug personalities. So, dito tayo magkakatalo kasi ng mga legal definitions kasi 'di ba siguro para sa ICC prosecution tsaka sa human rights lawyers, kapag ginamit mo yung salitang neutralize sa police operations, 'di ba, lalo na kung ang commander-in-chief sa TV ay laging sumisigaw na patayin ninyo, kill, 'di ba? Tapos ngayon nag-translate na siya into as an execution order, 'di ba? So, yung argument dito is yung CMC 16/2016, yun yung naging tulay na nag-convert sa rhetoric ni President into an official documented state policy. So, kahit sabihin niya na nagjo-joke lang siya, meron na kasi tayong official executive document.
At isa pa, kung may kalabuan yon, basta't po malabo ang isang dokumento, you determine the intent through the contemporaneous and subsequent developments. Kasi yun ang pagkakaintindi noong ina-address niya. Kaya kung may kalabuan man, ano po ang nangyari? Ang nangyari po, sabi ng prosecution, piling up of bodies happened. So, ibig sabihin, kung may kalabuan, yun ang ibig sabihin. To kill, kill. Parang yun ang sabi nila.
Meron at merong laban against dun sa term na nagjo-joke lang or hyperbole. Hindi mo pwedeng gamitin defense. Hindi mo pwedeng gamitin defense yun.
Hindi pa. Kasi sapagkat sinabi niya bago siya maging presidente at sinabi niya in other occasions, really, I really mean it, parang that sense. So to repetition somehow reveals what is inside your mind. Diba? So, and also contemporaneous and subsequent acts will show the intent of an ambiguous statement. Yan po. Ganyan po talaga.
Kasi parang ang lumalabas din dun during nung campaign niya, 'di ba, na sinasabi niya na I will kill kung gusto niyo kung ayaw niyo maraming mamatay or kung tama yung pagkakatanda, wag niyo akong iboto, 'di ba? It's not it's not a permission dahil nanalo ka pwede mo nang gawin kung ano yung mga sinabi mo before. 'Di ba? Hindi siya permission para mag-violate ka ng batas eh.
Yes. And if you connect that with this categorization na ang mga taong yan, yung mga dealing with droga ay hindi human beings, makikita mo na that he already, through that statement, made a suggestion that there is no morality in this. Parang ganun eh. Somehow ganun. Kaya okay lang patayin nyo. Maybe that may have been a message relayed. We do not know. But baka yun ang pagkatanggap nung kanyang mga fanatics. So at least I think iyon ang sinasabi ng prosecution ngayon. Kaya I am very interested kung paano ni Kaufman i-deny itong mga proven facts, proven circumstance sa kanyang presentation sa Webes. Titingnan ko naman 'yan.
So, yun din. Tignan natin kung paano niya kakalabanin yung mga facts or kung kakalabanin ba niya.
Sabi nila, ang may pasanin daw na magpatunay ng mga paratang ay prosecution. Para sa akin, natupad na po iyon sa mga ebidensyang nilatag ngayon o nung 2 araw. Sapagkat natupad na po iyon, ang sinasabi po sa rules of evidence, the burden of evidence has already shift to the other side. Sila na po ang may pasanin ngayon na sabihin na walang hindi totoo yung mga kinikwento nyo. The burden of evidence has already shifted to the part of the defense. Para lang sa akin. Kasi para lang sa akin po, may substantial there is now enough substantial evidence to file a case. Now, if they want to resist that, repel that, the burden of evidence has shifted towards the defense. Pasanin na po nilang pasinungalingan to through their credible evidence. Kaya interesado ako kung ano ang evidence ng mga to. Yeah.
Ito din, last na to comment ni Ronix B. Sabi niya, PRRD creates fear among criminals and his orders motivate the police to act but they remain bound by law. Any abuse by officers is their accountability alone and does not automatically implicate him. Sige din, gamitin natin yung example ng CCTV na pinakita kahapon sa doon sa hearing kahapon, no. So meron kasing pinakita po na ebidensya na si former president pinapanood niya kung paano pinatay yung 3 tao doon sa palengke,
sa
diba?
monitor. May madami pong monitor.
Hindi man si president yung gumawa. Paano ba din dito paano natin dito masasabi na ang accountable lang dito is yung mga pulis at hindi naman si president?
Ito ang sinasabi ko sa inyo. Ibang-iba po ang international crimes. Ibang-iba po ang crime against humanity. Ibang-iba po talaga. At babasahin ko sa inyo mismo ang ICC Rules of Evidence. Ano po? At saka ito teka muna, saan ba yung Rome Statute 6? May page na po ako kasi pinag-uusapan natin. Ito po, babasahin ko po. Makinig po kayo. Kaya po, ibang-iba. Kaya itong yung sinasabi natin walang kabihasaan po ang mga huwes dito at mga prosecutor. Kagaya ko po sila mangyayari, parating tingin sa ICC statute para malaman kung anong alituntunin. Kung wala po kabihasaan yung mga taong yan na parating tingin, baka po magkamali. At least ako nakikita ko parate. Di ba po? Ito po ang sinasabi ng Article 28 ng ICC, International Criminal Court. with respect to superior and subordinate relationship not described in paragraph A. Kasi po yung paragraph A tungkol sa mga military. Hindi po to. Ito po yung civilian kamukha nila President Duterte and all those officers niya under him na po. A superior shall be criminally responsible for crimes within the jurisdiction of the court committed by subordinates under his or her effective authority and control as a result of his or her failure to exercise control properly over such subordinates where, eto makinig po kayo, letter A, the superior either knew or consciously disregarded information which clearly indicated that the subordinates were committing or about to commit such crimes. Again, babasahin ko po. Letter A, Andrew. The superior either knew or consciously disregarded information which clearly indicated that the subordinates are committing or about to commit such crimes. Okay? Basahin po natin ang letter B. Letter B. The crimes concerned activities that were within the effective responsibility and control of the superior. And last one, the superior failed to take all necessary and reasonable measures within his or her power to prevent or repress their commission or to submit the matter to the competent authorities for investigation and prosecution. Tandaan po natin, ang presidente ng Pilipinas ang pinakamakapangyarihang opisyal dito sa Pilipinas kung naging presidente ka. You cannot feign ignorance sa mga subordinates mo. Araw-araw nababasa ang patayan. Anong ginawa mo? Yun po ang hinighlight ng prosecution kanina. Hinighlight po talaga yan. Nakalagay po kasi sa Article 28, the superior either knew or consciously disregarded information. Ayon, baka pumasok po doon Sa tingin ko, pasok na pasok Di ba po? Ibang-iba po ang dynamics ng crime against humanity. Ibang-iba po kasi po itong mga taong dinidemanda dito ay yung mga dating makapangyarihan, dating malaki ang lawak ng kanilang impluwensya, pati na po kahit na nung natapos ang termo nila. Kaya po it's short-sighted. It's so naive na sabihin bakit araw-araw nababasa sa dyaryo, nakikita sa television, ibig sabihin mo, hindi pa nila alam. Kaya nga po, tinulungan ng Article 28, nakita po yung sitwasyon na yon. The superior either knew or consciously disregarded information which clearly indicated that the subordinates were committing or about to commit such crime. Ito pa po, and the superior failed to take all necessary and reasonable measures within his or her power. Sabi pa nga po, kanina po, ayon sa ebidensya kanina, nagtalumpati si Presidente na ipapardon niya at i-amnestiya niya yung mga taong yan. Paano naman po? Kung iyan ang ebidensyang nasa harapan ninyo, ano pa ang don't tell me na meron kayong ibang determinasyon diyan o opinion diyan. Kaya nga po, ang sinasabi ko, the burden of evidence has already shifted doon kay Kaufman para pasinungalingan lahat ng nakita natin ngayon. Di ba po? Lahat ng nakita natin ngayon. Hindi, kaya may pagkakataon pa sila Kaufman na pasinungalingan o pabulaanan itong mga video, itong mga 32 killings sa Bulacan, na may video na inaamin ni Duterte na alam niya. Paano naman yun? Kaya very interesting po because the burden of evidence has already shifted to the defense. Kaya po, tignan natin, manood po tayo. Baka naman po merong ebidensya sila. Ibig sabihin, okay lang kung may ebidensya sila, tignan natin. At kung mas matingkad ang ebidensya nila, acquit. Tapos ang istorya. Di ba po? Ganun lang po yan. Presentasyon ng ebidensya. tignan natin kung ano ang katibayan na ilalatag ng depensa. Kung mas matibay, mas malakas, mas kapanipaniwala ang ebidensya ng defense, then acquit. Tapos ang istorya. Magbabalik na dito si Duterte. Grand homecoming. That's it. That's how the cookie crumbled. Pero as of now, sa mga nakita natin, ewan ko na kung iba pa ang maiisip ninyo. Diba? Kaya nga po nilalat evidence-based. Evidence-based po tayo. Diba? Ayan.
Okay.
Ayan, Andrew. O meron pa bang tanong dyan? Pero yan po pa. Kaya interesting. Alam nyo, naimbita ako sa bilyonaryo, naimbita ako sa DCMM para at bukas nasa TV5 ako alas 12 o'clock pero Zoom lang para po doon sa balita nila at humingi sila ng assistance kung ano ang assessment natin sa nangyari ngayon. Ang sasabihin ko nga po, the burden of evidence has already shifted. Pasanin na ngayon ng depensa na patunayan na wala silang kasalanan. Ayan po.
Okay.
Yan, okay. Alright, mga kaibigan, anong oras na ba, Andrew? Nako, 11:23 na. Oo, nag-aantok na ako, pero hindi, parang ano, Andrew, parang hindi pa ako matutulog sa narinig ko kanina eh. Talagang nag-iisip ako talagang lalong-lalo na yung trauma.
Buhay ang dugo din.
Si Gilbert Andres, ang galing nung dinescribe niyang trauma. Trauma nga sa mga biktima. Diba? Nakakaawa nakakaawa talaga. Hindi mo akalain ganun nangyayari sa Pilipinas. Talagang there must be justice talaga. Justice must come sooner or later. Yan. Okay, Andrew. Paalam na tayo. Anong message mo?
Ako din, I'm just hoping for the best para dito sa hearing na to. Kung ma-acquit man si President, ma-acquit siya. Kung ma-convict, pero hustisya para sa parehong panig.
Yes. Ako naman, due process. Let us also hear the other side. Pagkakataon na po nila sa Huwebes. Kanila po ang buong Huwebes. Kaya pagkakataon nila at tignan natin kung ano ang ilalatag nilang depensa. Ano po, kung mas malakas, mas matingkad, mas kapanipaniwala, o di acquit. Kung hindi naman, o di file. Ganun lang po. We have to take it on the chin kahit ano po ang resulta dyan. Alright, mga kaibigan, mga kapatid, magpapaalam na po kami ngayong gabing ito. Magbabalik po kami. Baka po bukas o kaya sa Huwebes para po bigyan ulit kayo ng mga opinion at kuro-kuro sa mga development sa ICC.
Hanggang Friday lang ba ito din?
Hanggang Friday lang ito.
Siguro din sa Friday kung kaya natin na magkaroon tayo ng parang kumbaga round table ng iba't ibang mga experts. Diba?
Sige, mag-round table. Mag-iimbita ako.
Assessment ng buong week of hearing na ito.
Yes, oo. Mag-ano tayo. So, sisikapin kung magkaroon tayo ng ibang mga expert o kaya yung mga opinion, para yung kanilang opinion dito sa sitwasyon na to. Alright, okay. At tatandaan niyo po mga kapatid, ang kritiko ay nagmamahal rin sa ating inang bayang Pilipinas. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.